overnight time period, Gabe.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is folks want an all clear. Can't really give an all clear when the ingredients are still there. So that's where I know that you're asking about, what about my area? What about me? I'm not in the tornado watch. Severe weather is still possible. In fact, the National Weather Service there in Memphis was talking about how Northwest Mississippi is an area that they're watching for some severe storms to take place. So just because that tornado watch is not there doesn't mean that strong storms aren't possible. And so unfortunately, that still is a realistic possibility. And on top of the severe weather threat, on top of the, although limited, tornado threat that's in place, we're really also looking at some flash flooding potential like Matt was talking about. And as that does continue to work through these same general regions, I think one of the things we need to point out is this boundary that has developed from Louisville to northern Kemper County, Neshoba County, and even there towards Itala County. We are getting heavy thunderstorms developing along this band, and the same areas have been seen on the same track at least 2 or 3 times. And with rainfall of about 2 inches an hour. Well, actually, let's check. What is that rainfall rate? And on that heaviest section, even more. So 6 to 7 inches an hour. Then that's where we do get into some potential flash flooding situations, as those do kind of train along themselves and produce some heavy rainfall in the process. So on top of the hail, on top of the wind, we're also dealing with flash flooding. So gotta love it. Gotta love it. So as we look at the latest severe thunderstorm warning, this one in place until 8:45, encompassing Winston, Noxubee, Neshoba, and Kemper County. That's going to be the area that we watch for some of that large hail to develop, continuing that same general path. And although Matt has tracked this, we'll do one more track on this to let folks know out ahead of this cell, what to expect. And we're going to keep about 30. Mill Creek, 7 Clayton, Vernon, 8. Advance the show. Macedonia, 814. Golson, 817. Fairhill, 820. Sugarlock there, 825. Preston, 826. Cypress Mill, 828. And Wahala there by 833. For example, we're talking about that training. I have seen Vernon. I've seen Mill Creek. I've seen Macedonia. And I have seen Golson and Preston multiple times on the track on different storms. So this is where the heavy rainfall becomes an issue, is the fact that we have been dealing with rain all day long, and we get even more of that heading into the night. Flash flood, actually, I'll have to go within the threats, but I believe that is a flash flood warning down there towards Meridian, as they have gotten a report of roads flooded. A few cars actually stalled and stranded, and one home was taken on water. So Matt, flash flooding is a real big concern for me tonight heading into the overnight hours as more of those heavy storms do move in.
Well, and so they have, a considerable threat on their flash flood damage potential on that one that they've, continued again. So that's a pretty significant flooding event ongoing there in the Meridian area. I was just going to pop in, and say that. I saw that in the discussion with the National Weather Service. Also, in the last few minutes here, a storm report came in there, the half dollar size hail to north of the Philadelphia area. With where that was. I wonder if that's that hail report directly that shows right on top of Philadelphia. Let me click that on there. Yeah, there's the half dollar size hail. It was just a little bit north of Philadelphia where that was, about 6:45. So there, again, quite a few hail reports coming in tonight. One of the most consistent things that storms have produced.
Exactly. So I'm just glad they're not tornadoes at this point. But I do want to go back and see. So that was closer to about 6:45. So that would have been that leading cell as that kind of worked through the area, and before that dissipated out, moved on to the next setup. So, compare that cell, and I don't want to compare apples to apples, but it looks like we can because this boundary, producing similar storms. Let's compare that to what we have right now over Louisville, probably dealing with around that same sized hail falling if it were to produce rather the same size rather than higher output. So we're probably dealing with 1 to 1.5 inch hailstones there in Louisville and Calvary. Continue to move right along Highway 25. So folks in Louisville, I know we've seen a few folks in the chat actually asking about Louisville. That's where we want your reports to let us know. We'll do so in a safe manner. So let this pass, as it's right over the top of Louisville right now. But once this passes, send in your reports to the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will make sure that's forwarded where it needs to go. But it really helps us put into perspective of what you guys are dealing with, even out here towards Ford. I mean, I'm blocking it. That's a pretty decent output right there in a hail core moving right along Highway 14, closer to the central parts of Winston County. Now, we just tracked that out a moment ago. More developing back behind it. Let me do a loop on these, because again, it's this boundary, this initiation point that's starting to move in these cells once again, right there towards northern Itala County, even over there towards Choctaw County. So not going to be shocked if these eventually become hail producers as well. And are you shocked? It's the same area we've been tracking these storms even a moment ago. So, if you've already seen one storm, unfortunately, that's not the end of your spell, because more are forming back behind it. And those are some more of the impressive signatures there. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything up there towards the north. Still looks to be heavy rainfall. I noticed Matt was on the Tupelo camera a moment ago, and I don't mind taking a look at that because there was a lot of lightning on that one. And right on cue, 70 degrees there in Tupelo, and getting a ton of electricity there with those lightning strikes. And that has already caused a number of outages here in the Lee County area, also there towards Lafayette County, got a report over there, and seeing that all across North Mississippi. So if your power is out, trust me, you are not alone, but we are definitely continuing to watch this. That's an interesting little appendage there. But fortunately, this is far from producing any type of tornado, so don't have to worry about that. And a big thank you to the folks there, Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling, for at least giving us for sponsoring this view there in Tupelo. 70-degree dew points, though. So this atmosphere is not worked over. Put up my nader watching plants, or not plants, pants. That's golden right there. Yeah, I think our tornado threat is relatively low. In fact, one of the things that we have not done here in a bit, and I'm curious if they've at least fine-tuned the forecast center. So they still have us in that level 3 threat, but I want to see specifically the tornado. So they still have that slight all the way into North Mississippi. So I think our potential is low. I don't think it's impossible, but I do think it's low. In fact, where we say it's possible is actually up there towards the Memphis coverage area. I want to go over to this storm out there towards Brinkley, because you do see a tornado warning, and that is not far away from us here in North Mississippi. We're going to do a storm track on this, as that's about 35 miles out. So here within the next hour or so, trying to move across the state line, that doesn't look impressive. It might have earlier on. Let me do a loop on this. It is far away from the radar site, so I'll give it that. So we're looking, there's a boundary. You can see that boundary pretty defined right there of where these cells are just beginning to form. Yeah, let's see the rotation on this. Oh yeah, you're getting some of those brighter winds right there in that couplet. I'm going to jump to the latest scan because I do want to take a look at that. That's one of the more decent wind returns that we've gotten here today, not necessarily in North Mississippi, but just in general with this event. So as we track that out, this is going to be one, this is the next round. So let's go ahead and actually make a storm track on that and make sure that we have the right speed on those storms. So I'm going to have to back out there. The thing is, it's forming along a boundary, so it's really hard to at least get an accurate track on this. It's keeping around that 36-mile-an-hour trend. So I'm actually going to take this up to 40 because of some of the inconsistencies on some of those speeds. And as we track this more towards, and I'm going to go right along that rotation, I'm going to track this going about 40 miles an hour. And I'm going to make sure this gets all the way there towards another addition. So, Matt, if you want to jump in here, I'm curious your take on this, because we are starting to get more of those rotating storms towards eastern Arkansas. And I'm going to try to take this one over. Oh, it's just outside. Let me edit this to where it gets at least into North Mississippi. You go all the way through. Do I need to go 100 miles? There we go. That'll make sure we get it. And we're going to up that coverage. So we're getting more towards Hernando, 941. So that's going to be here a little under 2 hours. Memphis, 943. Olive Branch, 957. Bartlett, closer to 959. These are this is one of 2 tornadoes that are currently in eastern Arkansas, potentially going towards northwest Mississippi if this were to hold together. Nothing confirmed right now, but the fact that we're getting some warnings means that these are rotating a little bit more than what we saw earlier on this evening.
Well, and both those, I think, the far west one there, coming from the folks over at National Weather Service, Little Rock.
Oh, Little Rock, yes.
The east one, I do think, is Memphis there. The problem is we're about to enter that time of night where if it's rotating and spotters can't see they're going to be more likely to not take chances and then issue. So I do think that the odds of having tornado warnings increase because of that potential on top of everything else. And just kind of looking at that discussion with the National Weather Service, they're in Memphis specifically about that storm. Obviously you have kind of some kind of a shear axis there on the storm where the rotation. There's at least some back there. It's night. It's in a tornado watch area. That's that. I think that's the reason you don't take chances in this situation there. And going back a couple scans, looking at that, I think that's part of the reason why. You could see that shear marker that was on there for a little while as well, where perhaps it briefly tried to spin something up. So, I would say that's again a sign that tornado warnings, I think, are a possibility. Could become more of a likelihood as we go into this evening for more locations there. And then other spots, it's just like I'll go back to. I can't do the equal size boxes on here yet, but I'll bring it to me and then I'll go right back to you here in a second. But I'll show our camera here. I'm gonna have to bring it, I think, to here in order to change this for a moment. I have our Tupelo camera up here. Again, quite a bit of lightning starting to, I hear a lot more thunder with some of the thunderstorms, some of the storms we have around here. And yet, you go from this shot where, again, we show all the, there's some lightning and stuff, but it's not that bad. And then we look at radar on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and it's like, oh, wait a second, that's not that bad. So the lightning, I think certainly that plus the tornado watch has a lot of folks on edge. And to talk specifically about this area where there's not a tornado watch, I think if the National Weather Service Memphis had their way, they'd go back and uncancel where they canceled out some counties because right immediately after they canceled out counties, back up. So they don't want to have to, put more back in. I don't even know for sure that they can put back in after they've canceled out counties officially there without SPC doing something else. But certainly these storms here are getting more organized, and obviously the ones back to the west are as well. I want to look at this one here just northwest of Oxford for a moment. Let's look at the kind of wind mode on this. Maybe some very broad rotation, but doesn't show up really well on the lowest scans on that. There's not much there based on that look on that, so I wouldn't be super concerned about that. So, Gabe, we're going to keep poking and prodding these storms. Most of these are multi-cluster, loud, bark greater than bite sort of thunderstorms. Obviously, the ones you're talking back out there into Arkansas, eventually those become the issue. And then very clearly, we still have this large hail-producing thunderstorm here south of Louisville that's continuing to certainly cause some issues late this evening.
For sure, Matt. And that's what we're looking at. I wanted to go back down there towards the Winston and Noxubee County area as those storms do work their way on through. Now, this one is
one more thing. One thing changed, like right as I was tossing back. Remember how I said, and I don't know that it's ever going to show up on our map. Hey, do you see how they filled it in?
Oh, you gotta love it.
They filled in. Hey, you know what? I have been there, done that on certain things, so I can't blame them on where they're at. We'll see if folks over there in Birmingham wish they had theirs back too at some point as well. So yeah, the fact that it was off of the map and then you get it to current time, it's back on there. So it's a challenge trying to hold these on. You don't want to leave people scared. You want to keep them prepared, but keep them under a tornado watch when it doesn't end up producing, does not do anybody good. Well, now, again, another threat back there. It's like, wait, I thought we were done. The reason we have not gone off the air completely is because the threat is not completely over, unfortunately, and we're going to stay on till I was going to say break of dawn. Hopefully, it does not take that long, Mr. Maynor. That would be a rough night for sure. Have we done storm tracks on those closer storm tracks on those ones up northwest yet?
I did not do it on the northern one. Are you talking about? What do you mean the northwest?
Yeah, the northern ones. Let's do the northern one, but let's hit Louisville, do kind of one over on this here first, and then go back up and hit the one up there the one that's closer to Memphis and Forest City.
Yeah. So, okay, let's start with this one, and this is still moving at about 35 miles an hour. So as we draw out that track, we're going to take this towards the southeast there. Still going, it's been pretty consistently going 35, 36 miles an hour. So we're seeing Fern Springs there, 758, Handle 802, Macedonia 807, Golson, like I said, been mentioning you a few times tonight, 812, Fair Hill 815, we're Preston, mentioned you a couple times as well, 817, Linville 825, Wahalik 828, Scuba by about 839, Townsend 845, DeKalb there at 845, and Akron by about 848. One thing with these warnings, back behind this cell is until 8 o'clock, so that's expected to expire because it has moved out of that warning and now moved into the new warning towards southeastern Winston County. Will eventually move into Noxubee, Kemper, and Neshoba County. So that's what we're watching for the next one. There is still some potential that these cells do get a little bit stronger towards Ackerman. In fact, Matt, I promise I'll go up there towards the north and west. One thing I want to do real quick is the fact that we are close to the Ackerman camera. So we'd be able to actually potentially see some of that hail falling, or at least some of the heavy rainfall. It's just night, so you're going to have a tough visual, and we're high up. So this is one of the cells to watch. So I want to come back to this here in a moment, and there's some of the lightning, so we're at least in the heart of that cell. So Ackerman getting a good view on that and getting some of that small hail potentially being produced as well. The reason why I want to go up here to the north and west first is because this is where that tornado warning is in effect, and that has a ton of lightning with it. Let me go ahead and swap over to our Memphis radar site, and I want to first look at that rotation. And we are getting that shear marker once again. Yeah, that's where we'd see it, right through Forest City. So that's continuing to move there towards the east-northeast, and we're going to keep that one at about 40 miles an hour as well, because that was an area that we tracked the rotation right there, and it was about 40 miles an hour as well. So as we go 40 miles an hour, it will, let me actually redraw that, because I want to make sure that I include some of our northwest Mississippi cities. It is possible it stays north into Tennessee, but there is that potential that it goes into the northwest Mississippi area, and I want to make sure that you on that. So as we draw that out, going at about 40 miles down the road, would that be enough? I need to get the sky cam. There we go. Would that be enough? Should we just scraping it? You know, I might need to draw another one. So this might, how I'm looking at it, I have this pretty much going there towards the north and east a bit more. So hopefully that does carry it over into Tennessee. I mean, hopefully it just doesn't affect anybody, but if we were to get a path on that, I mean, sorry, I'm really trying to nitpick it to make it go into northwest Mississippi. So there we go. We'll take it right there, and I'm going to expand it out, going at about 50 miles away, and make sure that we include over there towards northwest Mississippi. So let's go towards the Horn Lake area, select there. And yeah, Horn Lake by 9:04, South Haven by 9:05. So it's still within an hour of it moving across the state line into northwest Mississippi if it were to even hold. But that being said, what you're getting right here, and I'm going to clear this off for a moment. I'm going to clear all of this off. And I want to look at reflectivity real quick. That's actually a clear air slot right there. So you notice right here, what was standing out to me was the fact that you're getting rotation right there. Let me see how this lines up with reflectivity. Okay, so that is still another rotating part of this storm potentially. So you're getting these embedded rotating cells within this line. So it's going to be those real brief spin-ups like we're talking about. It's not those individual supercells working their way through the region. It's going to be cluttered in the mess, in the vast number of those thunderstorms that are moving right along the Mississippi River. So it's going to be tough to get an actual visual. It'd be, you know, we were talking about LP yesterday, low precipitation supercells. This is where we're talking about a high precipitation pattern, all things considered. So getting a visual on this is going to be really difficult. So I think Matt is exactly right in the fact that I think they're going to do more of a precautionary warning if we're starting to get some of that rotation to intensify, to let folks know that there is a rotating cell, but getting an exact visual on a confirmed tornado touchdown is going to be very difficult with this setup. As I mean, look at where the shear marker is. Forest City, heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain, and heavy rain. So getting a visual on that is nearly impossible, as that is going to be rain wrapped if anything were to even be produced. So, so as we continue to assess things here behind the scenes, one other area that I'm paying attention to is right here towards the Phillips Bayou and Herbert Landing. That looks like it's potentially getting a bit of a hail swath there as well. Maybe not showing up just yet. Some of those stronger winds possible. But where we're starting to get some of those purples and blacks showing up, that's one area where I want to pay attention to as those do move across North Mississippi. Let's actually just put this on an entire loop and kind of see how these have begun to develop. So overall, so I might need to take the lightning off. So you have this boundary that's forming right down there. You have this boundary that's forming it straight back along the river. And you've had this boundary working all the way across the northern and northeast Arkansas area that has produced a vast number of those storms and a vast number of those warnings as well. So looking at the overall look there, we have a lot of these boundaries that are initiating some of these storms, and that's what's allowing these thunderstorms to develop right overhead. So let's go back down south for a moment because we're kind of balancing the top and bottom of our viewing area. We're going to go down towards the Jackson radar site because that does look like a pretty impressive signature there just south of Louisville on that latest scan. So towards Center Ridge, we're still getting a pretty decent hail core on that. I do want to take it 3D mode once again because that's how we've been able to get a good visual on these storms. And as we bring it closer to more of a parallel point of view, and we do a cross section here to kind of clear out some of the excess stuff. Yeah, you're getting some of those blacks, and that's where we're getting some of that hail core potentially dropping out by there just south of Louisville, east of Calvary, right along that Highway 15, Highway 397 corridor. So that's going to be moving through Winston County, some of that larger hail up there towards the close to the Fern Springs area as well. So, and boom. So that's what we're looking at for Louisville and Winston County as a whole. And that's going to be until 10 o'clock tonight, or sorry, until 8:45 tonight. Had it on the tornado watch. 8:45 tonight, that severe thunderstorm warning as that continues to move south and east through Neshoba, Kemper, Noxubee, and Winston County. So that's where we stand with those. Back behind it doesn't look as impressive as what it did just a moment ago. Ackerman is kind of sandwiched between multiple thunderstorms right now, so we should be able to get a good visual right there of some of the storms moving on through. Let's see what we get a visual on there. And you can see Ackerman literally sandwiched between two of the stronger thunderstorms. They are not severe, but still going to maybe have some small hail, and I thought it would have a good amount of lightning. I mean, we've seen so many lightning strikes on our Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'll never doubt it again. My word, what a strike. Okay. So bringing it back, we are, you're of course seeing the lightning there. I'm never doubting Ackerman again. My apologies. And let's bring it over to our 2D mode and bring it back up here because this is the more concerning area right now and the fact that it is producing rotation. And I want to make sure that we keep eyes on this as it crosses the river because this looks like a boundary that's beginning to initiate a large part of these storms right there towards Hughes, Arkansas, towards the West Helena area, towards Tunica. In fact, we should have a view there on the river of at least some of that. Yeah, there you go. There's your storms firing up right along the river. Unfortunately, we don't have that reporting station up. Is there a way, let me see if I can zoom in on this specific camera there. So I want to make sure, yeah, there you go. That's what I want to take a look at real quick. Look at the lightning there. So this is looking on the towards the north. Right there on the horizon, you can see the large amount of lightning. So these are very energetic storms, a lightning strike every second. And yeah, did it just go out? No, okay. That strike scared me. I thought it went out. I mean, look at those cloud to ground strikes. I mean, I would not be shocked at all if we see a large number of power outages if these many strikes are working their way towards eastern Arkansas and will eventually move into West Mississippi. That's an area to pay attention to. Camera's holding on for dear life at this point. A big thank you to the folks there at MDOT for allowing us a view there of their West Helena camera, giving us a view. I mean, we're 10 miles an hour from the south working its way into this storm. Trying to see if there's anything at the base because we've had some of those rotating storms. Now, these are not the storms that I would be watching for rotation just yet. It's back behind it that we're getting some of that broad rotation taking place. But, I mean, you're seeing the strikes. My word, that is an energetic cell working across the river. So be keeping eyes on that behind the scenes. We should have multiple views. Let me see if I can swap over to another one of our views. This one looking more towards the south. So it shouldn't be as impressive of a return. as I can see the lightning flashing there still on the north view. But we're getting it to initiate all across the river. So we should be getting a few strikes out of this one as well. And then even down towards the south, or towards this other view. Yeah, some of those strikes getting out in there on the bridge as well. So West Helena, an action-packed area at this moment. We'll come back to this camera here in just a minute, but oddly quiet and still out of nowhere in Oxford. Let me look in Oxford real quick. So yeah, you guys are getting a lot of lightning there as well. I'm just paying attention here because that's where we have that tornado warning that is in effect until 8:30 for the St. Francis area, and eventually trying to move into potentially northwest Mississippi. That'd be closer to DeSoto County. I mean, towards South Haven if we were to track that. Let's actually get a look at the velocity. We are still getting that shear marker. You know, that doesn't, is that from, I'm going to carry this through. So that would be closer to Bon Air is where that rotation should have continued on to. So the shear marker might be off by just a slight margin as those latest scans are coming in, but that is not as impressive of a signature. Compare that to just a moment ago. And you see those brighter returns right there, kind of where that intersection is, that interaction. That's where we're getting some of that broad rotation, even there towards the Elkanah area, but that has since moved closer to Bon Air this evening. So yeah, I think something to pay attention to is the fact that we do have that forcing actually moving in, and that could allow some of those rotating storms to actually, you know, take that next step and potentially produce a brief tornado. It's not at all impossible with this setup. I want to go back behind it though, towards Morrow, and look specifically there at some broad rotation as well. This was earlier on warned as it moved through Keyville and the Emmons area. Now as it's moving through Hopper, it's still that same broad rotation, so it doesn't stand out necessarily, but definitely want to pay attention to. And as we look at reflectivity on that one, you can see where it's trying to wrap around there. Get some of that RFD trying. Trying is the key word. Does it fully take that next step? As of right now, I've not seen anything confirming that. Madison saying, do you think the tornado watch time will be extended past 10? It's another great point, because if you look out in Arkansas, 1 a.m. on your Wednesday is where the tornado watch does extend to. Well, it's moving in from the west to the east, but Mississippi's there at 10 p.m. I think one thing that the National Weather Service is watching here over the next 2-hour stretch is, do these tornadic storms carry over into North Mississippi? Is there still some rotation trying to take place? And that is what will allow them to extend that watch. I think that's what they're looking for, is some verification in these storms as they move into the North Mississippi area. So that's a great question. I do think that that overall we are going to continue to see how that plays out in the next 2 hours, and that'll answer some of those questions. Okay, we were tracking up there in the Memphis area. I want to bring it back down south for a little bit more detail there on this storm towards Louisville, moving closer to the Fern Springs and Handle area as well. That continues to look like some large hail. We can look at those peak threats to give us an idea of what's taking place, and that's 2 to potentially 2.5 inch stones falling just southeast of the Estes area, at least earlier on. Let me do a loop on this. I'm going to do a 15-minute loop. So earlier on, when you got those dark purples, I believe it was just around the Estes area. That's where we're talking maybe 2-inch stones falling there. So if anyone does have any reports there out of Estes, that would be great to get confirmation of what exactly is taking place, because we're looking aloft in this storm rather than you guys actually seeing it at the surface, unfortunately. We're still getting those probable returns on our True Shield Roofing hail threat or hail swath, and that is where we do expect some of these stones to potentially be reaching the surface. So you think it'll get serious in Senatobia? I think what we're dealing with right now is the fact that we could have a brief spin up, and we've seen some of these broadly rotating storms. We saw them earlier this afternoon, and those are continuing to move in later this evening. So I don't think it's impossible to get a brief spin up, especially over there towards northwest Mississippi as these storms begin to initialize. You have that forcing of the frontal system moving on in. I think those two things interacting could potentially produce a brief tornado here. But overall coverage, we're not talking about a ton of tornadoes here in North Mississippi. We're not talking strong tornadoes here in North Mississippi. These will be real brief and honestly pretty hard to catch too with the radar coverage, because it's going to be, I mean, you see how much action is there in the North Mississippi and eastern Arkansas area. So we're having to look into these storms to see the rotation take place. So getting an exact visual is hard, but we can at least detect it on our radar to give you guys a heads up. And I think we're going to be, the National Weather Service, I should say, is going to be pretty lenient with their warnings. I'm going to have to clear off lightning. It's just too much. So let me see reflectivity to see where we stand on that. So we're looking right here. This is the area that they're watching for any of that rotation to take place. Let me see this on a loop to see if that's an RFD or to see if this is actually a cell. It's going to be hard to see with a 15-minute loop because these are all beginning to initialize a little bit more. So I would say that's still kind of an RFD, at least trying. You have this more north-south development, so it allows that inflow to go directly into the cell and potentially wrap around there. So that's what we're looking into more towards the tuning area crossing in a few moments. I know we're all looking ahead and saying, what about Northwest Mississippi? And that is a great question, a valid question, and one that we can answer here in just a moment. Let me do a storm track on this. I'm going to have to look at the latest. It looks like right there. Let me see how this lines up. Yeah, so that lines up. So reflectivity and the broad rotation at least lining up with where we would expect that tornado to at least be trying to form. So that's going to be south of I-40, right next to Lakeside. And let's drag out a new path on this. We're going to keep it at about 40 miles an hour. And I'm going to make sure that we extend it well into North Mississippi. This is probably going to go into Tennessee, but there's at least some of that potential to perhaps clip Northwest Mississippi. So we'll go there, we'll go there.
That'll probably clip. That'll probably clip up there. South Haven will be in that one in all likelihood.
So there we go. So South Haven.
That'll at least be northern DeSoto County. Yeah.
Yeah. So South Haven there, 9:11 p.m. Olive Branch, same thing, 9:27. So have you talked to the? Oh, I'm sorry. I know you clicked the transition, but if you want to come back up, I was curious if you've been able to see anything from the National Weather Service there in Memphis about an extension on this warning.
They just mentioned they got a call of a confirmed tornado. That would have been at 8:13, so 2 minutes ago. That's where that is there. So while radar is in and out, they apparently got a call about it just a few minutes ago. So that's why they've gone confirmed tornado warning on that there. So the fact that this is night, and I don't think you're going to see anything on radar that's going to make you go, okay. It's saying that's not necessarily true, because let me take over for a second here.
Yeah.
So a little bit ago, I was able to see a couple little spin ups when this was a little bit farther west that were kind of obvious there. You only have a 15-minute time lapse. Let's make this a 1 hour time lapse and make this 1 minute time increment. You could see a couple like that one right there, south of Palestine, right there. And I don't know if that was probably. It's not impossible. That was a brief tornado there. You have another area up here closer to where is it, like Blackfish there. That's kind of gone. And there was one before that as well. So there's a few spots there where you can make some pretty reasonable assessments. And unfortunately, it's back in the precip, so there's not going to be a lot of viewing with that. So I think just in case, and you can see another shear marker on the south side as well. So until proven otherwise, I would still say I think it's reasonable that this probably clips DeSoto County, while the main threat might be a little bit north of that. I'd definitely be prepping folks up there that this additional warnings could be coming, and possibly a tornado warning up there at some point for that.
Do you want to take over and I can send a push out and,
Not. No, we're going to let the tornado warning that hits people's phones take care of that.
Okay.
On that, because I think they will do it with enough. We still have some time. You're looking South Haven 9/11. That's an hour from now. This storm could in no time flat, right?
True.
Like it's still possible that this one falls apart. So I don't want to get the cart before the horse on that.
True. Okay. So yeah, looking at those times, just for those that are over there in the DeSoto County area, we're 9:09 Horn Lake, 9:10 Memphis, 9:11 South Haven, 9:27 Olive Branch, if this were to hold together, and 9:29 Germantown. Now, this is a rotating storm that has been a confirmed tornado touchdown in eastern Arkansas. As this moves further towards the north and east, eventually making its way into DeSoto County here in North Mississippi. that's where we could have another brief tornado touchdown, and that's where you need to be close to your tornado safe place. Like Matt was mentioning, the potential is there for this to fall apart. That is the hope. But there is still a lot of instability here in North Mississippi that could allow some of these storms to not only strengthen, but potentially become another brief tornado touchdown. So that's what we're going to focus on here for the next few moments. So yes, just get to your safe place, call some individuals up there that you may know, whether it's loved ones, friends, family, and let them know that, hey, there is a rotating storm headed their way. We're monitoring this, and hopefully that is lifted, but I'd rather over-prepare than under-prepare in this circumstance, and I want you guys to stay safe. So it's starting to calm down here. Tennessee, Mississippi rail fan, what a name. Let me know where you're at so that way we can talk about those calmer conditions. But I do want to stay focused on this storm right here because we do still have that rotation being detected. I'm going to leave those times up there for anyone that wants to forward that to any loved one. Screenshot this, share it, and let them know. So as we look at those rotating parts, we're going to look at the velocity returns here real quick. Still, radar showing broad rotation. So the broad rotation not exactly telling the full story, because even earlier on, I would look at that. And tell you that it doesn't look impressive, but it doesn't have to look impressive on radar. Yesterday didn't look impressive on radar. Today, not looking overly impressive on radar, other than the hail, all things considered. But the wind modes have not looked overly impressive. But earlier on, we had that brief tornado touchdown, getting that confirmed by folks over there in northeast Arkansas. And that same storm is now, as we track this out, not too far away from the river. We're about, if I measure that out, 21 miles from reaching the DeSoto County area. And that's going to be trending right across the state line through Pinckney, through Walls, through South Haven, and potentially moving up there closer to Memphis. So I felt the power flicker for a moment. I got scared that was going to give on me. So that's what we're focusing on right now. But I do want to continue to assess what's happening down there in southeast part of our viewing area, right there in central Mississippi. And as we look out of the Jackson radar site, that is still some large hail coming through on that latest return on our reflectivity. That is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it expires 8:45 on your Tuesday. Right now it's 8:20, and we're continuing to assess this. Has been a severe thunderstorm for the last half hour or so as it's moved through parts of Louisville and up there closer to Ackerman and Ware. So that's what we're paying attention to tonight as we track this out, and we'll have to go about, I would take it all the way up to about 35 on this because it's been pretty consistent about that speed. We're Clearman 822, Fairhill 823, Golson. I know I've said your name so many times tonight. I'm hoping that this is the last for you, but Golson around 826, Sugarlock by 829, Wahalak 835, Cypress Mill 837, Scuba 845, Millington 849, Carter's 855, Electric Mills 857, Akron by 858, Hamner 907, Sledge 907, and Porterville 909, Sumterville by 911. So that's pushing it more into the Alabama area by that point. But we are expecting this to at least carry through the 8:45 hour. And as we look at those latest returns, I want to look at those peak threats just to make sure that we've assessed that. Does look like it may have come down a bit as it's gone through the Louisville area. Are we still on 1 minute scans? Yeah. Let me up this to a 5 minute. So as it's moved south of Louisville, that's where we were getting those higher returns on our peak threats, but that has since come down a bit. Hopefully a sign of a weakening trend, but still as of now producing at least some large hail in the area, and that's of course where we need to continue to pay attention to. So looking specifically at a few of those local regions, this is where we're watching that severe thunderstorm warning. Closer to Clearman 823, we're seeing the Cowlix area 836, Bennsville 848, Giles 855, Geiger 857, Gainesville 913, and Hamner by about 915, kind of adjusting that track to keep with that southeast direction. So it does look like they have knocked off a little bit of that severe thunderstorm that was in place, that severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. So we're knocking off some of those back parts where I was standing a moment ago, and now has moved towards the south and east. That's where we've adjusted that track to accommodate some of those areas. So could the storms in Arkansas make it all the way to Amory, Nettleton area? A great question. So go ahead and screenshot a snapshot of this. Let your folks know there in Kemper County and southern Noxubee County that there's a strong thunderstorm headed their way. because I do want to make our way back up there towards the north here in just a moment. So this is going to continue until 8:45. Expect that to continue throughout the duration of the warning because it is still a pretty strong thunderstorm right there. So Matt, that's the area that we have a warning in right now, but northwest Mississippi might get a little bit more interesting here in the next few scans.
Absolutely. So let's talk overview here for a moment. As you know, some folks are wanting to, the general, this has gone on a while. Let's be clear. We have not had a ton of severe weather out of these storms today. We've had a lot of warnings, and we're covering these warnings as they move into and through. Most of them have been hail, but the vast majority of all the red that you see here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, this is all, this is all just, heavy rainfall, the majority of this. Not obviously down here once we get down toward Noxubee, Winston counties, now exiting Winston County, moving down toward the south and east there. That's not the case for Kemper County. Like that is a stronger thunderstorm, moving toward you. That's the reason why, of course, you have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. So for folks going, okay, but what about, are we done? The reality is unfortunately, the answer is no. I think the best way to show that here is if I'm going to clear off all the precipitation, all the radar returns here for a moment. I'm just going to take them all off. And I'm going to take off all of, I'm going to leave the warnings on. I'm going to take off all of those. So the best way to describe the fact that we still unfortunately have a severe weather threat is to go back an hour, right? See how there are two, and I might have to move it a little bit over here for you to see it. We had two areas where the National Weather Service, both Jackson down here, I believe that's Jackson counties down there, and Memphis, had chosen to remove locations from the tornado watch because things had died down. They hadn't removed everybody, but where the storms had died down, they'd removed it. And then about 25 minutes ago, both offices had to go and add those locations back in to the tornado watch. And that's what these blue counties are here. So yeah, if we're looking Amory, we're looking at all these other folks, yeah, the tornado watches are in place for you. And we do expect there's a greater potential to probably see active weather next few hours, but no guarantees that we're going to be talking about tornadoes. But those odds, there's still a pretty decent chance we're going to have some issues going forward. Our meteorologist, Gabe Manor, again, back in the studio, monitoring things. Gabe?
New tornado warning coming out for Ashley County, Arkansas. And why that's important to us is because that's on the southern fringe of that boundary. That's not too far outside of Greenville. And so that's showing that there's still some tornadic potential even further south. And that's why we, of course, need to stay weather aware. That's why the watch is in place. So as we look behind the scenes here, that is where we're seeing that new tornado warning being issued. I'll be honest, the rotation on that is a bit more impressive. I want to zoom in on this one and then we'll go back up there towards the north and west. But it is still a bit of a ways away. But if we're looking at that rotation, we're getting those brighter returns of at least some of that inflow, that outflow, that RFD trying to at least wrap itself around. So I'm watching this storm in a little bit more detail because as that continues towards Hamburg, Mist, Montrose, and Portland, that's not far away from us here in North Mississippi. Again, as we track that out, we measured it out earlier with our northwest storm. We're going right at the heart of that rotation. We're about 48 miles, which here, I would say that's in the next hour or so, at least trying to make its way there to Greenville, potentially Arcola, Hollandale. Here, I'll let you take over. But that's one to pay attention to. Even this one back behind it, I know it's still a little bit higher aloft, but that's one where we need to keep eyes on for sure. So let's do a longer track on this. We're going to focus it in the heart of that rotation and kind of press that all the way into North Mississippi, or should I say Central Mississippi at that point. And as we kind of bring down some of those towns a bit, you can see Montrose 9:03. So current time 8:27. We're still a bit of a ways away from this entering all the way into North Mississippi, and a lot can change. Hopefully it does. Portland 9:03, Lake Village 9:19, Eudora 9:25. That's where we're getting close to the state line. Arcola 9:50, Hollandale, we're eventually right there along Highway 61, 9:53, and then closer to Yazoo City, getting further into the night by 35. So Matt, that's one to pay attention to for sure, as that looks a little bit more impressive because it has a direct inflow to it. It's not cluttered with storms like up there towards the north and west. And so I'd be keeping eyes on that. And we should have a visual on it here in the next probably half hour as that moves closer to Greenville to maybe see some of the structure on it, see some of the cloud to ground strikes that we have with it. So definitely keeping eyes on that cell as well as the one up there towards the north and west.
Okay, I'm gonna let you keep tracking those on the BAM for a minute here. I need to check a couple of things behind the scenes on the computer that's at the monitor at the wall for a second. All right.
Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and bring it back here. And one thing that I'm going to do is jump back up to this cell up there towards the north and west, because that is a little bit closer and has a potential, as we saw a few scans ago, unfortunately, to touch down and do some damage there. So a brief tornado touchdown earlier on, still seeing some of that rotation. You're getting that view there on reflectivity. Curious how that lines up. Yeah, I mean, you're still getting that wind. So we're looking basically, if we want to annotate right here, we'd be looking right here for that rotation, putting that back on. Oh, is it not going to let me double dose it? Will it? I don't think it will. So no, unfortunately it will not, but at least we can see it on our wind mode right here, and that shear marker now lining up with it. So we have that to at least mark it, and we can go back to reflectivity mode and track that into the DeSoto County area, because it does look like it's at least getting towards Pinckney, Walls, and South Haven here.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We need to stop here. We need to look at Tunica for just a second. Give me a moment. Because that return caught my eye.
Yes.
While we were looking at that a second ago, and we need to know what that is. Now that is something. Let's see how many scans that's been there. It's been there a couple of scans. Let's see if the location line. Well, let's just take a look at it. I don't want to judge it until because notice how that is not on there. So I don't want to overinflate what that is at this point. But it's interesting for sure. I don't know if it's more impressive or not, because it might sound weird to say that, because I don't know if that's all the way even in the storm itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're looking, let's circle the whole area there and put like a line right through the middle of it. We look at the rainfall there. That's, most of that rotation's outside of the storm. Let me check something here behind the scenes. Okay, Weather Service obviously is still just they're watching it. I think one of the things that they're looking at, and I think the same thing that I'm looking at here, is there's almost no return on the wind showing up there, which is interesting. Almost no precipitation return. Sorry, let me think for a second here. There are days where I can think and talk at the same time, and I think I might have used up a lot of my think and talk for a moment. So let me make sure we're looking at the right spot here. There's still, it's rotating. That might be side lobe contamination. I'm going to see if I can pull up a camera from up there for you here in a minute. So let's get a track on that east. Let's zoom about the 40 miles per hour. Let's double check the angle, make sure that we have that correct, just in case something weird happens with that. That's almost directly east. We're going to assume it's still about the same 40 that it's been going, and they cancel the tornado warning up north because that circulation has fallen apart. But there's a track on this one here closer to Tunica. Again, no official warning on this here, but an area of circulation that bears monitoring. It's, all things considered, a relatively weak return, pretty much just east of Tunica. I'm going to check some cameras up there here in a second. I'll have more information for you here in just a minute. We might be able to see that using our camera up there in Senatobia, or not in Senatobia, but we have a camera. It's in the rainfall. Here in a minute, their Crenshaw camera might be good for this. So anyway, there's a track in the short term. More updates on that here in a minute. So go ahead, Gabe.
Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and track that out for you guys here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We're seeing Little Texas Air by 8:37, Dooley by 8:40, Pritchard 8:41, Savage 8:41 as well, Evansville 8:42, Cottonville 8:44, Strayhorn by 8:48, Arkabutla by 8:50, Eliphaz same time frame 8:50, Kelly's Crossing 8:52, and Crockett by 8:53. This is again that area of rotation that our Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon was mentioning just a moment ago, about some of that rotation that's been showing up the last couple of scans, and you kind of see that progress. Let's go over that 30-minute loop and so you can get a visual on this. But, as it's gone through the area, getting those brighter returns right there started to intensify just a bit, and we're continuing to get that even on the latest scans. So one good note is the fact that we've seen this tornado warning be lifted towards the eastern Arkansas area. So while we could still be getting those damaging winds, fortunately the rotation is not as impressive there as it moves closer to DeSoto County there on those latest scans. So hopefully that continues to be the case. I do still see some strong wind returns, so that potential is still there. So definitely one to pay attention to, that is for sure. I do see behind the scenes, let me make sure I have this pulled up. This was hail in the Chester area. This was submitted by one of our weather watchers there out in the field from Amy, and this is of some of the hail that we've been getting there across the area. So you can see over there in Chester, definitely getting about, I would say that's dime to nickel sized hail there. I'm trying to, judge the base of the boards, but appreciate that report, Amy, and just letting us have those eyes on the ground of those hailstones that continue to fall here across the North Mississippi area. So looking at the latest there, we still have the broad rotation. And so if you're in any of these areas, I would say continue to be steps away from that safe place just in case. Can't be too cautious in a nocturnal setup like what we have here in North Mississippi tonight, as that unstable air mass still continues to be overhead. Now let's line this up with reflectivity once again. So I will have to mark this real quick. I want to make sure that we keep that circulation circled and that we swap this over to our reflectivity mode. That's lining up better with at least some stronger DBZs. Yeah, we need to be paying attention to that. Moving through Tunica, hopefully getting a view on that here shortly. And of course, that's an area where we've seen some decent rotation. As of the latest, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. They're going to reassess the ongoing storm. So they're taking a look at that a little bit more as that continues to move through the southern fringes there of Tunica County. So let's go out there towards Shelby. A new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for Shelby, the Mound Bayou, Cleveland, Drew. And we actually do have a view there out of Cleveland that we should be able to get a view on this storm with. Hopefully oriented the right way. We'll be looking towards the north to get a visual on that storm. We're for sure looking the right way. 73 degrees, 70-degree dew points, and that is in effect until 9:30 this evening. Current time 8:35, and this is for Bolivar County as well as all across Shelby and Cleveland there. So this is in place due to the strong winds, Matt, as these are moving on through. So we're paying attention to that. I want to make sure I have all the details there with the latest on this warning. But yes, due to those strong gusty winds that we've been getting with this setup, you can see the amount of lightning showing up, that this is still a pretty intense storm. And as we look out to the west as well, we are also keeping an eye on that Ashley County storm that does have some of that broad rotation. They're talking golf ball sized hail possible. So more hail expected with that setup on top of the potential tornado as well. So that's out there towards Arkansas, but eventually moving closer to North Mississippi. This is a look out of Cleveland, getting a good visual there. I would assume, is this looking to the north, Matt, if you want to jump in here? I assume so.
I'll have to check. That's one of those. Do you have HazCams pulled up on that?
I can do it. I didn't know if you were doing it behind the scenes.
No. Most of the time, I'm going to pop up a camera, and then I'm working on a few other things as well. On that,
so this is looking west. So
okay, that's probably the direction we want to keep that, because there's a. Did you just do that, or did Dave do that?
I did that. My bad.
Okay. Yeah, you'll probably want it still kind of looking back toward the west, because there's storms both west and north there of the Cleveland area. So I'll let you take that here for a minute, and let's get some storm tracks on it. Okay. And let's kind of bounce around a little bit more and get some storm tracks on the different ones. You're going to want to also change probably to a different radar site to have a better look at that.
Okay. Yes. So let's go ahead and change it over to. We'll go Jackson radar right there. And I might actually need to toss it over to the chroma real quick, because I will need to do a different storm track. So bear with me. We're going to swap it over to a different camera view. And let's go ahead and do a storm track on this. We're going to keep that 40-mile-an-hour motion with this cell as it moves on through. So as we look here, right there, I'm going to go right along that leading edge. I want to make sure I get the motion right on this as it moves over the last hour. So that looks to continue to move. The warning was drawn up. I'm curious if the warning was drawn up for more of the southern fringes of the cell, because that looks like it's going directly east at that point. So let's go ahead and draw that out. And I'm going to go to the latest scan. I'm going to draw out the leading edge right there. and continue that towards the about 40 miles an hour. And then we're getting a look at the Renova area, 838, Cleveland Crossing, 839. So we're right in that time frame right now. And Dwiggins by 839, Minot 842, Parchman 842. We're in Rome 842, the Laughlin area 846, Cleveland by that same time frame 846, Skeen 849, and Longshot by 852. So we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour with this storm, and that warning is in effect until 9:30. So honestly, we might need to redo the storm speed on this one. So let me do that real quick with this one cell real quick. So that way we do have at least an updated speed on these. I think that'll be really important with assessing some of these chances further into the night. So, it still keeps it about 40 miles an hour. So all things considered, we're around that same time frame. So maybe moving out of that warning a little bit earlier, but we're paying attention to this general area right here in southeast Arkansas and western Mississippi for some of those stronger storms moving in. Let's go back here towards the Noxubee County storm, because this continues to be one that stands out as a hail producer, has been for several scans now, all the way back there towards Louisville, where we were getting about 1.5-inch stones as well. So as that moves closer to Sugarlock, let's go ahead and do a storm track on that whole leading edge. And this is moving out of the warning, but I do foresee them at least extending another warning, because we are still getting some of those darker DBZ returns, meaning large hail is still a realistic possibility. So as that goes towards the south and east, these have been moving at about 35 miles an hour. So going to be a little bit slower than the ones out to the west. And we're seeing Scuba there, 844, Binsville, 845, Millington, 845, Giles, 851, Panola around that same time frame, Warsaw, 858, Hamner, 906, where Lizzieville closer to 922, Fowler, 925, Miller, 925, and Allison by 926. So watching those areas in particular for some large hail development, but it's been a hail producer throughout the entirety of our night. In fact, we do have a view there in Macon. Let's take a look there at our Macon camera to see if we get a visual on this storm. And this one may have to be moved as well. This is looking towards the south and west. So this would be looking right there. I would assume so. That's 224. So that's, I think that's exactly towards the south and west. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see. I'm going to move this behind the scenes over to more of a southerly direction to make sure that we get a direct shot on this storm. Macon there, and we are going to go south, so just a little bit more. Yeah, so there we should get a visual. So let's hold it here for a moment. And we should be getting a high lightning production right there looking south, because if you look at the orientation of the storms, they're directly south of that Macon camera, and there's lightning that's expected with it. You're getting some of the city lights there in Macon as well, and down there towards it should be towards Shuqualak, as we just tracked a moment ago, and that's going to continue to move south and east further into southwest Alabama, actually. So that warning in effect until 8:45. That continues for the next 4 minutes or so, but I think they'll draw a new one up to at least accommodate for some of those some of that hail threat moving forward into.
I think that they're going to actually let that one. I was going to try to get in before you said. I think they're going to go ahead and let that one expire because of the downtrend on it. I know there's still a lot of heavy rainfall, and there's probably some hail, but there have not been a lot of reports, unless people are just not sending them in. There have not been a lot of reports out on it for the last little bit here. And looking 3D on it, it's not quite as tall as it was. Mm-hmm. And I think that combination there, if we slice on it, I think is the reason they'll probably go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and get a slice right across it. Yeah. See, most of the, so while you have the really heavy returns, they're down sub 10,000 feet. Whereas, a little bit ago, let me see if I can back that up a little bit. A little bit ago there, they were a little higher than that, but they've been down there at that level for a while. So that's typically when the storms are more likely to be producing just really, really heavy rainfall and a lot of small hail as opposed to big hail.
That makes sense. So, well, there you go. That's good news.
Yeah.
So as we assess, so we can, we just tracked that one out. So let's go ahead and jump to our next weather maker, which unfortunately is going to be out west again. And these are trending across an unstable atmosphere here in North Mississippi. So we got to go through the environment once again. That's why we've said that we're not done with the threat tonight. It will continue, or this afternoon, it will continue into the evening as well. And I did see someone in the chat saying they have They have school tomorrow. You guys have school tomorrow. That's not going to change. So make sure to get some sleep. Get some sleep with weather call. One of the things that we've not talked about in quite a while. Let's actually discuss that here for a moment, and then I will jump on these storms out there towards Arkansas. So one of the things that we partner with here on Mississippi Live Weather is Weather Call. It is something that can keep your family safe, not only safe, but it could save their lives because it calls you for tornadoes. It calls you for severe weather. It calls you for a confirmed tornado touchdown. So it's calling you twice for a tornado warning if needed. And that's going to make sure to wake you up. One thing behind the scenes, I know that if I get a phone call, I'm immediately jumping to my watch, I'm immediately jumping to my phone to figure out what it is. If I get a text or the notification, I'm going to hold that off until after we're live, so that way I'm able to, stick around with you guys and keep you guys informed. So, calls do matter. Calls have a little bit more of an importance in our lives, and that's why Weather Call is such a beneficial thing. $15 a year. Scan the QR code there on the bottom of your screen, and you'll be able to not only help your family, but potentially save their life in the future. $15 a year is less than, or a little bit more than $1 a month. And I know I spend way too much money on things that don't matter in my life that are more than $1, and that's possibly every day. So I know that I could spare a little over $1, and I'm sure that a lot of families could as well. So it's definitely worth the investment, that is for sure. So let's go ahead and go back over here towards the Hamburg storm over there towards Arkansas. And one of the big things with this is the fact that we have seen a tornado warning on this storm, and that is issued until 9:30. Now, as we look out of our Jackson radar site, I want to make sure I swap this over to wind mode because earlier on it was having some impressive returns. That is broader rotation. Let me put this on a loop and we can look at this over the last 30 minutes. You can see those brighter greens, when those were showing up, that's where the concern was kind of increasing on this storm. We're still getting some broad rotation. That's still a decent rotation, a decent couplet right there, but overall, it is still broad and have not gotten any confirmation out of that storm just yet, but we are continuing to watch that as it moves towards southeast Arkansas and will eventually get closer to the Hollandale and Rolling Fork area. We can track out the latest on that scan, and this one we're going to keep at about 40 miles an hour, and that does look to be trending towards the south and east. That might be too far south and east. I'm trying to make sure I get the angle on this. They've been east, they've been northeast, they've been southeast, they've been everything possible. So there you go. There's a look at the storm track, and we're going to change this over to, we'll go at about 70 miles away so that we can get well into North Mississippi. And let me narrow these towns down. There we go. So getting a look at some of those times where Eudora 936, Arcola 1006, Hollandale 1009, and then Anguilla, I believe is how you say that, 1017. And that's going to be moving close to the Rolling Fork area as well. So this is that broad rotation. So far has not produced anything, but that is kind of a cell isolated by itself that could potentially produce later on. Hopefully not, but just saying that potential is there. I want to take it back to our Monroe County site because I want to continue to assess things here in North Mississippi, as I know a lot of you guys are wondering, well, what's it doing in my area? Well, let's go ahead and look at what's taking place. This one towards Hickory Flat stands out. Let's put lightning back on. I want to see if this is a high lightning producer. This is out there towards Myrtle, the New Albany area, Hickory Flat. Oh wait, I changed radar sites. Let me change it back. So that one could have some small hail with it. I'm curious if it has, yeah, some of that hail swath is showing up. So let's take this back over the last couple of scans because I think this is one that may be strengthening as it moves closer to the northeast side of Lafayette County and now into, it's following a very similar track to the one yesterday, as a matter of fact. So that's one to pay attention to. I'm not sure how much it'll be able to strengthen, but some small hail not impossible there towards Myrtle and as it moves there towards the east. And as we track this out, we are going to take this. I need to do a new speed on this because it is going to be, with a different cluster, and with a different cluster comes a different speed. So there we go. If we track that out. Yeah, see, that's way down. I was about to say that is a slow move.
Well, at least with the color palette that I have, it makes interference. It doesn't pick us up as much interference.
Okay. Makes sense. I never use it for anything.
Yeah. I mean, I did in the as much, so I switched color palettes, and then I realized that with that color palette specifically, it, for some odd reason, shows less interference.
Yeah. That checks out. I will be tracking this thing with my drone. If we can get in front of it and in front of the inflow, that's what I'm
expected to kind of remain along the county line. 901 towards Pumpkin Center, Cotton Plant 905, Concord.
There near the Shelby community in western Mississippi. There, as you can see, in Bolivar County, a storm that's going to be crossing into Sunflower County here soon. It looks like within the next few minutes here as well. So a lot of lightning with that storm, and we're just kind of sort of watching as we're looking into that thunderstorm, looking kind of northwestish still. I'm going to take that to the right based on what I just saw a moment ago. So give me just a moment here. We'll hold it right about there. See, oh man, okay, it overdid it. But that might not be the wrong. That still might not be the wrong angle. Looking through that tower there. Let's go and hold it right there for a moment. We're looking kind of northeast. You can see some of the low clouds there. It's going to take some time just kind of watching this. There you can see kind of an inflow cloud. I don't know if I'd have to pop that behind me. Yeah, I think that's what that looked like. Inflow into the storm there. I don't know if that's necessarily what we have in the foreground in the upper right-hand corner. I'm going to give this back to you. I'm going to send you back to the wall. We're going to pull up a few things. There's another radar site I need to look at, so I'm going to send it back to you back in the studio.
Okay, and while you're doing that, we can, of course, keep eyes on this behind the scenes, but I also want to make note that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning towards northwest Mississippi. This storm that produced a brief tornado over there towards eastern Arkansas, now producing a severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto County. So this is the exact area that we were tracking a moment ago, lining up well with our time here in northwest Mississippi. Now, I know the question Do we have any rotation with it? Because earlier on we did. Let's track that out. With that being said, Norfolk is an area where I would be paying attention, because as you look right there, you see that S shape that we begin to have, that little appendage that tries to go out. That's where it could potentially be an RFD trying to get a little bit out ahead of it. Some of those stronger winds as well being seen with that. So Norfolk, let's track that out, because that's an area where we are seeing potentially some of that broad rotation. And this will be, they have it more of a southeasterly path. Let me put a track on this. Let me put this on a loop. So I want to make sure we have this in the right direction. That's right. Okay. So over there towards Norfolk, an area where I would be paying attention because there is some broad rotation on that one. We're seeing Walls by 859, the Lakeview area 901, South Haven 902, Lynchburg 904, Barnesville 904, Horn Lake 909, South Haven 911, and Plum Point by about 916, Pleasant Hill by 921 as well. Now, this is an area where there is some broad rotation. Let's stop the loop real quick, and I want to zoom in on this one, because you see it on our, was my audio okay? I think my IFB is dying as we speak, because we've been live for a good while. So thank you for staying with us here tonight. But right here, where you get that little RFD trying to jut out potentially.
Is good.
It is good? Okay.
Your mic is good. And you're right, that spot where it kind of juts out there is one that we have to watch. And honestly, what we also need to do while we're talking about this, we probably need to switch out your microphone before it dies as well. Put mic 1 on the charger, get mic 2 off of there.
Okay. And I'm going to swap my batteries too. So if you want to take over for like 2 minutes, I will get that done.
Yeah, no, I'm take over for a few minutes
that
here.
Looks more impressive.
I think it does look more impressive than it did before. So bring it back in here again. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You've been hearing our meteorologist Gabe Mainers. We're assessing some storms. See how, and he is correct here in spotting this. The way this is jutting out is what that kind of looks like when one of these tries to spin up a tornado. So I would say, Gabe was asking a little bit ago about, do we need to do a push notification? I would say we could probably do one up here for locations there. Horn Lake, South Haven, say rotation increasing on a thunderstorm for some of those spots there. We'll check our radar with the at the Memphis airport. Definitely shows that trying really hard to do something. So Gabe, let's get a push out for folks up there, letting them know that this could pop up, could potentially try to wrap up and produce a tornado. I think we still have a little time, maybe a few minutes before that happens there, but I'd rather just get a push saying that rotation is increasing on a storm in northern DeSoto County. That would be the angle I would take on it. I would take that. You can get all of DeSoto County for that. I would take it over there to northern sections of Marshall County, and obviously South Tennessee for some of those spots there. Those would be the spots I'd be looking at kind of. And yeah, you can take a wider shot if you need to on that. So where you see this missing data on there is where the radar is going, hold on, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right is the exact thing that we look for here when we're looking at this, because there is a spot right there, again, east of Norfolk, west of Walls, where that circulation has gotten a little bit stronger. I'm going to check our shear rate from the Memphis from the Memphis Weather Service radar. Starting to show again some of the stronger winds. And here's the thing that gets me is even from that longer distance away, it sees that spot there where it's like, hey, stronger wind. That's when we're starting to see wind shear of around 58 miles per hour. That would have been a scan or two ago. And we have a better position here looking at the radar site from the airport there. We might have a small tornado there near Norfolk at this instant. So I'm going to circle this. We're going to get a storm track on this as well. So right here is the spot that we are concentrating on there. Hold on. Let's go ahead and clear that off. I think. There we go. Right there. And so let's go ahead and loop this a couple times here. Leave this a 30-minute loop, and we will get the exact angle on this as well. I'm going to still assume that this is probably moving about 40 miles per hour or so, go 40, 45 miles per hour toward the south and east. But this is, at this point, I would say enough evidence to say this is probably a damaging portion of this thunderstorm. You can see some of the locations there on the screen. I think we've overdone it on the number of locations. It's really kind of the center track of this in particular that we're looking at an area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phases up here in DeSoto County, Mississippi. There's our tornado warning. So again, Gabe will do a general push for everybody, let them know tornado warning have been issued for DeSoto County, Mississippi. The area that Gabe was identifying just a moment ago has spiked up, and that rotation has strengthened to the point where a tornado has potentially touched down up here. So we need to make sure that if you live up here in DeSoto County, that we are in our tornado safe place. That's going to be the sturdy structure or a middle of a lowest floor of a sturdy structure up there, a place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm going to change my cone here. We're going to do a track on this. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to refine that track a little bit more. These are not going to be long-lived tornadoes, and it's entirely possible that whatever tornado we spotted a second ago could lift very, very shortly if it's even still on the ground. Let's go ahead and we're going to shrink that cone in. I think I should be able to do that just a little bit. Yes, I want to refine where we're looking at because we do have a fairly high confidence level. We're going to shrink the beginning width of it a little bit to make sure that we're kind of as precise as possible on where this is going. But this will be crossing Highway 61 within about the next 25 to 30 seconds or so up here for locations near 302, Mrs. Highway 302 and US Highway 61 up here. We need to make sure we are in our tornado safe place. We need to make sure that we are not in an unsafe place. And sometimes that's the best we can do, is not in an unsafe place. That's going to be a small windowless room is where obviously we want to be. So we don't want to be in cars, trucks, manufactured homes, large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows. These are the places we want to try to avoid if at all possible. This is a tornado warning issued a moment ago there. From the National Weather Service, their description there, likely be a quick spin-up tornado if it produces a tornado, and I agree. That means that it is entirely possible that, and sometimes in this case, that by the time we can say, hey, I think that's a tornado, it might have already lifted. That's why we build our armor, because we don't always have a whole lot of time. So we want to think about multiple ways to find out if we're in the danger zone. The Mississippi Live Weather app should be in that arsenal. Weather call should be in that arsenal. But whether it's Code Red and National Weather Service weather radio, we need multiple layers to protect ourselves, because whatever the circulation is probably pretty close to Mississippi Highway 302 and its intersection there with Highway 61 up in DeSoto County. So again, reminder on that safe place, we want to be in a small windowless room there. So wider shot here for a moment. This is west of Horn Lake. You can see I have Horn Lake on there at 9:10, the time frame for arrival time for you. Walls, of course, it's over top of you now. It is highly likely that whatever tornado happens in this situation is there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. We might already have seen it lift. That's how short-lived some of these circulations are. And part of the reason I think that might be the case, and I think if you're ahead of this, if you're any of the towns that I have on there, don't go off of my kind of maybe, hopefully. I think this, I'm a smart guy, but I'm not perfect. But here is my thought process on this as I kind of advance this forward. We're getting 1 minute data here from the airport radar at the Memphis airport. And the leading edge of our strong wind is now again of 61, but it's a spot right back there where I think we briefly had our spin up. If you go back a couple of scans here when it was a little bit west of Walls, again, we're looking at 1 minute data here from the Memphis airport right there. When you have kind of this sort of hole in the data, that's what we sometimes look at. See how that wraps in? There's a place where the wind was able to wrap in and around on that, produce a tornado. That tornado's probably circulation, whatever circulation it was, is now back inside of the rainfall there, and that leading edge of strong winds is the biggest impact. So again, it's entirely possible that we could have little spin-ups like this that form up and down this line as it moves eastward. So tornado warning does continue again for DeSoto County. I can't guarantee that that's going to stay in effect a super long period of time. And one thing that's critical to know about this particular warning, we're really close to a radar. We've got spectacular view of this. There are going to be times tonight where we don't. I'm talking about you guys in Union County, Tippah County, Alcorn County. You know who I'm talking about, and all the way down the Delta where we just don't have a great view of these storms because we don't have close radars. One like this is the kind that's going to make the National Weather Service pull on additional tornado warnings, even if they sniff something. And I don't blame them. That's probably the right way to handle it. But that is to say, because of what we see here, the likelihood of us seeing more tornado warnings tonight, I think, greatly increases. And it could be a night where we have some false alarms. We're not going to know until after the fact if it's a false alarm. But we need to prepare accordingly, assuming that things are as bad as they could be, and then hoping for the best, right? You always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So a tornado warning continues here for DeSoto County. Right where I'm putting that little white line is where we expect that rotation, if it is occurring, if that circulation is occurring, that it most likely is. As I'm checking our radar here, we're looking, again, this is blockier because we're looking from farther away there back to the northwest out there at the Memphis National Weather Service office. Up this from Millington, Tennessee is where this radar image is initiating from. And you can see there's definitely still shear at that same spot. And looking from that radar site at the area of circulation, this is going to be the problem we run into. It was very clear cut on the airport radar. That looks like we could have something, right? I think this is about the time here, about 8:57. If we go look back and look at the radar, yeah, where we probably had a tornado right there. And notice if you look from the Weather Service radar, that is not that far away at that point, doesn't show up. So that's going to be the problem we have tonight, is that by the time it's obvious on the Weather Service radar, we're far, it's possible that it touches down and lifts up before that point in time. So brief tornadoes are going to be what we see, brief tornado warnings. And unfortunately, there's not going to be a ton of lead time that goes with these kind of storms. I would say our tornado has lifted by this point here. I believe our tornado will have almost certainly lifted out here in DeSoto County, but along the leading edge of this area here of greens is where we have our strongest wind gusts. I'm gonna track it close to 40, 45 miles per hour. We'll double check to see if that is the adjusted speed on this. Give me just a moment to read through something here. They're going 35 miles per hour, so I'm going maybe a little fast on my track, assuming that maybe this picks up a little bit of speed. So as we look ahead on this here, you can see some times there. Extending that out, and I'm going to change the cities so we can go a little farther ahead on this. So this can shrink the number of cities a little bit, but Horn Lake 906, this is going to be a wall of wind. I think it's probable the tornado risk, the tornado is probably lifted. Again, I'm not perfect, radar's not perfect, and we're always looking at something that's at least a couple minutes old. But South Haven 906, I think I would still recommend that you are in those tornado safe places if you're in these locations here, because the spin ups are going to occur on the leading edge of kind of this wind, and anytime it kind of curls back in, it's going to be one of those times where that's a possibility of what we see. And we have spectacular look at this because we're just so close. The airport radar is right there. If you've driven along I-55 there in DeSoto County, and there's kind of a big golf ball looking thing next to the road, that's the radar. Looks for turbulence for planes going in and out of the Memphis airport there. And so what it does a spectacular job is looking at wind and these sorts of things, shear, so that, all those planes can get in and out without there being any problems. But we're just really, really close to it, so we have a spectacular look at it. Unfortunately, pretty soon, we're going to be too far away to have that same kind of look. So we're going to have to start making guesses more on some of those storms, like this one near Senatobia. I mean, I show a little bit of shear on that. Let's check the rotation on here. Again, it's fairly broad on this, but that's one that once you see it one place, you start worrying of whether or not there's some other ones there that you might be missing. So let's get a storm track on this, and we'll come back up to our tornado warning, which I do believe will probably be canceled before the conclusion of that warning there. So we're looking Senatobia 9/11 there. This is just some gusty winds. This is a strengthening storm, and hopefully remains below severe limits. Hopefully it doesn't do anything crazy, but here are some times, as you can see, toward Luxoma at 9:22, and eventually Wyatt there about 9:34. If for one reason or another this one decides to do something crazy like that. Let's go wide, make sure we're not missing anything here for a moment. Most of the storms farther south are a bit weaker. We're going to come back here to our radar site out of Monroe County. We're going to look up there toward Union County in 2 seconds. I want to just see we're far enough back west on those storms back out there toward Arkansas that we're okay for the time being. So let's come up here And let's look at this storm up here in Union County, and we'll come back to northwest Mississippi. So no official warning up here. You're under a tornado watch in Union County. And checking out the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I don't see anything that's overly concerning at this moment. So we're not going to spend a bunch of time on this here. That just was a little brighter than most. It was worth a look over. But where we continue to have a potential for a damaging storm, whether it's from damaging straight line winds or a damaging tornado, is up here near Aidens, Horde Lake, and the Yago community there. As we show the wind, we're looking from a long, long distance away. Yeah, there's broad rotation. Looking from a little bit closer at the Memphis radar, it's picking up what we call a shear marker, an area that's designed to look for wind shear, the change in wind direction, to get my attention and say, hey, are you paying attention? So let's pay attention to the closest radar site. That's the one from the Memphis airport. And I do not see the same kind of intense circulation that we had on this just a few minutes ago. So going back here, I do believe it's probable that whatever tornado we had has probably lifted. In saying that, it still could be a damaging storm. But certainly we always want to approach one of these with as much caution as possible. Let's talk about, again, why this was issued for a moment here. Doppler radar detected rotation that very well could have developed into a tornado on a thunderstorm producing. As you can see the lines here, that's all lightning strikes. So just an absolute massive amount of lightning. We got, what, 1,700 strikes here. So I know this is a scenario where if you're out ahead of this, out here for Olive Branch or Cedar View or Lewisburg or Bright there, as it eventually crosses the 269 loop there, this is going to go through some spots over the next little bit. You might be thinking ahead, well, what should we do now? I would recommend this is the time in advance in case this does something again for you where we need to be kind of getting to the sturdy place. So this is kind of how we evaluate where we're at, the potential that we could have a storm try to rotate and spin up a tornado. Obviously, our concern here, but at this time, things do look a little bit better on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Gabe behind the scenes is getting us up a couple of Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in along that area that he's going to show for us here in a second. So we'll hopefully check in with him here in a couple minutes on that as he is doing that. But again, mainly straight line wind, in my opinion, here versus where we were even just about 10 minutes ago. Let's reset here things for a second. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi here, tracking a tornado warning that's been issued here for DeSoto County. The point at which we possibly had a tornado touchdown, we have to go back here a few minutes, probably about 8:57. And considering the current time is about 9:09 here, this is only about 10 minutes ago, but we get great radar data from about 15 minutes ago, I should say. Whatever that circulation is deep within the rainfall now. In saying that, it does not take a whole lot of time for one of these to kink up again, and where we sometimes get these to kind of jut ahead, gives an opportunity for wind to then impinge in here and try to then wrap back into one of these. So this is already moving through Horn Lake with strong and potentially damaging wind gusts there. And then all along the leading edge here, I'd say 60-mile-per-hour winds a possibility with this. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, behind the scenes, he is tracking the latest on.
Yeah, Matt, as we take a look out there in the DeSoto County area, this is over there towards Horn Lake. And one of the things that you can see is, of course, the camera bouncing there with a strong wind gust, but you also get a visual of the sheets of rain that's blowing across the screen. Now, this is looking towards the west, so you can see this just getting more and more intense. Flashers are already coming on because of the heavy rainfall and gusty winds, making it nearly impossible to see and drive. So please, if you're in DeSoto County, do not get out in this. This is a tornado warning, and if all else fails, it is still gusty winds, whether it's rotating or straight line.
And tornadoes will likely be short-lived in this situation. If you have one there that's right along 55. There north of 69. Let's try to see some of those here in a minute, and maybe look along 269 as well, because I think this is about to get organized again. It's typically fairly short-lived, but look, Gabe, at where we're at with this here. We have this once again going a little more vertical here, a little more north and south. As that happens, that's the sign that this is possibly kicking out, and then you get the winds come in here, try to pinch off. So that is what is probably happening here. It's happening pretty close to the radar site. If it's going to produce another one of these brief ones, it's south of the Yago area. north of Nesbit, probably east of Nesbit there, where it's trying once again to get rotation to strengthen a bit more here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. So if you're up here in DeSoto County, we need to be in that tornado safe place. This is at this point primarily south of South Haven, south of Olive Branch, north of Nesbit, north of Hernando, and a fairly concentrated area here where we have the greatest concern that this could try to produce something. We're going to keep it, we'll say 35 to 40 miles per hour. And there's our storm track looking ahead on this. Gabe, I'm going to let you list off, I'm going to let you show that camera, and then I'm going to let you list off the names. I'm going to check a different radar here for just a moment. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, back in our studios. Gabe?
Yeah, Matt, so directly at the intersection there, 55 and 269 is where we'll get a view here in just a moment. But first, well, actually, let's get it right now. So this is looking north up there towards 55. You can see the cars already stopping in advance of this storm because they don't want to drive into the tornado warning up there. But you're getting that high output of lightning because that storm, as you saw, it had that northeast to southwest orientation. So the lightning going to be showing up all across that sky as that goes right across 55, more north towards Horn Lake, where we were getting a visual just a moment ago, some of those winds jutting into the storm. So keeping eyes up there to pretty much that part of your screen right there for if there's anything on the horizon. So I'll keep eyes on that here behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and toss it back to our track real quick to make sure we give folks a heads up. And you can see Lewisburg 928, Fairhaven 931, Stonewall 935, and Byhalia, if this is to reproduce, potentially by 941, Matt, as that kind of tries to cycle its way on back.
Absolutely. I have a different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar that we're going to show you here. I've been looking at a couple of different radar sites up here. This is the one I want to kind of focus on, the one that we have looking at the precipitation mode here. New tornado warning coming out because, again, I think this possibly trying to spin up near Nesbit. There's one spot there. There's another spot just a little bit north as well. So, again, this is going to be fast moving as we watch for these little spin ups along the leading edge of this here, where we previously, again, had probably a tornado spin up a few minutes ago. Could be talking about another one attempting to do the same thing once again as well. So a new tornado warning now issued for locations east of the original one in DeSoto County until 10 p.m. here. That also extends, I believe, into Marshall County as well. But we're looking right there, right in the middle, pretty much right over top of the radar site there at the Memphis, of course, the radar site that's along 55 and near the Memphis airport where we're looking at this. You can see if you go back here where our circulation was, again, more obvious on the precipitation mode here, where you just have this kind of area where it's curled back around. And that's the spot there where that has kind of maintained an area where it's still trying to produce a tornado. So new tornado warning issued there for locations pretty much just east of I-55 up here in DeSoto County, north of 269 at this time. We need to be in our tornado safe place if we're in these locations. I'll bring it back to our standard Mama Justice Doppler radar on the same track that we've had up there with the new warning until 10 p.m. And we'll bring up again those tornado safety rules for you. That does mean we need to be in that tornado safe place and pull down that logo there. Appreciate Mama Justice and Room to Room and all of our sponsors. But we need to get your safe place information there. So find that sturdy safe place. If you're up here, this is just probably northeast of Nesbit, south of Jago there, and just north of 269, moving toward Lewisburg, moving toward the intersection there between 269 and 22. Let's go ahead and take this back to 2D mode to make sure we've got it perfect. And get a lot of lightning. This is not one you're going to probably want to run out and mess with, but it is one you just have to deal with. Looking at our 1 minute scans here, again, coming in from this. So I show the latest position. I think the wind mode here doing a little better job of that. So let's stick to the wind mode. And even then, I think we might have to stick with the uglier version of Mama Justice Doppler on this. Gabe, we'll look at some other cameras if we can, continue to try to kind of get some cameras there. I'm going to flop back and forth with you on that. But I'm going to go back to kind of the uglier version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here for a moment. So make sure we're in that tornado safe place if we are there in DeSoto County. This does not look as intense, basically because at this moment here, it's right over top of the radar site, and because this is the Doppler radar there at the at the airport. I don't have every single road, unfortunately, on this particular one, but we do know it's obviously north of 269 at this time and working its way toward the east and southeast. So Lewisburg, we need to be in our tornado safe place just in case as this moves toward the east at about, let me double check the speed now because we've kind of done this a few times. It should be able to 31 knots, so 35 miles per hour, which is what they went. It's pretty good speed on that there. Gabe, any shots that you're getting from any of the cameras up there in DeSoto County?
Yeah, Matt, one thing that I'm working on here real quick is right along Highway 78, US 78, looking towards the west. So this will be looking close to that 269 area that we were tracking just a moment ago. And you can see that all that lightning production there in the distance right there on the horizon is where we're looking. And that storm continuing to move a little bit there towards the east, almost southeast motion. So honestly, this camera might be in the direct path of that storm. You can see how it's pretty calm out ahead of it, but those winds definitely going to pick up like what we saw in Horn Lake just a few moments ago.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's the thing, really kind of wrapped up as that kind of moved through I-55 just a little bit ago. Again, this tornado warning until 10 p.m. Let's do a wider shot here, a longer track, an overall assessment of way things are, so we can kind of, I know some folks obviously ahead of this, we've talked a lot about severe weather, we've talked a lot about tornadoes. We've been fortunate enough we haven't had a lot of that so far today and the last couple of days, but still depicting one of those shear markers that with the circulation, the rotation there with this storm now east of 55, very near 269 in DeSoto County. It has prompted tornado warning, does extend into Marshall County. It's not yet Holly Springs. Necessary to see an extension there to the Holly Springs area. So this is going to be a little wider track than necessary. About 35, 37 miles per hour. We're going to extend this out just a little farther so that we go a little deeper in time here for you. So let's just say we're going to go way too far for a moment here, just in case this kind of holds together for a while, which remains a possibility. So you can see in the short term here, Pleasant Hill at 924, 929 Cedar View. We're looking at Lewisburg at 929 there, Stonewall 935, Ingram Mill 936 Byhalia. Again, you're pretty much in the path of this there at 942. And then working toward Victoria 949, Red Banks 954, Holly Springs, if that holds together, close to around 10:06. So the National Weather Service have to make a choice by then whether or not they want to go ahead and extend this warning even further to the east by that point and time. Back here on the wind mode, that's kind of our best bet on looking to try to find it here. Because we now have a wet radome, sometimes the velocity is not the greatest once we get kind of on the other side of having the rain. So it looks perfect there for a minute, and now it's a lot more difficult to really pick it out. And we're doing a little more guessing, unfortunately, on this. I can see the camera behind there, Gabe. Where we're looking at as of 9:20.
So this would be just east of Hernando, looking north into the storm. So our rotation honestly should be right there at the center of your screen where all of the lightning is coming in from. So I'm looking at the horizon right there to see if we get anything, any funnel that's trying to form, any of that rotation. And as each strike comes in, we're able to get somewhat of a visual. Unfortunately, some of the headlights not doing us any favors, but that's what I'm trying to look for right here, is any confirmation of anything there on the horizon. Just difficult to see with the headlights and just the sheer amount of lightning that we're dealing with. So the energetic part of the storm showing us that this is still a very mature and strong storm moving through DeSoto County, and definitely trying to hold itself together right there. That's the strike that we need, the one that shines right there on the horizon, that gives us a little bit of an illuminated view. Yeah, right there, I didn't see anything that stands out, so hopefully that means that this thing is still lifted, but Matt, I mean, it's definitely trying, definitely the one that's most trying here in North Mississippi as we've gone through this evening.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Okay, did get some street level mapping in this while we were talking to you a moment ago there. I'm going to go back to another version of our Mama Justice Doppler. It keeps pulling up a different radar site that I'm watching farther south. And Gabe, if we have some eyes on the storms farther south, we need to take a look at those here for a moment. So this is how kind of wrapped up this is here. So I-55, where my pointer is right there, we're, about how far away are we at this point here? Place marker there. We're sitting about 4 miles to the maybe 3.5 to 4 miles to the west of the Cedar View area. And at this point, the part of I-22 that this will probably cross And it does not, again, it doesn't look super impressive on this, and that's just because the radar we're looking at the airport there is designed to find turbulence, so it does much better in the wind mode than in the other modes. But once the radome gets a little wet, then even it struggles a little bit on that as well. On the precip mode, you can definitely see it wrap back around, like we have the winds where they're clearly kind of wrapping back in and around there. So I would place it pretty much right there about the cross. Let's see, that would be Pleasant Hill Road within the next minute or two. We got about another 3 or 4 minutes before, 2 to 3 minutes before it crosses. Let's see what road we got there. Craft Road, right where my pointer is would be Craft Road as it kind of moves in the direction of Cedar View there. We cannot guarantee that this is a tornado on the ground or producing damage, but I can clearly see where the winds are wrapping into this storm. And Gabe is showing again on the ground what this looks like as of the 9:22 time period.
Yeah, so if you ever wanted a video of an inflow into a potentially tornadic system right here, you see those winds going into the storm there from the north. Trucks, semi-trucks almost unable to drive with just the strong wind absorbing all of that moisture and putting it right into this storm. So it's basically a bumper-to-bumper type night out there on 269 and parts of I-55 as well, but you can see the inflow, just those sheets of rain going right along the roadway directly into the storm that's still over there on the horizon. You can see with the lightning, so definitely paying attention to this general region for any of that potential development, because it's definitely absorbing all of the energy that it needs here in North Mississippi, and you're getting a good visual of that there on the road, unfortunately.
Okay, one thing we need to really, really emphasize here for a second, and this is where you at home can make the difference here for a moment. We need to be stopping people from traveling there along I-22 up there, if 269 as well. If for one reason or another you know somebody in this region that might be traveling, this stretch of I-22 between Olive Branch and Holly Springs, we don't need to have people traveling on that in the next few minutes, because this area here is where that area circulation is going to pass, and it's going to be paralleling I-22 for a little while there. So you can help by either calling friends and family in the path that you know are up there, taking a picture of what we're showing here and the track that I'm going to put on a second, and sending that to a friends and family. You can send pictures of what's going on at the end, but sometimes you do have to nag mom and dad. You typically rarely have to nag mom, but sometimes you have to nag those folks about husbands. We are what we are, about convincing them that, hey, take something like this seriously. We do not expect to have strong tornadoes tonight, let me be clear, but it's possible we can have brief tornadoes, and brief tornadoes still can have 80, 90 mile per hour winds and a wind shift that you don't want to mess with if you're in a vehicle. So this is on a path that will take it again toward Byhalia and Victoria. We show Byhalia, we're looking at about 9:43 for you, Victoria 9:51. But at 9:30 and within 5 minutes here, we're looking at that for you in the Cedar View area. That's, again, very near I-22, and this should cross pretty close to the I-22 and 269 interchange if it kind of continues at the angle it is. Got another shot down there from Gabe, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Let's check what he is showing us as of a 9:25 as we continue to track a tornado warning for DeSoto and Marshall County in northwest Mississippi. Gabe, what are we looking at?
This is I-22 in Byhalia and looking over there towards the west. And one big thing to take from this is we're talking about those high-profile vehicles. Those flashers right there at the bottom, that is actually one of those high-profile vehicles, a semi-truck pulled off to the side of the road, understanding that it is a gusty system that's moving in. The one thing about it is this is still kind of in that general path. As if this were to produce and he's clearing out of the way, honestly, I would as well to go ahead and get away from this setup, but stay off the roads completely if you can. Just if you're in Byhalia, this is headed closer your direction, and that's where that tornado track kind of takes it. So if this were to produce a brief spin up, this would be an area that we're looking at that potential to form. So right along 22, there are still unfortunately some cars traveling. So get to where you need to go, let this storm pass, and hopefully no one is affected and all of our structures stay sound tonight, Matt. But of course, getting eyes on that as it tracks across the northwest part of our area. Our MDOT traffic cam is doing a great job of giving us a visual on the ground.
One thing I think I don't want to miss here, because sometimes even you can need me a little too close. Let's look here at what we're viewing from our shot up at the Memphis National Weather Service. We bring it into the digital room-to-room weather center here for a moment. There are two areas, two shear markers here, two areas of circulation that's detecting. And I think the one there right along 269 is pretty interesting as well. And Gabe, I don't know if we can find a camera there along 269 near Lewisburg, about 2 miles, maybe 3 miles to the west of the 22 and 269 interchange. I'd be looking right about that spot if we can find that there, because it looks like we might have something trying to spin up about that spot. That would still be in our tornado warning here. That would still pretty much be including some of the same folks. And with that in mind, I'm going back in and looking at the radar from down at the airport, and I just don't see it as pronounced there. But looking a little higher up, and it's not that much higher up, but if we are looking a little higher up, we're looking about 1,700 feet off of the ground here. So that's still, all things considered, fairly low. So we're gonna keep it on you, Gabe, for a second. We're gonna check some of these cameras. We're gonna go camera by camera through some of these. Work your way east on these, Gabe, as we kind of check and see what's going on there.
Yeah, so this is along 269 there towards Lewisburg. Again, getting a shot there on the horizon. So this would be, as you were tracking, a little bit north of 269 as well, between Hernando and Byhalia. So you're getting a look there. Again, that inflow showing up with some of those winds just whipping the rain along parts of 269 as well. And again, you're getting a shot there on the horizon. So let's go through this. We can go a little bit east there of Lewisburg. Unfortunately, you kind of hit or miss with these cameras, but we are getting a few shots looking towards the north, so we can at least get a somewhat of a visual there on the horizon. This one, so we're looking off there, basically right where those lights are on the distance. This is, again, looking to the north. This would be east of Louisville, close to 269 and 305. And you can see where that lightning is concentrated right there on the horizon. Any vehicles that are traveling right now, driving real slow to accommodate for that rainfall and those heavy winds, Matt. That's seen all across 269, no matter which of these cameras you use. But I will continue to try to get a view of that as it continues to move east.
Okay, give me that north one there. And what was the north one, the first one you clicked on that?
All of them have been the north one. They've just been different spots. So I did west of
Pull
Lewisburg,
up that
east,
camera,
and right
the camera you've got there. Pull that up.
Okay.
Or is that red? Hold on. Which? Oh, this is Red Banks. Okay.
Red Banks.
Okay, got it. Man, you can see some of the lowerings on some of those lightning flashes there as well. We're probably not going to have a very good visual on this tonight. Unfortunately, it's just going to be, hope we can see this. The big concern though is that we are really close to a radar site that's very accurate. It's the only way these things have been picked up. There's going to be a lot of guessing that goes on later tonight because of this, unfortunately. Gabe, keep on working on those looks. Check the chat with the storm chasers. Make sure there's not something going on there, and we'll talk more about that here in a minute. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, as we bring it back in here. Current time is 9:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You can see an update on the continuation here of. Hold on.
So new tornado warning issued for parts of Greenville. That's a new issue from the storms back in Arkansas that we were looking at throughout the evening.
Okay, let me get a track on this east, okay, and we'll hit that one real quick here. So appreciate that, Gabe. So there's a couple things we're balancing. First off, I'm going to look at just what we call the shear rate on here. I think based on that, I think that has a pretty good location. I'm going to track just a little bit ahead of that. We'll get a storm track on this, and then we're going to go south where Gabe was mentioning a moment ago there, new tornado warning issue down close to the Greenville area for storms that direction. So Miller in the path of this at 9:33. If you're in any of the locations on here, I highly recommend that you find your safe place. This is that picture to take a picture of. If you know some folks that live in Victoria or Red Banks or Mac, this is heading a direction. We'll take it toward Holly Springs. And these tracks are never perfect. So this is at an angle. It's generally heading toward right through the middle of this warning there. So prepare accordingly. A small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet, protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. A tornado warning there for Marshall and DeSoto County until 10 p.m. There's a couple other things we're going to discuss with this here in a minute. One of the fact is that this tornado watch, which is for almost everybody, is in effect until 10 p.m. Weather Service is going to have to figure out how they choose to handle that, because there's going to probably be need to be at least localized extension of that for some folks, as we've gone through this whole watch without anything, and now here we go. So we're going to look at the shear rate, the rotation here from down in the Jackson area. Let me pull that up here for you. Again, looking at the way the rotation, we're looking a long ways away. That's not showing up very well because we're so far away. And so this is what we're talking about with that lack of good data, because we're so far away from the radar site here. We don't have great data. You have to make certain guesstimations on this. And this is nothing new. If you live in these areas, you know that this is something that we talk about every single time we have active and severe weather. Let's make sure we have the right angle on that for a moment. I need to adjust that a little bit. Give me just a moment here to adjust that just a little bit more, so we can get a more precise time for folks downstream of this. But this is a tornado warning issued because of the potential. Doppler radar shows that we could be seeing a rotation that at some point in the future could lead to the development of a tornado. We're going to extend this out 70 miles, which is probably too far, but that at least gives you a list of people still in advance at this. So looking eastward there, as you can see, continuing to show all the locations there in advance, and make sure that you are in that safe place, a sturdy structure, the small windows where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, and protect yourself from debris. Gabe, I'm going to trade you places here for a moment. I'm going to have you track this over in Chroma for a moment. I need to take care of something behind the scenes here for a second as we're checking another close by radar to see if we have a better look at this. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor tracking this storm and then bouncing up to DeSoto County and Marshall County on that thunderstorm there. Gabe?
Yeah, so this tornado was first warned out there towards Ashley, Arkansas, and as it's continued to move in this southeast direction, we do at least have a view there out of our Greenville camera. We'll take a look there in a second, then bounce back towards the north. But first, let's talk about the storm track. Bowman 954, the Yellow Bayou by 958, Chanticleer by about 10 o'clock, continuing towards Leland 1007, Sunnyside 1007, Refuge 1010, Swiftwater 1015, Wayside 1019. You need to get to your tornado safe place, wrap up in blankets and pillows, and stay safe through this warning. And of course, make sure to have your mobile device so you can at least listen to us here on Mississippi Live Weather to stay up to date with this storm. Now, as we get a look there in Greenville, I won't spend a ton of time on it, but worth taking a view out there to see if we at least have a shot of this storm as it moves through Dermott, Arkansas. And this is looking directly to the west. We're seeing the area of cloud cover out there. I'm waiting to see if there's any lightning strikes. We're still a ways away from that camera out there, but we're at least getting some of those showers mixing in. We'll keep an eye on this behind the scenes, but yeah, there's some of the lightning already starting to move into Greenville just a bit more. So let's bounce back up to the north because we do still have a few scans before this does move into North Mississippi. And as we look back at this storm towards the Lewisburg area now, we're going to change radar sites up to our Memphis radar site, and we are still getting that area of rotation. One thing that I do want to take a look at is going to be that wind mode real quick. And as we look at that motion, we are still getting that rotation right there towards Stonewall and Ingram's Mill. So I have a view right now where I'm looking at Lewisburg behind the scenes, and I can see a very energetic environment with those gusty winds picking up, and that's as this system moves through. Now, this is not a confirmed tornado so far, at least not now, was earlier. But as it moves through Stonewall, we are still getting those gusty winds. So let's go ahead and track this out. We're going to track out this specific area of rotation that has prompted this tornado warning. And as that moves towards the south and east, we're working our way right along I-22, and we're going to keep it at about 35 miles an hour there. We're seeing Ingram's Mill by 936, Stonewall 937, Warsaw 943, Watson 945, Victoria 949, Red Banks 955, Mahone 10 o'clock, and Mac by 10:03. Let's go ahead and
get that shot you were talking about. Let's go. You go ahead and go over there and get the shot, and we'll get that Lewisburg shot up. If that's you mentioned you had it, so we'll go ahead and get that up and go from there. Sound good? So I'll pick it up here again. Still the rotation showing up. What I've been kind of digging into, there are some alternate radars that we can look at for some of these storms. Believe it or not, as ridiculous as this sounds, not every radar can we show on TV or not TV, whatever you want to call this. But looking at some of those just for some of the rotation on a different thunderstorm that we have there, This one, I think we've got about as good a shot as we're going to look at it there. And that rotation closer to Ingram's Mill on the latest scan, it's going to kind of flop back and forth. You can see on our shear here how the red blobs, we always talk about those rotation tracks. That's essentially what this shows up as. And closer to Ingram's Mill, where it's showing a little bit stronger on here as well. But we're a little ways away from the radar site there up at the airport. I would still say Stonewall up here is pretty much right at it. Gabe's got another shot there back in this. Gabe, what are we looking at with that one?
So this would be directly into that outflow. So this would be that where that would be that RFD surge that we'd see on the southern side of the storm. So this would be closer to Lewisburg.
So RFD is basically think the hook echo, what the surge of the air coming around that's trying to rotate through. In this case, I might just call a gust. You almost get like an inflow pinch more than even an RFD surge on these to a certain extent.
Well, so
it's RFD surge kind of. Yeah,
well,
anyway.
It's gusty for sure. That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
And so we're getting that along with the heavy rainfall. What's kind of sticking out to me and making me a little bit upset is the fact that we're still having cars out on the road in the middle of this rotating storm. And that's where we are just really recommending folks in DeSoto County, get to where you need to go. These are going to be brief, and if you need to get to a location, let this pass on through and you'll be good to go. It won't. It'll potentially save your life in the process, because even if it's not a tornado, it's gusty winds, it's heavy rainfall, and that could result in some hazardous conditions, will result in hazardous conditions to where there could be wrecks and things like that. We just want you guys to stay safe.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Mayer there. Appreciate you for that. And let's talk about a couple things. Let's give some all clears here for a moment. We've mentioned a few locations. If you live west of Lewis, geez, that looks a lot. That does look like an RFD surge on that there, because you can see the full-on hook on this one there, where the air is rotating in, and if it gets pinched off anywhere along the edge there where that's possible, and that's going to go right over again that 22-269 interchange. So a tornado warning continuing up here for DeSoto and Marshall counties. That in effect until 10 p.m. here. Let's give some all clears. If you are west of Lewisburg, west of Cedar View, back here in the bright Horn Lake, obviously, and back out toward Dean's Corner and Hernando, we're all in the clear from this rotation, this tornado. If you're ahead of this, though, Byhalia, we need to be in that tornado safe place. That is a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. Here is the thing. Take a picture of this, send it to somebody, make sure that they know. And we all need to be building our armor, making sure there's multiple ways we can find out if we're in danger. We do expect that tonight we are going to have more tornado warnings overnight. We are so close to this radar site. We have an excellent view. That will not be the case once these storms get down to Tippah County, into Union County, kind of there's a no man's land, for lack of a better way to put it, between radar sites here. We have radar sites, and this is important. That's why I'm going to take a second here to discuss this for a moment. But, you have a radar site down in Jackson, radar site back in Little Rock, radar site up here north of Memphis, and luckily we have one south of Memphis that we're using at this point. One back out here into Monroe County, and then back here a little south of Birmingham. So if you're in the middle of this zone here, and this is not the first time you've watched us, we don't have a great look at these, right? As bands like this move in, that we know have rotation up here, if they look strong at all, we're going to probably have more tornado warnings on this, just because we don't know for sure what's going on at the surface. If it looks like there's any rotation, that's what's going to happen. It's kind of like what we have back here out toward Arkansas right now. And so there will be more warnings overnight because of that, once we get into kind of that zone in between where we're just looking too high up. So expect that tonight that you are going to need multiple ways to find out if you're in danger, to kind of wake you up in the worst case scenario. Byhalia, though, we have to be in that tornado safe place right now. We need to not be in these unsafe places, cars, trucks, and mobile homes, because this is, again, cars and trucks. We're talking right along I-22 there. Obviously that new interchange with 269, that is where the rotation is the strongest at this point here. Looking at the rotation, I probably have enough there that might qualify as a tornado, just honestly looking from that far away at the radar site at the up from the National Weather Service. We look kind of closer in. This is from the radar site at the Memphis airport, and That one, I think that image looks a couple minutes old. I'm going to look at a different version of the radar here to see if the positioning. So you've got positioning. That's pretty close. I think the positioning is actually probably a little bit better visible from the farther distance away here. So Byhalia, we need to be again in that tornado safe place. And so if you do know some folks here, let's just make sure to let them know this. If you are ahead of this, we do have a storm shelter list on our website of storm shelters across a large portion of North Mississippi here. That is something that you can get more information on our website, in the Mississippi Live Weather app. If you're ahead of this and you're like, I need to know where to go, we have this list. It's not perfect. It's not 100%, but we have a lot from most counties here across North Mississippi. Check that out. And we appreciate our friends at Lee's Storm Shelters for partnering with us to be able to bring you that list. As we show you again, this is a situation where tornado warning has been issued because Doppler radar indicated rotation, and that potential still remains there. I want to query some of these other counties here, because one thing has happened in the last couple minutes, and that is a new tornado watch has been issued. Watch is a situation where ingredients are in place that could lead the development of something. New tornado watch has been issued for all of North Mississippi until 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, I don't know that it will go all the way through for that, but I think simply put, because of what we're seeing up there with very good data in DeSoto County, folks back in Norman, the folks at the Weather Service like, we're not messing with this. Let's put another tornado watch on it. We might not have long-lived tornadoes. We might not have strong tornadoes, but there remains a possibility that we could have tornadoes. And so they're going to put a tornado watch that extends until 4 a.m. And so the question everyone always asks is, when can I go to bed? And unfortunately, my answer for you is, if you're in the blue, not yet. Tornado warning continues. Byhalia, we need to be sheltering in place at the best location possible. That'd be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows in case we get hit by debris. Obviously, that is a scary situation, not the situation we want. But the circulation I put pretty much over top of Byhalia now, maybe just slightly north of I-22. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been watching a number of the cameras there back in and around the Memphis area, northwest Mississippi. Gabe, where are we looking at with that one?
The intersection of 269 and I-22, an area where you said this was headed at a couple minutes ago, and looks to be right there.
Yeah, it's right over top.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. Well, basically, yeah. I mean, you're seeing the high output of lightning as well as the brief moment. I don't think you're going to get a visual on necessarily the rotating part of the storm because we're in it at this point, but you're at least seeing what it looks like inside the storm, at least as each lightning strike comes into play. So not exactly where you want to be at this moment. And I've been happy to see that it's been dark, meaning that there's fewer cars on the road. So hopefully they're
God willing, hopefully people are staying out of it, right?
Exactly. But that's just energetic.
Okay, I appreciate that, Gabe. Let's keep looking down the road there at some other locations as we keep kind of tracking ahead. Current time is 9:44, 9:45 now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, or a 24/7 streaming service based out of North Mississippi, and you need to be making sure, if you know somebody who lives up here in Byhalia, that they are in their tornado safe place. This is a storm looking at the monitor here beside Gabe a second ago, we'll pop it up. I'm just going to show it, but I'm going to keep talking about this, Gabe. So I'm just going to show what you have on the monitor there for a second instead. And again, we are emphasizing that this could be a tornado in the generation phase. There's a couple spots you could see where the flow is into this there. So this is I-22, and this is tracking near and along I-22 as it moves toward the southeast. Victoria, you're in the path, but Byhalia, you are in the heart of whatever this is. And hopefully this isn't anything more than a rotation. Let's check out a couple things. One of the things I want to check on this here for a moment is I want to check the what we call debris track on this for a moment, just to kind of check and see if this is producing some debris. I don't think that that's what I have here ahead. We would expect to have maybe a stronger return than this here. Let's go back a couple of scans for a moment. Let's see if perhaps, I don't see anything that looks like debris down here. Let's double check whatever this is back up here farther northwest, based on when that would have been going through there. Reflectivity, I don't think that would have been anything back there. No, that would have been clear. So we would be looking right here kind of in this area right here over Byhalia, and I'm not seeing a debris signature on this at this point in time. That's not to say that maybe at some point it doesn't take that next step, but this little return you see out here in front is just a little too far ahead, I think, kind of looking at what we're looking at there. I think that's still in the clear air in advance. We use the debris tracker to try to find that, and I don't think that is something that we have at this moment, hopefully. One good thing I can tell you is one of evolution that has happened is as this is closing in, we hope that means it's cutting off the inflow channel and cutting off its ability to produce tornadoes. But Victoria, Red Banks, Mahon, Mac, and let's just say Holly Springs, generally all in the path of this circulation as it moves toward the east and southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to keep Holly Springs in that track there based on that. Let's make this a short loop. This will be only a 30-minute loop here. As you've seen multiple areas where we've had the rotation on this. That's just kind of closing up a second ago there. Let's double check my angle. My angle I have on my track here a little too far south, maybe. It's on more the north side of this, more Victoria and Mac. So let's adjust the angle on that slightly. Let's do a track edit to adjust that up northward just a little bit more so we have a better angle on that. And there we go. So I would still say, again, Holly Springs, we need to be in that tornado safe place or at least within steps of that. But one thing that has changed on this over the last few minutes is this is not quite as north-south. We look for one of these storms when they go north-south like this, right? That's when their things get a little squirrely. See how that kind of opens up and wraps up there? So that's something that is certainly an area that we have to watch. And I think still certainly could be a circulation where this is attempting to produce a tornado. Going back to the wind mode from the Memphis airport, yeah, this is basically, you can see how this is just wrapped up there, very near Byhalia. There's a couple spots here where this could be attempting to spin something up more on the side of our track there. So just near Victoria and Red Banks, we need to be in that tornado safe place here. It's the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows and protect yourself from debris and stay there until we can give you the all clear. If you do have something to send us, you can use the Mississippi Live Weather app to do so. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to ask a favor of you. Let's not go outside and try to take a picture of whatever this is. You're probably not going to see anything. You've seen the 10 million cameras, the Gabe's been popping up. How many of them had something truly useful on them? The couple of them, there was one or two where you saw the wind really moving in there, but most of them were dark with lightning, with rainfall. You're not going to see anything. And so don't risk it by going outside. Stay inside. Stay in that tornado safe place, the middle of that lowest floor of a sturdy structure, and we'll give you small clears when we're there. And in saying that, out here in DeSoto County in particular, folks that live here in Stonewall, everybody from Ingram's Mill there west, we can come out of that tornado safe place. Give me, if you're right here on the county line, give me a couple minutes there on very near, if you're just, within a mile or so of the county line there in DeSoto County. Otherwise, I think we can give folks the all clear for locations just a little bit back behind that there as well. I've been looking at that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard kind of looking at some other things on this. We'll check the debris on this, and from time to time we've had some things that have looked a little suspicious. Let's take a look here right over Victoria. I think is the thing that he is looking at. We're looking at precipitation. It's still in the clear air there, so it's still ahead of where the precipitation is there. So in order for it to be a debris signature, we would not just expect to see the circulation, we would expect to see it back in the precipitation. So in this case, that's still running a little ahead. Appreciate him for taking a look at that there. I think our circulation is kind of back in here, just a little bit deeper into it. So Red Banks 956, less than 6 minutes away from you, might pass just a little bit north. Of course, I know a lot of folks know I get off on Red Banks Road when I'm going to head up and around there sometimes to go actually do different things at the National Weather Service in Memphis there. So I know a lot of folks travel Red Banks Road. This is not far from Red Banks Road, within no more than about, I'd put a mile and a half. I showed 2 miles where it's at on radar at this moment, but we expect it's probably, whatever circulation is probably a little bit east of that at this point in time. Back here to the wind mode. Again, a few spots here where this is trying to spin up. Radar is not perfect, and it's always at least a couple minutes old. In Victoria, we've already had kind of a big burst of wind coming through there. That's what's heading to Red Banks within about the next 2 minutes or so. So this leading edge here where you see the red, that is all strong wind, maybe 60, 65 mile per hour winds shooting toward you. Any tornado is going to be on the top part here where this kind of tries to wrap back around. So on the north edge here. So I would say our tornado, our circulation, most likely location. Again, there's some spots here. All where you see the red versus the green here are locations where something could spin up. That little hole there in the data, we show east of Byhalia. Hold on a second here. Let's look at precipitation. That's not going to tell me anything because we're not. It's that little hole in the data. Give me a moment to look at wind there. If I'm looking here on the radar from up there at the Weather Service, I'd have it just a little east of Victoria. So I still think that's probably the most likely location there for the tornado to be at this time. So again, for folks there that live near Red Banks and Victoria and Byhalia, we need to remain in that tornado safe place for a few more minutes here as this storm moves east. We have another little inflow area where the wind can get back in there. And we are looking higher up here. We're looking at about 2,000 feet above the surface on this radar versus the radar from the Memphis airport there that we're looking closer to 800 feet. And that extra 1,200 feet can make a difference on where the rotation is. And there's still a couple spots in here that I see that rotation, even as far back here as I-22 at the Byhalia exit. There are spots here where this is trying to rotate back in and curl back around here. So we need to, again, along the leading edge, but also slightly behind it, remain in our tornado safe place because of certainly the uncertainty that we have in this situation here. So give me a little bit longer. If you're in DeSoto County, we can come out of that tornado safe place. All of our folks there in DeSoto County can come out of our tornado safe place. Let's go ahead and go wide here for a brief second. As we're checking out this, again, we have a tornado warning for the Greenville area. We've been monitoring that storm as well behind the scenes here. We still have a little bit of time in the rotation, probably a little bit back to the west. My estimation would be probably closer here to the Lake Village, Arkansas areas where we're more likely to have some of that as well. We're just looking very high up in this storm, looking at the wind there. Again, it's pretty broad rotation. We have, the main circulation up here toward McMillan. This would be an anticyclonic rotation if that were the case there, because that's clockwise, again, away from the radar, toward the radar, the wrong directions. But certainly if you're here in Greenville, we need to make sure that we are in that tornado safe place there as well. Let's pull up our camera there in Greenville. Again, tornado warning there for folks in and around the Greenville area until 10:30 p.m. in Washington County. Again, it's nearly nonstop lightning here on our camera there. We'll put the tornado warning information up the top on this one here. We'll give it a moment as we're looking at some of the lightning strikes with this. We go from a completely opposite situation. In DeSoto County, we have excellent radar data. In Washington County, we have absolutely garbage radar data. We're just way too high up. If I could have one thing, if money weren't an option, I could have one thing. We would have a tornado much, much closer to you in Washington County because you live in what meteorologists refer to as a radar hole, where we do our best educated guess. Let's be crystal clear, because the radar data at this distance away is just so high. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. If you are there in the Greenville area, that is, of course, issued because of Doppler radar showing the rotation that could potentially develop into a tornado. But whereas we were looking at highest 2,000 feet up, I'm looking 9,100 feet above the surface. That's the closest I can get, is basically 2 miles above the surface. So I'd love to say that I will ever have a great idea what a tornado looks like for you. And if I ever do, it's because something went really, really bad. So we need to, again, if you live here in the Greenville area, be in our safe place with the strongest portion of this sliding a little bit to your south. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this here. Again, tracking this, we'll say about 40. I'm looking for a nod out of Gabe Maynor over there. About 40 miles per hour. What we're still going on this one here. So again, at about 40 miles per hour, and I'll pull down our Skycam network there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. So again, the tornado warning does continue here for Washington County until 10:30 p.m. Lake Village, again, now we wait till this gets closer to Leland there at about 10:01. Greenville, we show 10:07, so about 10 minutes away. You're kind of on the northeast side. Hopefully that means you're out of position on the rotation on this. This is just tons of lightning, 3,400 strikes. Possibility that this could try to produce a tornado. We shelter in place the best we can, make the best of what we have. Take a screenshot of this. If you know somebody lives out here, make sure that they're aware that a tornado could potentially form out of this storm. We do not have confirmation of that in our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, but certainly any confirmation we have, unfortunately, happens after the fact. So we'll have to keep monitoring this here. But one of the things that they do mention is a big hail, 2+ inches, and a wind signature of 75 miles per hour or greater out of this. So one way or another, this is some big, bad, ugly wind. That's what that brightest green there is. And if we kind of loop this over the last 30 minutes to show you that, to make sure we have the angle right on that, that's what's going to be heading more toward Avon and Wayside there. That could be 75, 80 mile per hour wind. Again, that's one of the concerns that we've talked about all night long. Looking back northward, again, where we do have and have had potentially brief spin-ups up here toward DeSoto County. I'm going to change this back over on Mama Justice Doppler radar to our radar site out of the Memphis area. And we'll look at this storm up here that once again has an area where it's kind of still showing some rotation. By Haley, I think you're past the worst of this. Let's bring it back in here to 1 minute data to show how, again, you've had those areas of circulation that was kind of spun up on this. And then now I would say our spot is just a little north of Red Banks there along Red Banks Road, where our area of circulation is at this moment. In our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, this tornado warning in effect until 10 p.m. here, making a decision on what to do with the tornado warned storm. As they mentioned, as we've talked about here, the rotation still present. It's not quite as impressive as it was a little bit ago. There's spots in here. Listen, there's spots in here where something could spin up, but I don't have an obvious area of that's it circulation like what we had earlier on. They're going to go ahead, I think, and drop the tornado warning as of 10 p.m. And allow, I think, the wind, the severe thunderstorm warning that's around it to handle its in effect until 10:15. So at 10 p.m. they're going to go ahead and drop the tornado warning up here for Marshall County. And I'll be clear, there's still some spots there where we have that circulation, where we have that inflow, and it's kind of northeast again here of Victoria, north of Red Bank, moving toward Mac and Atway there. Let's get you a longer track on that. We have not had a lot of reports, have not had any reports of damage. I'll check in with Gabe on that here in a minute. We are also going to look at some of the power outages that we've had up here as well. That sometimes is another one of those signs of what could be going on. But if we do a slightly longer track on this, you can see some of the times there on your screen as this moves eastward at about, still moving eastward at close to about 40 miles per hour. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We are a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi area, and you're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 10. We begin where we were just 2 seconds ago, which is tracking 2 storms with the potential to produce rotation and 2 storms with the potential to produce damage. The tornado warning that has been in effect for locations up here in and around Holly Springs and Byhalia has been allowed to expire at 10 p.m. It is now being superseded and finished off by a severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing has really changed in the last 20 minutes on this storm. It still potentially has the opportunity here to produce rotation. A tornado is not impossible out of this. And as we extend this track eastward, it's possible that at some point in the future, this again could try to spin up a tornado. Ashland, we're still showing about 10:37 for you, but in the next 9 minutes or so, 8 minutes, we're looking at this approaching Mac, Atway, Hudsonville, and Snow Lake shores in the northern portion there of Marshall County. Looking at the wind here, We look at that a couple of different ways. You're looking at the velocity, the wind there one way, another way, again, from the different radar sites around. So we'll certainly have to continue to monitor this here. I do want to go wide here for a second. I know that we have some folks that tune in at these benchmark moments. Let's talk about a couple of things. We have not just a tornado, previously had a tornado warning up there into Marshall County and DeSoto County, where we think we might have briefly had something spin up. We have another one down here for Washington County until 10:30. We will be in there in mere moments, and we will track that. We're going to spend some in-depth time on that with you. Give me just about 2 minutes here to get there, okay? I promise we will be there, damaging winds 70 plus possible. But what about all the rest of this? This is all just rain. This is thunderstorms. This is occasional gusty winds. And if I go in and dig deep and really try to find something, I'm sure that there's a few areas here where we do have maybe a little bit of a change in wind direction there. But if I look in particular from the radar site down in Monroe County, there's not a lot of areas. I'll say it's not impossible that we could have something spin up in these lead storms here. It's much, much more likely to come from what's back here in the Northwest, what's back out into Arkansas, than to spin something up here. But because it's, again, not impossible, that's the reason why a new tornado watch has been issued that does include all of our locations here in North Mississippi until 4 o'clock in the morning, really central Mississippi as well. It's kind of a large watch going all the way down there south to Jackson. The only location that can watch us anywhere, Max South viewers in Smith County, not under that. Everybody else on the Mississippi side here under our tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. This will gradually be canceled from west to east as these storms gradually move from west to east. It's going to take a little time for that to happen. We're going to probably have to be monitoring things. And I know for the about 15,000 of you watching specifically on the app and the another 6,000 or so watching on all social media, that means we're going to be talking about this into the night. The next question is, do you need to stay up all night watching and worrying about this? And I would say brief tornadoes, the more likely scenario, what we have here for tonight. So as long as you have ways to wake you up and you are in a sturdy structure, I think that there's a possibility that in many cases we can go to bed and be okay. But we need to make sure we have something that can wake us up and that we can get within steps of that storm shelter. That is what Weather Call is for. It is for late at night. It's $15 a year because making phone calls make it cost money. But Weather Call is so that tonight you get that alert, it wakes you up, you wake your family up, you go to your shelter, your interior room, your lowest floor, you go to that place there. If you have Weather Call, that's what you do. Otherwise, we're going to be up tracking this for a while, unfortunately. So sign up for Weather Call. It's kind of that insurance policy so that you can sleep better and not have an excuse tomorrow as to what's going on. Okay, we referenced this a moment ago. Let's go look down here toward our tornado warning that's in place that does include the Greenville area, because they're again, the northwest Mississippi and out here toward Greenville, where we do have a potential for something to possibly cause some issues. And again, the tornado warning here does include Washington County. Jenny, we're looking at 10:06 for you, Sunnyside 10:07, Refuge 10:07. This is a big hail producer. This is probably producing 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Let's look at the wind mode there, where we have the brightest green kind of toward the middle there. We're just near Lake Village. That's estimations at least 58 to 70 miles per hour, depending on which pixel you're clicking there. And that one on the north there is getting pretty close to Greenville. We have a camera in Greenville to give us an idea of what this looks like there in Washington County, where you're under a tornado warning until 10:30. And looking there in Greenville, it's a lot of lightning as this storm comes in. I do not know that we're going to have any kind of, well, I was going to say I don't know if we're going to have any visual. That could be wrong. That lightning flash, I'm kind of standing in front of it. We're going to adjust this camera just a little bit back to the left there, because we might be able to see something. I did not think we'd have enough lightning for that. Let's look here. So we're looking in Greenville, and we are looking back toward the west. I'm going to adjust this. Again, a lot of lightning on this shot here on our North Mississippi Storm Chaser network. But we're going to look right in here. This is going to be the most interesting part of the storm, looking kind of west-southwest. Let me get this lined up perfectly. That's at the very least a shelf cloud. Man, let's see if we can get that to focus. nearly nonstop lightning out of this. So this is a tornado warning for you in Washington County, in the Greenville area, where we need to be in that tornado safe place. That's the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows. I don't like sitting on cameras, but I'll tell you the reason why. We're just going to sit here and we're just going to watch this one is because the radar data, it was just so far away that this is easily the most important tool we have to possibly spot a tornado out of this storm. So what I'm going to do is I'm kind of looking at things out of the corner of my eye, and everything, this hits about a second before that hits, a second before that, so I can see it kind of in the corner of my eye and get a second look here as the lightning flashes. So if you're going to see me look from one position to the next, I'm watching it as a lightning flash hits each of these in the right spot. I really hope that didn't just lock up, because I saw a flash there in the distance, and then we lost that image. There it goes. Camera there in Greenville just went down. Hopefully we can get that back. So that might be a power outage. That might be something else. But there is damaging wind with this at the very least. And right there in the middle, that was pretty interesting. That's the spot there where we could have potentially seen a tornado. That camera's down. We'll see if it resets and comes back up, unfortunately. So appreciate our partners at North Mississippi Storm Chasers for putting up this camera network. It's critical to saving lives, in my opinion, here in West Mississippi and the Mississippi Delta in particular, where, again, a very heavy thunderstorm is moving through right now in the Greenville area, the largest tail just a little bit south. There is rotation. And again, as you saw, pretty sharp lowering there with that storm. And I do not know if there's a way to reset that there. Diagnosing issues and working on solutions. Main box is online, weather sensors reporting data, problems isolated to the camera. Well, hopefully that comes back. We'll give that a minute here, and maybe we're lucky enough that will come back on, unfortunately. So for folks there, again, in the Greenville area, we need to be in that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up with blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris. If this were to be something that required that, I'll give this here and I'll get that safe place back up there for folks to be able to get to. Again, that sturdy structure, a small windowless room, where we want to be with that right now. As we've talked about the last few days here in the Room Weather Center, damaging wind, also a huge issue with that. And so whether it's tornado with straight line wind or whether it is the rotation, we need to be getting to a tornado safe place, a safe location in an interior room because of this storm back here in the Greenville area. So I'll keep monitoring that camera here in a second. Hold on. This says that it's online. We need, if that's online, I got to give it a chance to come back up. Give me just a moment here. Yes, we're back online. Okay, we're going to wait this one out here in a minute, but you can see that is really rocking back and forth there in the Greenville area. So again, tornado warning for you in Washington County in place. I do not know how much longer we're going to be lucky enough to have this camera. My specific shot here where I control it, I don't have video on that. So the only video we have is actually on the output. A lot of wind with this as it moves in through there. I'm going to look to the left here. Maybe we'll have a last second chance to be able to kind of catch some kind of feature with this, but it's nearly nonstop lightning with this storm, very electric. So it's only a matter of time before we lose power at this location there because of both the combination of the strong gusty winds and the nearly nonstop lightning with this severe thunderstorm moving through and nearing through the Greenville area. At this point in time, I'm gonna toss it over to Gabe. Gabe, I'm gonna have you on the monitor. I'm gonna have you watch this. I need to look at something behind the scenes here for a moment as we make sure people are taking this as seriously as possible. Gabe.
Yeah, Matt, so continuing to look out there in Greenville, it is just a very unstable environment. I mean, one of the things that I'm looking at is 72 degrees. That is still very much a primed atmosphere despite dealing with showers all evening and all afternoon long. So we are not in the clear just yet. And that's indicated by the tornado warning that in place until 10:30. It is currently 10:11. And you can see the nonstop lightning that's over there in Greenville out there towards Washington County. And this view, of course, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. A big appreciation for them for partnering with us to allow us these visuals, because while in the sky, on radar, oh man, that strike right there. While on radar, you're able to see it. in person, you're actually able to see it. And so you're getting the nonstop lightning, and that energy, of course, shows that this is still a strengthening storm, a very strong storm. That's why we have that tornado warning, but it's also why we have some of that 70-mile-an-hour wind potential, 2+ inch hail potential, and it's going to be a strong thunderstorm and potentially a tornadic thunderstorm as well. And we are looking on the horizon to see if we have any visual of a lowering potential. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything that catches my eye other than the lightning. But I'm talking about like a funnel or anything that's dipping down. Let me see any specific area here. Oh, word, that is blinding.
Hey, so I'm gonna pull up something from the Storm Chasers here as they're sending in some stuff here. So I'm gonna get some of those shots in here from that. Their live streams unfortunately are not working at the moment because we obviously cell phone signal, a big issue out there. But some good shots. Timothy, one of the Storm Chasers with these shots here. Looks like they have the drone up on this in the last couple of minutes. Let's get this popped up for you here. So here's a shot. Again, we're looking there of kind of the mothership sort of look, showing this shear right there in the middle. You can see kind of the lowering one of the shots there. We'll see if the next picture does a better job of what looks like some kind of, I mean, obviously it's either a very notchy wall cloud there, or that's some kind of finger funnel there trying to show, at the very least, this is a very organized storm as it moves there through Washington County. And to give you a perspective on, let me see if I can find the right one of these. I'm going to be looking where there's not going to be a radar data on here as I go west to kind of show it, but I can show you the positioning here of our folks with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Our Adrian Roncanhone is out there near Leland, and Timothy Curran is down here south. So he has a perfect kind of angle up into this. So he would be looking along that part of the thunderstorm with all the lightning there in the Greenville area. And I imagine he's going to backtrack southward just a little bit as he does. But a tornado warning continuing for Washington County, nearly nonstop lightning with this thunderstorm there. That warning in effect until 10:30 p.m. For tonight. Let's go ahead and look up here a little farther north on this line as we kind of assess things here for a moment, make sure we're not missing anything in between. We've had some tornado warnings up here closer to the, again, Holly Springs area, but back out there into DeSoto County a little bit earlier on as we change things over to our radar site out of the Memphis Weather Service there. Kind of looking at that batch there, the only one that catches my eye is the lead one out here north of Holly Springs. Still has a one where we have the inflow kind of wrapping into it. We have not had a lot of reports, and Gabe, I don't know if you've been in our chat here. You know, it's a nearly nonstop conversation of people asking about specific things, and unfortunately, you know, sometimes the chat gets a little wobbly there. But let us know your reports here if you can. You know, a lot of folks want to know something going to happen here, something going to happen there. If you are under a tornado watch, and if you open up the app, it'll tell you right at the top there if you're under a tornado watch, there still remains the possibility that something definitely could happen. So, you know, we'll look at, I guess the big take, you know, someone's like, well, check back to ECRU. I'm going to show you right now in ECRU, and I don't even have heavy rainfall for you right now at this point. This storm, that whole storm there, when we look back in to check, you know, some of the winds on that from the Memphis airport or from the Memphis site, not really showing much. And even here, when we kind of look a little closer, you know, there's some ripples of wind going on aloft. That's what we see here. But I don't see a well-defined area of any sort of circulation or organized circulation on any of this stuff here. So if you're wanting to know why we're not really talking about this stuff, it is electric. It's probably causing power outages that way. It's disruptive. And I know everyone's like, when can I go to sleep? And the answer is, I wish it were right now. And you could, if you have a way to wake you up, and if you have a storm shelter at your house, you know, then yeah. But at this moment, we're still watching some of these thunderstorms out here. And so we're not, unfortunately, at that point yet. North of Holly Springs, one of those spots where, again, we have that rotation showing up here. Again, we've had probably mainly straight line winds with this. That's what we depict this here. That's what all this red is. That's winds going away from the radar up there to the north. And so all kind of shooting southeastward here like this. So strong straight line winds where we have little rotation or little interactions up here north between Holly Springs and the Atway along Highway 7 where that is showing up most pronounced at this time. Looking at, again, both the radar site there out of the Memphis airport and the other one that we have up farther away at the Memphis Weather Service, both kind of show that spot. Both show areas where there's some circulation, but in neither case have we is that circulation as tight as maybe it could be. And so hopefully it continues that trend. But we have had no reports on this. I think that's the reason Weather Service letting that warning expire there as of 10:15 there. Sliding southward, another improvement to the overall situation, but still one that we have to look out for. Down here on our storm that is coming out to and through the Greenville area, Weather Service in Jackson issuing a severe thunderstorm warning to replace the tornado warning, but this is not good news. This is with the destructive tag. Basically a high-end severe thunderstorm warning to basically say this could be potentially producing extremely strong wind gusts. In their discussion, their specific warning, they mentioned tornado possible, but 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. An 80-mile-per-hour wind, that's going to be basically an EF0 tornado. And so this is possibly, tornado strength winds possible out of this line as it moves in there. Something we're looking at on Mama Justice Doppler. And that's the reason why, if you're ahead, now is the time to be knowing where your storm shelters are. Belzona back there toward Chula. We do have a list of storm shelters across portions of North Mississippi on our website, msliveweather.com, or in the app. You just look for that logo. Oh, man, one of these days I'll get the direction right. Look for that logo right there where it says Lee Storm Shelters. It's a list of public shelters that we have across the northern half of Mississippi. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing, and certainly recommend that you take seriously this storm. The part that moved through Greenville, I mean, right there where we show that green on there, the estimations on Mama Justice Doppler radar, 60, 70-ish miles per hour. I found a few pixels in there of 70-plus mile per hour winds. So right there where I put that little dot, that's more than 70 mile per hour winds potentially on this, 74, the peak amount. So that's what's kind of moving eastward with this. And so destructive, the tag, because it could obviously destroy things. And so as we kind of clear off the number there for a moment, let's get into storm track on this, assuming a forward motion still of, I'm going to go 50, and Gabe's going to double check me behind the scenes. I'll double check myself here in a second, but that is a strong enough storm. We need an accurate time on this. So let me go back. We have a 30-minute loop here, so we'll do the times 2 rule. Over the last 30 minutes, that has moved about, there we are, see, 60 miles per hour. So that's 56 miles per hour or so. So we go between 56 and 60 miles per hour for that speed. So we're going to adjust that time, bring it back to now, and get you a more accurate speed. We knew that we'd have one of these very well advertised on our projections that would eventually hit the gas pedal and really start to go. And it looks like we've got that one. So I'm going to expand this downstream a little farther. We're going to take it, we'll say, I'm going to go 80 miles, which is probably farther than we need to, but most indications have been that whenever this storm did this, that it would go and keep going for a while. So the severe thunderstorm warning, again, we're Sunflower County, Washington County, Humphreys County, Holmes County, I think LaFleur County as well, all part of that, though it's south of Greenwood there in LaFleur County. So you can see kind of the list there of locations over the next few minutes with destructive winds moving through over the next 10 minutes or so from Newtown back to Bourbon, Osceola there, Aldridge, and of course Hayes, Burnett, and Jones Chapel. It's over top of you right now. We're going to make it to where we see some larger cities that are in advance of this here. Eventually, Kosciuszko, we're looking at about 11:39 for you potentially. This is that well-advertised, strong, fast-moving line of storms that we've been tracking the last couple of days. And so when this moves into your area, we need to be thinking about being within our safe place as well for this. 80 mile per hour or greater winds possible. So Chula, 11:01 for you. Belzona, 10:46. We're looking Lexington, 11:12. Goodman, 11:23. Durant, 11:24. And Kosciuszko, 11:39. Destructive winds in excess of 80 miles per hour possible out of this high-end tornado-like damage from this severe thunderstorm moving through locations there to the east and southeast of the Greenville area. Our camera there in Greenville still showing quite a bit of lightning on this thunderstorm as it moves through that area there. I'm checking in the latest on that. Hold on, double-clicked it. Let's get it back on here. Again, this warning in effect until 11, and a 60-mile-per-hour forward motion is significant there. And it looks like we lost it, so we'll check in with Gabe on those power outages coming up here in a minute. But a destructive severe thunderstorm warning obviously causing some issues there in the Greenville area already. As we come back here and look kind of on the wide shot here across North Mississippi for a moment, let's go ahead and address all the people that are like whatabouts for just a moment, because I think we can take a second here. We've been really in depth on that, on both of these kind of other storms to look at what these the main storms we have across North Mississippi are capable of here. So let's start north up here toward Ripley for a moment. Take a lightning concentration as your guide. See here how we have lightning, the little dots there, that represents lightning. See where your eyes are guided to on that. The cluster we're looking at back here north of Grenada, the Oxford's going to be one of the heavier ones we'll watch. The one up here west of Hernando back into extreme eastern Arkansas, where we have a greater cluster. And then right down here where we have our destructive, you can't really see it because I'm in front of it there, but our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Those are the three main clusters where things are stronger. We've had more warnings up north and south. Let's guide our way here to Yalobusha, Calhoun County, where again the lightning quantity is the greatest, to make sure there's not something else that we're missing out here for Coffeyville, for locations there in Yalobusha County. This also does have a bit more of a wind signature with it. Let's go ahead and look at the evolution over the last hour. Yeah, perhaps a little bit more of a wind signature with this one that's moved through Coffeyville. A little bit more of one of those bow echoes. Let's go ahead and slow down that loop and put in all the data we can. So we'll put in that every 2-minute data here. Yeah, so that one, I'm going to take down that destructive at the top. That is not in reference to this here. This does not officially have a warning. When we look, though, on our wind mode, and we're still going to be looking extremely high up, we do show some really strong winds with this, but we're looking at this point here more than a mile up in the air near Gore Springs and Coffeyville. So not impossible that some of this is mixing down to the ground for you near Grenada or Coffeyville. If you do have that information, if you do have that kind of report, let us know in the chat. That is the kind of thing that we are looking for here. If you can tell us, hey, in Calhoun here, you know, I see that James says that being in Calhoun County, the lightning is impressive. Appreciate that. That information, that is something that we can use. If you're getting storm damage from this, please let us know there. And if you see somebody that mentions that, you know, go ahead and mention that a few times in there, so to make sure that we can catch that there as well. And of course, we have from time to time some, you know, what's that do what they do in there. So I appreciate all the legitimate reports coming in there, and from folks that have helped us out with that. We're back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's check out the rest of this line up here. Let's get a storm track on that portion of it that does have a little bit stronger winds potentially on it. From Pine Valley to Bentwood to Choctaw there. I'm moving eastward. Again, under tornado watch, no official warnings on this. I'm going to track this closer to, say, 40, 45 miles per hour. And there are thunderstorms ahead of this. But Partee now, Schoona, we're looking at 1027 for you. Choctaw community about 1030. We're looking toward Retreat, 1035. Pittsburgh, 1038. And closer there to Calhoun City by about 1047. Speaking of Pittsburgh, we do have a camera there that's kind of in the midst of this, and we can do the shake rule to figure out how much it's shaking around there. And while I'm waiting for that camera to pop up, I'm going to do a look at my own trees outside to hear how those are kind of going around there, and definitely moving and shaking a bit outside the house here on the north side of Tupelo. So some gusty winds out of these storms as well. The lightning not quite as nonstop as it was down there in the Greenville area a little bit earlier on. We'll see if we can adjust the camera view on this just a little bit. So this is in Pittsburgh. I don't know that we're going to have a great shot because we're just so out in the country there. This isn't in Pittsburgh. This is kind of southwest of Pittsburgh a little way. So we're in the country, as my Morville friends used to say. So it's country dark out there, which is actually good in this situation, because then the only thing we'd have to worry about, hold on, I'm interested, that popped up, looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning they issued up for Tippah County we'll look at here in just a second. But in Pittsburgh there, still kind of waiting for that storm to move in from the west. The lightning not quite as nonstop as some other thunderstorms there, 68. And again, that wind speed expected to pick up a lot more going forward. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for the same area that's had the rotation up here close to Ashland and Holly Springs. This is the same storm that we have been watching for a while. National Weather Service there in Memphis issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on this within the last couple of minutes here. By the way, just a report from down in Greenville, 51 mile per hour wind gust. That wasn't even in the heart of that strongest storm, strongest part of that storm that moved through the Greenville area there. The airport wasn't really in the heart of that, but our camera there, I believe, in Greenville is at the airport. So about 50 mile per hour plus winds at the surface level, obviously aloft. Those wind gusts still probably a little bit stronger. So this warning coming out as of 10:25, a severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Union, Prentiss, and Alcorn counties in effect until 11:15. The tag on this, 60 mile per hour winds, 3/4 inch size hail, and tornado possible. This is kind of that in between. We don't have enough to go off and say tornado warning, but there's clearly a spot. You could see the circle there. You don't have to be a meteorologist to see where that circle was showing that there is shear here, there is rotation. And as we talked about earlier, remember we said, hey, at some point it's going to be Tippah and Union County. We're not going to have that good look at it. Welcome to the present time, where looking at this from the Memphis airport, we're still, even on that radar, looking about, that's only 1,800 feet above the surface, so that's still not too terribly bad there. But the rotation there right along Mississippi Highway 4 near between Holly Springs and Ashland, about halfway between those two locations, looking from farther away at the other radar side at the Memphis Weather Service, and that's just kind of a mess to sort through here. Let's get a loop on that. That's we're gonna have to watch all along this line. There's going to be spots where things do try to, from time to time, spin up along this there. So multiple spots there where this could get a little tricky. I want to see a little wider. Yeah, see, even on the west side of this, at some point, we're going to have to watch these storms. So this is going to be kind of the main final hurrah, where if we're talking about a potential for tornadoes to spin up out of in our area, this is where some of the threat's going to come, is from this line as this moves through over the next few hours here. Let's look again. I'll go with the wind mode, and I'm probably going to choose the Columbus Air Force Base radar site, which is a little farther away, but I think has a cleaner shot at it, and does show, again, that rotation right where that dot is there between Ashland and Holly Springs, where that is showing up at this point here. Did show up a scan or two ago. Again, we had some of those, that one of those rotation circles showing up on there where that shear rate, where that rotation was a little more significant. Never mind. Apparently it is cleaner from the opposite direction, looking in from the backside on this. So let's keep that then. So that bow, that little arch that you see there, that is an area of circulation of shear where we do see these little spots where the red is on there, where the rotation. It's something here on the rotation thread on Mississippi Live Weather allows us to see our wind shear, and those are the spots we're going to track from at this point, where if a tornado were to pop up on this, on one of these bow echoes, this would be one of the spots where that would be the case. So let's track this. I'm going to go 40 miles per hour. We're going to take it more toward Boonville. I'm going to double check the storm speed on this. Go 45 miles per hour. So I might have been a little slow. We'll adjust that up here to 45 miles per hour. There we go. And so Boonville in the path, this would be about 11:22 for you. That's why you locations there in Prentiss and Alcorn County are under this severe thunderstorm warning. Some rotation on this line possible there. We show, again, Gravestown, 1041. We're looking at Blue Mountain and Ripley, somewhere around 1051 to 1052. So still about 20 minutes or so for you there. Ashland, I would be in a safer location for your spot as this kind of moves in as well. One of a number of areas that we're watching, but eventually Boonville, about 1122, Blackline, about 1118. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could at some point develop into a tornado. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here, who's been kind of watching things behind the scene. Before we do that, let's see if digital Matt Lawpon has something to say. Hello?
This is Mississippi Live Weather Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your location for a storm capable of producing damaging winds or large hail. We recommend seeking shelter in a sturdy building and staying away from windows. Repeating, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm. This message comes from Weather Call Next Gen.
If you'd like to hear this message again, please press 1. Otherwise,
two important things with that. Number one, before I ever had a chance to tell you there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, I got my warning. Number two, I always say this, and it is wild to me how accurate this is. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I'm at on this map, but let me just say I'm in it by about 6 inches. That's about as far into this warning as I am. I got the warning. If I were a mile back to the west, 300 feet back to the west, I wouldn't have got a weather call. That's how close to not in this warning I was. So weather call, it's accuracy, and you saw speed there. That's why I talk about it. You can be doing something else. Maybe that something else is tracking storms, and it'll say, hey, pay attention to me. So new severe thunderstorm warning there for Lee, for Chickasaw, Pontotoc, Monroe, and Itawamba counties for storms there with the potential to show strong wind gusts. Again, there is a little bit of rotation in some of these thunderstorms, not much, but certainly something to watch on a night like this. As we talked about before, we only really have good looks at this when it's close to the radar. Once this batch here gets closer to that radar there in Monroe County, we will have a better look. It's not that Monroe County necessarily has more tornadoes than every other place around the area, but it is that we have a better look at the potential for tornadoes there than almost any other location around the area. That's part of the reason why, you know, it sometimes just seems like that. So again, kind of a large track here. Go ahead and narrow down the locations here for a moment. Gabe, hopefully we've sent another push alert behind the scenes here for that and done a screenshot for that warning there as well, kind of letting people know what we're dealing with here. I'm going to go ahead and change the sides of the locations, you know, in this here. So Shannon, we're looking about 10:35 for you. If you're in Tupelo, though, you would have got your weather call there in Tupelo based on the way the National Weather Service drew this. I'd say the severe weather threat is south of you in the Tupelo area at this point in time. And there are other alert systems, and this is why we layer it. That was my code red coming in, so not quite as fast as my weather call. That's the reason I push weather calls. It's instantaneous on when you end up getting those alerts. Anyway, regardless of whether it's weather call or something else, we want to build those layers of armor. So we want those multiple things to let you know. Like my app pushed and told me, hey, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here as well. So all those different things end up layering up there to make sure that you know that you're in the danger zone. So download the Mississippi Live Weather app, weather call, code red, you know, layer up as many of those as you can so you know when you're in the danger zone. Let's look specifically at rotation on these thunderstorms. Again, there's some broad sort of rotation in a few spots along this line. I'd say damaging winds, the more likely impact that we see out of this here. But certainly it's a batch of thunderstorms that we're going to have to continue to watch. I'm not going to dwell too long on it, basically because if we look right kind of in the heart, we should be able to look at the heart of one of these storms from our Houston camera, be able to come back there and get a shot the opposite direction from our Tupelo camera, and then possibly another one there from our Amory camera. So Chickasaw County here, we're looking at some of the thunderstorms. Nearly not quite the lightning we've had in some other locations with these storms. This is again in Houston, one of our newest cameras added in our partnership with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Double checking exactly the angle that we have on this as it's loading in kind of the radar data. I'm going to look a little bit more to the right here, which will kind of pan me a little bit more toward the northwest. And looking into this storm, Again, it's not going to be a lot of good visibility on this here because it's a lot of heavy rainfall that's basically approaching right now. But this is something Gabe's going to pull up behind the scenes on this camera here and continue to have an eye on this. There is one little area right where that dot is where I'm showing this. And I'm going to zoom in the camera here for a moment so you can kind of see the radar on there at the same time. The reason I'm looking toward the northwest is there's one little area. See how this is changing the angle a little bit here in Chickasaw County? It's a little more north-south. I don't know that this is an issue for Houston, but once it gets out here closer to Okolona, it's possible that this could start showing more signs of rotation. So it's in a zone where things are getting a little bit more organized, and this camera is going to be able to help us have an idea of how that plays out over the next little bit here. And appreciate our partners with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. For those of you out there that would like to partner with us, you can sponsor these cameras. It's one of the ways in which we keep lights on here at Mississippi Live Weather, is with folks choosing to do that. I mentioned weather call a moment ago here. You can get your weather call using Mississippi Live Weather. I'm going to go ahead while I'm looking at a couple cameras here and talk about weather call. It calls you for severe thunderstorm warnings, as you heard a minute ago there, damaging winds, and the potential to produce large hail. It'll call you for tornado warnings, and most importantly, it'll call you back if a tornado is possibly moving toward your area. In Amory, no issues with that at the moment. You are under that severe thunderstorm warning in Monroe County till 11:15. Those storms still to your west and still intensifying and still be a little time. So use that QR code if you'd like more information or to sign up to Weather Call. As we bring it back in here into the digital room-to-room weather center, here's that Amory camera starting to rock back and forth. Our camera up in the Tupelo area, looking down southward. Again, Tupelo proper officially in the warning, but I would say that the city limits of Tupelo were past the worst of this at this point in time. The worst is probably just a little bit down to your south. We'll check our camera there. I'm going to flip this toward the southeast. Got these great cameras. One of the hard things is keeping them all pointed the right direction. There's so many of them. We'll look southeast. Isn't that just, bragging about, oh, my hair is just, I have too much hair in my head. I'm lucky to have hair at my age, and so in this case, we're very, very blessed to have so many cameras and views to show you, but we're in the heavy rainfall, nearly nonstop lightning. The strongest portion of this, just a little bit south of the Tupelo area. Still gusty winds in Tupelo with this, but any sort of significant rotation, if that were to be a thing, would be ahead of that. And appreciate our partners at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam there. As we check out, again, the wind, this is all in a direction that is not showing rotation with this at this point in time. When I look at a couple different ways, inbound toward the radar site there in Monroe County, a few little areas of circulation that we're looking at on the leading edge there here in just a moment. Well, I want to give me a second here to go back a couple scans. That one near Good Food is not, I don't know that was, that's on the backside. Okay. See, sometimes you get weird little rotation looking things on the backside of this line. Richmond, maybe. Parkersburg out here. This is that one we were looking at a moment ago. Checking the rotation on that one there. That is still, any kind of rotation is very, very broad at this time. We're going to come back to you in a minute. I promise. We'll be back to you in just a second. We got to hit a couple other storms. Different areas, intense storms here across North Mississippi that we are tracking. We're going to start south, work our way northward as we go through each of these storms and what they're capable of individually. Current time is 10:40 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We're going to look at the storm down here in Greenville a couple of different ways. It's not in Greenville anymore. It's east of Inverness and near Belzona. We're going to look at this from our radar site down in the Jackson area as those inbound winds remain extremely strong along the edges of it, at least some rotation. But near Highway 7, Mississippi Highway 7, on a direction that will take it toward Kosciuszko, is the advertised storm. We talked for the last probably 48 hours and said, there's probably going to be this one storm. This is that storm that has the potential for destructive winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Let me say that again. This has the potential for destructive winds in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour on this. That is tornado-like damage out of straight line winds. And there's still some rotation on the north side of this as well. So if you know somebody that lives in some of these communities like Brooklyn or Belzona, or I mean, it's over top Belzona now, but you know, we don't have a lot of time here for some of these other spots, but Old Dominion or Silver City at 1047. Hey, make sure that they're awake and in the middle part of a sturdy structure, because I think even in this case, we need to be thinking about where our safest location is in whatever structure that we are dealing with here. I'm going to refresh our camera network behind the scenes here for a moment, just in case there's a very obvious shot there of one of these storms that we need to be seeing at the moment. Because again, we do have a lot of different locations that we're kind of looking at here at this point in time. We'll be looking at a few others here in a minute. South side of this, one spot there. I just want to check that one little pixel just to make sure. You know, down here near Golden Lake, south of Belzona, north of Silver City, heads up. I'm going to get up our tornado safety rules here for a moment and look at this, because I want you in your tornado safe place if you're there near the Golden Lake community down here in Silver City, near Silver City, near 149 there. Because looking at the wind mode here, I do have this one spot on the south side, right there. Go ahead and leave that right there. If we go back to the precipitation mode, it's right at the leading edge. Maybe that's just a little bit in front. Hopefully that is, but that looks like a fairly strong return and could be an area that's possibly trying to rotate and may at some point try to produce a tornado if it continues. We're only about 4 or 5 minutes there away from Silver City. So if you know someone there, take a picture, let them know that there's a potential for damaging winds and possibly a tornado out of this storm with destructive wind moving through parts, again, of Humphreys, Sunflower, LaFleur, and Holmes counties. Let's get the storm track on the leading edge of this, and we got to go up north. It's been a few minutes since we have hit that storm that's moving toward, again, Ripley and Boonville and some spots like that. We're going 60 mile per hour forward motion on this. That should give us a time there eventually to Kosciuszko. We're going to thin down some of the locations here just a little bit as we expect, again, strong and damaging winds. 1133 for you in Kosciuszko. Goodman, we're looking at about 1124 there. Silver City, this shows 1050 on kind of this latest time there, assuming 58 miles per hour. We need to probably assume it's going a little faster than that. I'll bring Gabe in here for a moment, who's been monitoring things here behind the scenes. Gabe, what you got?
Clarksdale starting to rotate a little bit more, worth taking a look at.
Okay, we'll take a look at that here in a second. I'm going to double check this motion. I'm going to take this up to 65 miles per hour. I'll slice off a little time. That gives you about 1128 there. Kosciuszko, Belzona now, Silver City, 1049. Strong damaging winds that could be in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That is significant. That could be damaging and certainly needs to be taken very, very seriously. Let's go up there and look at Clarksdale, where Gabe was referencing just a moment ago there. Gabe, also checking all of your reports. If you have hail to report, if you have damaging wind to report, if you have something else to report, let us know. Use the Mississippi Live Weather app. They're available for all of the different devices that we have there. That's certainly probably the easiest way to do that. We're looking at here toward Clarksdale. We do show, again, some rotation on that storm there. The one south there of north of Clarksdale, the one we're watching most closely. We do have a camera where Crenshaw is. We see my mouse on the screen there. We do have a camera there. We have a camera also in Clarksdale. Let's look from the Clarksdale camera right there north into it. Actually, I think this is the Shelby camera. Man, that'd be right on. I'm sorry, I was too far south on that. Clarksdale's the next dot up. So Shelby, plenty of lightning on that as well with big storms both north and south. Here's our Clarksdale camera. And again, Coahoma County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:30. If I just look at the corner here, the picture, right where that dot is there, again, is where a little bit of that rotation is. So as long as we are looking north out of this, we have a pretty good shot of where we are looking on that storm as well. So Clarksdale, as we check that camera, initializing map, double checking the angle on this. And we show that looking kind of northwest. I'm going to change it. We're going to leave that, actually. I'm going to move where it says Coahoma County over here. So we kind of have everything there, so we don't have a big line going across the screen in this case. We're waiting on some lightning strikes, rotation a little bit, increasing somewhat more on this storm that will stay north of the Clarksdale area. Some damaging wind, a possibility out of this if it continues at this speed. Some penny-size hail, and again, rotation. Something that we're monitoring. Severe thunderstorm warning, Coahoma. This does move. This does include locations out closer to Lafayette County, eventually in the path of this thunderstorm with at least broad rotation on it. The lightning not nearly as nonstop as other spots, but you can see that's the part near Birdie that's moving toward Batesville. Gabe behind the scenes, make sure Batesville is looking back toward the west so we can revisit that here in a minute. I'm going to go 48 miles per hour, the speed on that storm there. I'm going to double check, make sure that is how fast they have it. They're all moving a slightly different speed. 50 miles per hour is what Weather Service Memphis going on this. Let's go ahead and then update that speed here to 50 miles per hour as it moves toward the Batesville area. Again, time to Batesville, we're looking about 11:15 for you. And again, if you're ahead of this, this is kind of a unified thought. How should we be approaching things? I would highly recommend that if you're ahead of any of these storms, that we are at least within steps of our tornado safe place. That would be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. We have not had, again, official tornado touchdowns on this, and it's interesting that I look up just north of this toward Como, and I see another little area of interaction that we're going to have to watch. There's just so many little areas of spin. As we talked about earlier, this was really simple when we were up there in DeSoto County. We had a great look at it. We saw rotation, tornado warning, right? Simple stuff, straightforward. This is no longer simple. Now we have a lot of little areas of spin. And as we talked about earlier, we're probably going to have a number of warnings that may or may not verify. But this one here, one that's moving there toward Batesville, we're looking for you at Batesville about 11:15. If this continues, about 50 miles per hour, some broad rotation with this as well. I'm going to track the storm just north, and I might just start leaving some storm tracks on here just because we're going to have to pop back and forth quite a bit. So looking here for Tyre, for locations there near Abbeville, this with some at least broad rotation with this storm there as well. You can see kind of the inflow area. If you're in the track of this, no official warning, I would be treating this like a storm that has rotation. I would be in my safe place as this line comes through. Again, as we look up here toward Potts Camp and Hickory Flat in particular, see how this is jutting out a little bit more right there? Let's check the rotation mode on that storm as well. Rotation picking up. I'm a little more concerned with that and the storm up toward Gravestown than I am many of the other storms that we are tracking here at this moment as well. The shear is definitely increasing on those storms. And that Hickory Flat, the fact that that is jutting out a little farther in advance, that's one right along I-22 I think we have to be concerned with, could potentially try to produce a tornado. Let's put this into a loop that does just the last 30 minutes so we can watch the evolution of this for a moment here. Hickory Flat, and we got a lot of viewers up there in Hickory Flat. Yeah, we need to be in our safe place there. That, Gabe, I'm going to get to you in a minute, but we got some things to track here. We've got rotations. We're going to come to you unless you've got a tornado on the ground. Do you have one, yes or no? Okay, then it's going to be a few minutes till we get to you there. We got to get in and get some of these tracks on all these areas because we're kind of reaching that time where for one reason or another, whether it's the low-level jet kicking up, this is the point where we're now starting to see a bunch of these little rotations kind of all kicking up at about the same time here. So Hickory Flat over top of you right now, I would have you in your tornado safe place. Now, you have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tagged tornado possible on it. This is where, again, we don't expect to have a lot of lead time before a tornado pops up. This is what it looks like if it's going to do it about 3 to 5 minutes before it produces a tornado. It looks like this in a line of storms like this. So Hickory Flat, we're within that really time zone here. The next 3 to 5 minutes, we need to be in that tornado safe place up here in southern Benton County for the potential that could try to produce a tornado. Up here toward Wittentown and Gravestown, we have an area of circulation there as well. Let's again track this about 50 miles per hour. This one moving a little bit more east and toward Ripley. Again, same warning, same advisory here. There's some rotation on this. This is the storm that probably briefly produced that spin up there in DeSoto County. Same part of the thunderstorm we watched there close to Holly Springs. So moving toward you and under your severe thunderstorm warning there in Tippah County now. For Wittentown, right now, Ripley at about 10:58. We're looking at 11:02, Walnut Creek, Collinstown at around 11:12 there, Crow at 11:15, Jumpertown by 11:17. That is moving in a direction that it will eventually make its way toward Boonville, and we're close enough to some populated areas there. I do need to extend that track just a little bit farther east, so give me a moment to, I'm going to end up disengaging this and re-engaging this to make sure we get that track on there. And let's take it a little farther. Let's go 50 miles. So we have that on there. In Boonville, we have that time for you at 11:24. Hey, listen, this is not producing a tornado right now. It might not ever produce one, but as we talked about, the uncertainty level kind of reaches its peak once we get a little east there, and I don't see any other areas of rotation on the north side of that to pay attention to. Let's come south here toward our Belzona storm. Actually, no, we have to hit the storms here in Lee, Monroe, Chickasaw, and Itawamba counties for a moment to kind of check some of these, because it's been the longest amount of time since we have seen some of these. Looking at this here, I mean, I might see some broad rotation. I'm throwing a bunch of stuff up there at once. I'll choose one thing and explain it in a second, but I would just want to poke and prod this a million different ways. I don't see any significant rotation out of this. No, I don't see any significant rotation. We've got enough thunderstorms with that on it that I'm not going to be able to spend a whole lot of time on this storm here. We'll track the whole leading edge of this thunderstorm, south and east. We'll go 45 to 50 miles per hour. I think we're going to adopt 50 as our new speed. That might be a little bit fast. You can see some of the locations on there. But this thunderstorm has produced at least some reports of damage. Gabe, are you in the chat there with the storm chasers so you can give that report? Okay, so let's bring Gabe in here for a second. I'm going to bring you double box, and I'm going to keep working on this track here for a second. Gabe, what do you got?
Lee County E911 Communications reporting that there is a tree on a house off of Shannon Avenue in Shannon. That's going to be southern Lee County. Entrapment, but luckily no injuries. And on County Road 300, there was another tree that fell onto a house and unknown injuries there as well. So hopefully everyone is okay, but as of right now, that's 2 homes being affected close to Shannon in southern Lee County.
Okay, so that's certainly a situation we've got to watch very closely. Will you check out for a second here? Actually, we'll come back to that here in just a moment. Let's go south on this, and let's kind of pick up where we're at there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. We might try to touch and see if we can talk to someone there in Shannon about that, get an update on that here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Give them a chance to kind of get there to find out, what the situation is with people there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, actually, Gabe, I'm gonna have to ask you for a second. I need to a reboot of one thing here behind the scenes. So I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna change this over to your site out of Jackson, and I'll put a storm track on it. Let you kind of work through what we have on this storm producing potentially destructive winds down here, moving in the direction of Kosciuszko. So we're, I think, still going about 65 miles per hour. We'll say on this thunderstorm there. And there's some times on your screen, and we won't clear off any of the tracks. So don't use the clear button on this, and I wouldn't query it as well, so that we can go back and hit the tracks about where they're at, and so we can do it more quickly. All right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
So continuing to look at, as Matt was mentioning, that potentially destructive storm over there towards Belzona. Due to the strong wind gusts, we're tracking that towards the south and east, and Kosciuszko is going to be in that path. We're seeing there towards Adair by 10:55, Atuma by 10:55 as well, Blissdale 10:56, Howard around that same time, Tollerville 10:57, Jones Crossing 10:58, Oregon 10:58, Acona by 10:59, Lebanon 10:59, Eulogii by 11 o'clock, Pine Grove 11:01, the Black Hawk Community by 11:02, same time frame, Roseville by 11:07, Bowling Green 11:07, by 11:08, and McMillan by 11:08 as well. These are those damaging that we were talking about, upwards of C plus, potentially 70 plus miles an hour, and that's why they have extended this severe thunderstorm to include of Chula, Kruger, and honestly expecting that to track extend that. I want to make sure that I'm keeping that up in the chat in case they do extend that. But Matt,
okay,
I'll continue to watch that into Atala County.
Yeah, go ahead and double check that for us behind the scenes. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Diener, and juggling about 17 different jobs, one of which is including going through and looking through some of your reports that we have. It's come up here, approaching the Batesville area, severe thunderstorm warning for in effect until 11. With us as we kind of 17 different radars here, still showing up again west of the Batesville area. I know Gabe had moved that camera back to the west a little bit ago. I'm going to check the Memphis radar, see if it's a little bit better on that. Not showing up as as pronounced. Some broad rotation there still near the Darling area, showing up on here. Again, very high rainfall rates. But right there along Mississippi Highway 3, it's right behind me, so I apologize. I'm standing in front of it there. Right where that dot is there. In Quitman County is where that rotation is. We'll check out our camera there in the Batesville area. You can see the times on the screen there as that, again, moving toward Batesville by 11:15 based on its current movement there. Our camera there in Batesville looking back toward the west. We actually should, out of all the cameras, have a decent visual on this storm waiting between lightning strikes on kind of the lowering there. Put that all the way down there on the bottom. Again, looking back toward the north and west, our Mississippi live camera here with the Mississippi Storm Chasers, North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Watching the base there. We just need the right lightning bolt at the right time. I don't want to wait on this camera a long period because we have enough areas of circulation out there to monitor. Gabe, keep an eye on it. If you wave me down, if you do end up seeing something a little more pronounced on that there, but that's still a little west of town as a severe thunderstorm warning, Panola County. A couple of those actually overlapping for Panola County because in the time we went and looked at all of the other storms out there, the National Weather Service kind of filling in the gap between these warnings where we were talking earlier on for folks there close to Glenville and Techville, and now severe thunderstorm warning for those folks there in effect until 10:45 for that kind of area circulation, broad circulation at least, that was showing up in between those two spots near Free Springs there on the northwest side of Sardis Lake, where that is at this moment. And looking at the wind mode here, some broad rotation. I don't see anything too terribly strong, too terribly obvious. Maybe right there near Glenville I have some. But again, using all of our different tools here, there's some maybe broad rotation there. You can see the times. I'm sorry, I need to adjust that. There's the times for that area of rotation there as it moves toward Abbeville. We're looking about 11:09 for you, still about 10 minutes away before that crosses into your area. I'd say that's a sub-severe storm. I'm sorry, I don't think that's high-end rotation, I should say. I'm not going to say it's sub-severe. It's definitely potential for some severe weather on this. Looking at the wind here for our Hickory Flat storm, the one that probably had the most likely chance of trying to produce a tornado last time we looked at it there, when it was just east of Hickory Flat, definitely wrapped up a bit there. I don't know that fully got to the point that it was producing a tornado, but certainly Cotton Plant, Bluff, Cowanville, all in the path of this area of at least somewhat broad rotation. Severe thunderstorm warning for you there again in Union County, southern tip of county. That's where we're watching this in effect there until 11:15. In all of these cases, with all these storms, while a lot of times we refer to this as your tornado safe place, I would just say safe place is good enough. That I would still be in a safer location from these thunderstorms there. Let's come up here where we have a couple of different shear markers, an indication here on a Mama Justice Doppler radar that there's rotation at multiple levels showing up, whether it's from down in Monroe County, from up there northwest from the Memphis Weather Service radar site. Hail showing up on our hail swaths out of this. We haven't talked a lot about that, our True Shield hail roofing hail swaths. If you get large hail in excess of an inch, send us those pictures in. They actually opportunity to win a $100 gift card there. But I think more than hail on this, it's still some wind. We show that pretty much on the edge there of Wittentown and Ripley, kind of moving into Ripley. So we expect that time there on that one, 10:58, so maybe 4 minutes before this makes it into the Ripley area, an area of rotation moving into and through your area there. And then our line of storms farther south, let's just check that shear rate. Let's leave it on just shear rate here for a minute. Some spots where we at least have some broad shear on those storms. Obviously, I have the Chula storm, Batesville maybe a little bit. The ones north of Oxford, not as much. You have Hickory Flat, and you have up here these two that we have approaching the Ripley area. You have the main circulations there, but then right in between, there's a spot as well. So we're going to clear this off, and we're going to lose all our tracks. I think it's probably worthwhile to kind of make some adjustments here. But Blue Mountain, again, some rotation kind of moving over top of you right now. Checking our severe threats, the strongest wind threat. It still shows wrapping around some strong wind threat on this. That could be up in excess of 70 miles per hour potentially there. I believe that's what that is indicating. Give me a moment to bring that in. It says Ashland. maybe near 80-mile-per-hour winds possible out of that. I think that's probably overdoing it just a little bit, but the takeaway should be some very strong winds at the very least possible out of this thunderstorm. And that is when you start talking about 70 or 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's going to cause some tornado-like damage here. That's on the backside. I don't necessarily buy the positioning. I don't think, again, radar is never perfect. I don't know how strongly I feel about that there. But I would say that entire line has some notches to it that need to be tracked, need to be watched, and need to be where we are in our safest possible location. So I'm going to track the whole line there, southeast about 50 miles per hour. And so it becomes a pretty long list of locations that are under these various severe thunderstorm warnings, one until 11:15, another until 11:45, and yet another until 11:30. Either way, if you're in a yellow box, we need to be assuming that we could have some wind damage potential out of these thunderstorms. Current time is 10:54. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are tracking a line of severe thunderstorms. Damaging winds, the main factor. Brief tornadoes, not impossible. Once this batches through, dear God, once this batches through, I think we're mostly done. Have more thunderstorms developing out there into Arkansas once again. Don't shoot the messenger. Let's look south here, and let's look back toward Chula. Again, Weather Service there in Jackson really dragging their feet on extending this warning. This is what Gabe was looking at a minute ago there. Reports back out when this is in Lake Village, Arkansas, of large trees uprooted, some issues there. New severe thunderstorm warning. It looks issued for Holmes and Humphreys County with this coming up here in the next few minutes. I need to make sure I'm not on the latest scan. And I apologize. That's the reason it wasn't showing up with the new one there, because I wasn't on the latest scan on that. So there's our new warning there until 11:45 for Holmes, Atala counties involved in that one there as well. I think a little sliver there of Humphreys County, but mainly Holmes and Atala counties. They've backed it off from the 80-mile-per-hour winds. Still more 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this thunderstorm for all those locations that we're going to show you in a storm track here in just a second. I'm going to pop that up, and I'm going to bring up our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who's again watching things behind the scenes here. About 50-mile-per-hour forward motion on that. There's our track and all the locations. Gabe, what you got as of now 11:03? I apologize. I listed off the wrong time because I had my radar on the wrong time.
It's all good. Hey, it's a lot of storms to track.
It's not all good when your storm tracks are based on a specific time. Anyway.
Well, there's a lot to track. And the big reason why they've extended that as well, because one of the responses was like, well, duh, we're going to extend this because it is still a very strong storm. But if you look at the number of power outages that we're seeing out of Greenville and just extending exactly where that storm is tracking on through now towards Holmes and eventually Atala County, we have hundreds, if not thousands of outages already taking place, including some additional outages from storms earlier on up there towards Cleveland. We have some towards Grenada and Winona. Entergy going to be very active tonight in layman's terms. But even as we get out here towards Chickasaw County, these severe thunderstorms moving through the Houston area and closer to the, we even got it here in Tupelo, that same line, that same complex as it continues to move off there towards the east. We're seeing about 200 outages there just on the west side of Chickasaw County and extending even south there into Calhoun and Webster County with a few outages as well. So lots of power outages. If we look at the overall poweroutage.us map, we can see that where that severe thunderstorm went through, that damaging severe thunderstorm went through, a lot of power outages associated with it. Currently, the count here in North Mississippi is at about 1,600. You can see over there on the top left. So 1,600 customers are out. And a lot of that is due to that one thunderstorm moving through that southwest portion of our viewing area, including parts of Greenville, eventually towards Chula, and now making its way towards eastern Holmes County. Matt.
And just judging by the comments, I think we're underdoing some of the power outages a little bit. We expect those numbers to probably go up a lot of locations.
Sure.
Appreciate that, Gabe. Keep watching that chat there. Let me know what the storm chasers are seeing and doing, and we'll keep talking back and forth here. I appreciate that. Outside in Aberdeen, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. There is some rotation in that storm, whether it's down there in Aberdeen. Again, it's just at this point heavy rainfall that's visible there. Same thing if we go kind of upstream there into the Amory area, just a lot of heavy rainfall. You're more deeply back into the rain. So again, not a ton of visibility with this. I say that. Maybe we're still kind of in a bit of a clear slot there in Amory. We will check that here in just a moment. Check one thing on that. I want to go up the Smithville. There's the lightning with it. And then there's the heavier rainfall in the Smithville area. We mentioned earlier that the radar site that we had in the Memphis area certainly helped us out to have a better idea what would happen. Now that we're closer to the radar site down in Monroe County, we have a better idea as well. What I can tell you is, looking at the rainfall mode, I have a couple areas that look suspicious. Near Abbott here and the Strong community, along 45 alternate there, south of Prairie, north of West Point. A little bit of an interesting area back toward Gibson as well. Another one of those spots. Another one against east of Amory there. I think we were in the clear slot from that one. I say suspicious. The reality is when we look at the wind mode there, yeah, maybe there's some broad rotation in any of those cases, but I don't see anything that just screams, Matt, this is about to drop a big one. Now, weird things happen in highly sheared, high precipitation environments, which is the way I would describe what we have out there today. But hopefully not, right? I think the one up there closer to Gibson, again, looking at a couple different versions of the radar up here east of Egypt. Let's double check and see if that's the right spot there. That one may be the most interesting of the three. So I'm going to give you, there's just a lot of shear. That's why this is such a wobbly line here. So this has gotten more active in the last 30 minutes or so. Let's get you kind of a storm track on the whole conglomeration there from near Hamilton, Alabama to east of Amory to Aberdeen to West Point to Starkville there. Some of the spots, again, a real notchy line, and sometimes those have little things that try to spin up. So I'll pull down that Skycam network list there. And we're going to, again, for a lot of these folks on the north side here, Columbus, I have you in the track just because I'm tracking what's west of you. But the reality is the severe thunderstorm warning is really the north half of this and most of those locations. Lamar County under the warning until 11:45. It's 11:15 there for Monroe County. And again, that's northern Lamar County, and I think in Marion County under that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's kind of thin down the locations here for a moment and knock it back to some larger spots because we are having to do some broader brush tracking on this there. So Starkville on the south side, we're looking at 11:14 for you. What do we need to tell, kids there in Starkville? I mean, you've got 4 minutes to tell the kids do whatever they're going to need to do. I would just have them in a safer location. If they're not in a car, we're in a good, safe spot. Sometimes just telling the kids avoid these places is the best thing to do. And so that's maybe the best recommendation that we have for you there. So we want to be in a safe place if we can be, and that would be a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows if this does wrap up and try to produce a tornado. Protect yourself from debris. That's the thing. Tornadoes don't Wizard of Oz you away. Instead, certainly the kinds we're talking about here don't. If we're going to see a tornado, it's going to cause issues where a tree hits the house and now you've got a problem, or where something from the outside tries to come in. And so as long as we put more layers between you and the outside, or at least as many as possible, you're typically going to be in a better shape as far as that is concerned. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to replace this for Itawamba and Monroe County. It's going to take that. If you look closely here, you can kind of see that inner yellow box. That's going to be the one that replaces the warning there, as you can see, until midnight, waiting for this line to kind of exit Monroe County there. Let's clear that off. Let's check our storms up here northwest, stretching from Ripley all the way back there toward New Albany. You don't have to be a meteorologist to see the curl here, how that's curled all the way up and back around. Now, these kind of rotations don't always produce tornadoes, but they can from time to time. And so that's one of them that we're watching because of that potential here. I'm going to track the leading edge of this whole thing here, east and southeast, and then we'll go in and look more intimately at specific spots in this line. So I'm going to go east, southeast. We're going to go 50 miles per hour on that. Again, there are some times as this moves eastward there. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we're talking about you in Prentiss County, as well as parts of Union County there. Union's until 11:45 on the severe thunderstorm warning. The northern part of Union and Prentiss and Tippah and Alcorn counties are until 11:15. This point here, still looking for information, as to whether or not Weather Service is going to go ahead and continue that. They've got a lot of different storms that they are watching at this point in time as well. So it's kind of, again, unfortunately, I have to go in here. Wish there was a way to automate this. Go in here and change the size of the cities there the number of cities involved. So Jumpertown, we show you 1115, Boonville 1122, Rienzi 1127, Burnsville 1140. You'll cross out of the severe thunderstorm warning by the time it makes it to some of these locations here, but still could potentially be strong to severe at those times as well. So that's until 11:15 for most of that warning there. Now let's dig into what the storms are actually doing. Some embedded areas of kind of rotation there showing up. This one near Mitchell's really interesting, just east of Ripley on Highway 4. And there's another one south. Now that's kind of back behind. That's real interesting here. I don't know that this is going to produce a tornado, but I think this is enough there that is some wind damage with this. So I would treat this again in the place if you're up here where I am in a storm shelter up here. If I live near Mitchell, north of Dumas, along Highway 4 and Highway 2 up there in parts of Tippah County. Digital Matt Lawpon again here with his weather call. Hello?
This is Mississippi Live Weather Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your location for a storm capable of producing damaging winds or large hail. We recommend seeking shelter in a sturdy building and staying away from windows. Repeating, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm. This message comes from Weather Call Next Gen.
If you'd like to hear this message again,
Okay, so that was, my weather call coming in. That's what it sounds like, and that's how fast it is. Have I either time beat the weather call showing you on the air? No. And my wife's in the other room. I think I'd like to tell her, but her phone goes off as well. So, because she can't rely on the weathermen to call her, but she can rely on Digital Matt Lawpon to do that. So that's where weather call comes in here. And that's for this new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Does include Lee, Prentice, parts of Union County there. This is kind of basically the replacement warning, goes all the way to Tishmingo and parts of Itawamba County until 12:15. There are a couple spots in here where we have rotation, one of which is up here near Locum where you see that circle, another that is over top of the New Albany area. Let's take a look at this here a little closer. I don't on my radar site from Monroe County have a good lock on those spots. But any tornado we see in this scenario tends to be fairly short-lived if we see it. So I know this is bobbing around to a bunch of different things. I'm looking really hard to double check. I think this is the most interesting thing to me. My straight line winds on this. And again, we are looking up there about 3,000 feet, but I have 60, 70, almost mile per hour winds there, straight line winds with this, and some rotation along that leading edge there. And then maybe up farther north a spot or two where there's a little bit more rotation with this as well. So some interesting returns there on this storm, stretching from east of Ripley down to east of New Albany. And New Albany, again, it's going to be some strong straight line winds for a little while here as this approaches the area. And clearly that circle, one of those other spots that we are watching with that shear. Looking at that rotation, this entire kind of part here from Locum south there toward east of New Albany, approaching Blue Springs, one of the spots that I'm watching pretty closely. So while Digital Matt Lawpon just called my wife, actual Matt Lawpon is going to mention something so that she checks back in with me here in a few minutes about the kids who sit in an upstairs room. So for about 30 seconds here real quick, Gabe, I'm going to send it back to you real quick there in the room-to-room weather center.
Yeah, so right now, as we continue to assess this line as it moves on through, we are seeing that rotation, a part of that leading edge, and that's where we continue to get those severe thunderstorm warnings, but I think that is compensating for some of that tornado potential as well. So as that contends towards the south and east, I know my home is also in this track, my wife getting to her safe place as we speak, just to be on the safe side with this entire setup. We see Graham 1118, Reese 1119, Ellistown 1120, Alpine 1121, Blue Springs 1122, Jericho 1122. We're seeing Lebanon 1122, the Graves community by 1124, Bethany 1124, Corona by 1125, and then continuing there towards Baldwin 1130, Guntown 1132. So Matt, I need to make a phone call here behind the scenes. So
you do you. I took care of mine, and my wife has said, of course they have state testing tomorrow. Yeah, that's we're not waking ours up yet, but we're also paying attention to this list here, And, going off that list, I'll let her know about how long that we've got. We do have a storm shelter here at the house. And so there's a scenario, Gabe, where you end up taking over as this gets a little bit closer. Now, she's good. She's at a good location. So she's fine there. I'm going to change the size of the cities here just a little bit to make sure. We show Saltillo at about 11:35, about 20 minutes away from Saltillo, which would mean from Casa de Lobondo, I would say we're probably about 15. Got to make the call in about 12 minutes. So set a timer for 12 minutes, and then we'll make that call. Okay, let's go ahead and check out some other storms out there as well, and see kind of where we're at here. The storms, let's go back south here for a moment, work our way back to the north. So as we're down here for locations around Kosciuszko, this storm not looking quite as impressive on this radar site as it was earlier. Let's check out from the Jackson radar. Maybe this thing's finally winding down. It does not look as menacing as it did a little bit ago. That wind, we're also not quite as perfectly aimed toward the radar site in Jackson, so sometimes that changes it, but I don't think that this is probably producing 80 mile per hour winds anymore, 70 mile per hour winds. This is probably more borderline severe, so whether it's prayers or just the luck of having had 17,000 storms come through here today, this one is starting to whittle down in intensity a little bit more from west down to Bowling Green there as it moves toward Kosciuszko and Dodds, and some of the spots have just seen about 3 or 4 different rounds here. I'm going to still move it about, we'll say 54 miles per hour there. And so you can see sometimes as it moves toward the south and east, speed on that storm there as it moves toward Bolotusha. We show eventually there. Kosciuszko, we're looking at about 11:35 for you there in Bolotusha. But in near-term south, about 11:27, 11:21 Aberdeen Junction there. Hoffman, 11:19, basically on top of you at this point in time. Durant, obviously in the path of this as well. Isn't it funny when I go looking through here for a specific city, my eyes just jump right past it. I don't see Durant in that list. That's right at the top. How many hours have we been on today, Gabe? 11:20 for you there in Durant. Strong straight line winds, the main factor on that. I do not believe that capable of producing a tornado at this moment and time. And just what you wanted to know, by the way, for folks there at home, we have more severe thunderstorm warnings back out there for Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So there's that. Let's go back here to Monroe County and check out some of these storms that are won by Monroe County. As you can see from Jackson, clearly Aberdeen stands out as the only one of significance there. From closer in, it's a little bit more difficult to figure that out. And we want to use closer in radar sites, especially with these where we're looking for spin-up style sort of tornadoes. I see obviously the wind shift there from Starkville back up close to West Point. I'm going to check out that camera in West Point. You're not under a severe thunderstorm warning in West Point, but this should be whipping through there pretty much as we speak. There's the lowering with that. Again, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning just to your north in Monroe County. And you can see that our thunderstorm here in the Aberdeen area has virtually no lightning compared to what some of the other ones are. There's some low-hanging stuff there. There's going to be some gusty winds as this kind of moves towards you as it moves in the next couple of minutes here, moving right toward our camera lens there. But that is, again, below severe limits. I mentioned from a long distance away, Aberdeen looked like it was about as rough as any place else. And, I mean, I guess that shot there verifies that. A lot of heavy rainfall showing up as we look toward the south and west. Speed on this storm coming in at about maybe some 60 mile per hour wind gusts on that as well. So Monroe County under severe thunderstorm warning until midnight because of this thunderstorm that's overhead. Again, a lot more lightning with that shot there as well. Moving up the road there to Amory. Again, some gusty winds with this as well. I could actually see some scan lines going through that. It's been a while since we've seen that. Again, a lot of lightning with these storms there in Monroe County area. And same shot there up in Amory, as we also have in Smithville. Again, the nearly nonstop lightning, heavy rainfall for you, Smithville, under a severe thunderstorm warning there, Monroe County, all these spots until midnight. Come back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we track up this line, I do not see really any spots here that I'm super concerned about rotation all the way up this line. Sometimes it can be difficult to get a really great look when you're so close to the radar, unless it's super strong. I would say, honestly, near the strong community is as interesting as any of these look. That is such a thin storm. That would be difficult. That's a wind shift. That'd be difficult for that to be anything more than that at this point in time. We'll track that whole kind of line there toward the east and southeast, get you a storm track on that, and then give you an update kind of on some information coming in here behind the scenes in the last few minutes from the Shannon area, where again, numerous trees are reported down in the Shannon area because of the thunderstorms that have moved through there. Severe thunderstorm warning, we mentioned Monroe County until midnight, Itawamba County as well, midnight, Lamar County until 11:45 p.m. And you can see again that line of storms and where that's moving through some of those locations there at this time. So numerous trees reported down along County Road 506 in the Shannon area, according to Lee County E911 folks there. Looking back in here at County Road 506, which, on County Road 506, this about 10 minutes ago while we were looking at some other stuff, report of a tree that fell down on some propane tanks. Fire department en route there, that in the Shannon area. And on County Road 300, we mentioned a minute ago, one of those where we had some entrapments and had a house hit by a tree. That might be two different instances here, but on County Road 300, we had 5 people that were in a house that was hit. One had a minor head injury. All folks are accounted for at this point in time. So we have had obviously some reports of damage, some other issues out there this evening out of these storms, and we still have a ways to go here as well. I'm going to bring on our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here, kind of pointing behind the scenes. Gabe, what you looking at? Talk to me.
Just tidal rotation up there towards Union County, and there's 2 notches that I'm paying attention to, but some with some brighter returns. It's going to be that top notch right there, but you can see where one of it is trying to hook around enough to where you've been tracking it all night, but just watching it behind the scenes, the wind's getting a little bit more impressive.
Yeah, I think on that north one there, while it's showing rotation, I think that is showing rotation there, that Halltown one. Of course, I know why you're paying such close attention to that one up there. That one is going to be a close-ish call for you. Let's double check the bottom one as well. Let's look back and get Bald Hill in the shot. So we're looking eastern Union County, southern Prentiss County, northern Lee County for winds, again, continuing to increase, and the shear there, some strong shear, and a potential that we could see that try to produce a rotation and maybe even try to spin up a tornado. That spot there in Alpine near Corona, where again, that's estimations where you see it kind of change color there. It goes brighter white. That's when it goes in excess of 58 miles per hour would qualify as severe sort of winds. That is strong straight line winds. This part here near Fairfield, near Jug Fork, near the Birmingham Ridge Baptist Church area, that's one that's more likely to maybe have a little bit of more rotation with it as well. Both of these, I don't know that I can say for sure that they're going to produce tornadoes, but they're both areas of circulation of significance there. So I would say that it's reasonable that we need to make sure that we are in our safe place for some folks in these locations up here as well. And Gabe, next time you need to call somebody, you go ahead and just wave me on that so you can make that call when the time comes. So let me do some analysis for my personal self here for a moment and make sure I'm going to be just a little bit south of this here because my 10-minute alarm will be going off any second here. Let me triple check that real quick. Let's get a line on where this is going. So we'll put dot number 1 here. Oops. This is where my circulation is, right there. I don't know why it's doing that. Stop that. Right there. So that's about where my circulation is. And let's go back a few minutes and play connect the dots. And then we're going to draw like the most precise, the don't trust this, it's too precise arrow that we can get. Ready, set, ignore the times, ignore the everythings. This is me just double checking for my own personal household here. That's awfully close. Okay, so yeah, golly, we're gonna be a mess in the morning. We are always a show of some sorts. It's a little weaker, this scan. Is God trying to hand me low-hanging fruit on this? Give me one more scan because I know you can get them up pretty quickly. So we'll wait a minute here. Up toward Bethany, that circulation's a little bit stronger up there. And on the wider shot, there's some odd little areas up a little farther north there along that line that I'm watching as well. Let's get kind of a storm track along the leading edge of kind of each of these sort of areas of circulation. We've got one again right there over top of Bethany. I'm tracking that again close to about 50 miles per hour. So that one there moving more toward, again, Pratt's. We show at 11:35 for you, Baldwin. We're at 11:31. I'd be in my tornado safe place if I'm in these spots here just to make sure we're in good shape there. Kirkville at 11:41. Sandy Springs 11:48. Moores Mill 11:51. Fairview at 11:53. That southern area circulation looks a little less impressive in the last couple minutes here. I'm showing that again about 50-ish miles per hour. And so I go there. Well, we got Frog Island there at about 11:30. Birmingham Ridge Baptist Church 11:28. We'd see Indian Hills there at about 11:36. Northwood Drive about 11:36 as well. So I would say, yeah, I got about 3 minutes to make a choice here on this. If it continues at this level 3 minutes from now, we're going to leave them up there. I think we'll be okay. So we'll revisit that here in a minute. I say that, set some kind of alarm. I got to go check out some other storms. Let's go down here to Monroe County. And I don't like this having to worry about the kids thing during severe weather. That's not something I usually do. I usually just let Emily make the smartest choice possible. And that's what I ask anybody at home to do as well, by the way, is just make the smartest choice possible for your family. But I'm also the guy that occasionally drives a convertible and gets caught with the top down and rained on, and I'm a meteorologist because I'm like, I can make it. Not always. Okay, so Aberdeen was wanting to know, what about Aberdeen? What about Amory? What about some of our folks here in Monroe County? The strongest winds are a little bit east of you in Aberdeen at this point. So if we're talking some go-to-sleeps here, Smithville, Aberdeen, Amory, the answer is probably, but we have to be clear here about something, and this is for everybody. We have more storms that have developed again back out here into Arkansas because this day, Tuesday, is making up for the fact that we had virtually no storms yesterday. So we've got more back to the west there eventually. So at least have that in mind that those storms are going to be potentially an issue at some point in the future. It's come all the way north here to Corinth. We have not really talked about this section of the thunderstorms here for a while. Checking the precipitation mode up here, looks like more strong straight line winds than anything else. Looking at the wind there, some wind gusts, maybe 60 miles per hour or greater possible on that there. Let's get a storm track there into the Corinth area related to that. So tracking that again, against Cypress, Collegiate in the path of that. And we're going to go about 45 miles per hour to 48 miles per hour on that batch there. We show Collegiate now, looking at Theo 1147. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated strong straight line winds primarily that this batch of thunderstorms is producing as of this point in time as it moves there toward Winnesoga at 1142. Again, Corinth, we're looking around 1148. Okay, I need to slide southward here. And I apologize that I've left that Lee County warning on the top there the whole time. Let's come back, look out of our Columbus radar site, and let's look at the precipitation mode there. Go ahead and bring them down. And we'll check out the rotation. I don't really have strong rotation on it. I do have just a little bit of an indentation on that near Frog Island on the south one. The Guntown one might be a little bit stronger. And certainly let's look back to west to make sure there's not something else back behind it that bears more looking, and there isn't. I'd say our Guntown circulation is the more likely one to cause some issues at this point in time up there. We have a little bit closer interaction between the red and the green going on with that there. Again, right there along 45, moving eastward. Let's check out, again, the precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's get a track. Again, that is the one moving toward Pratt's there, moving east at right around 50 miles per hour or so. I don't have anything on velocities, but I got the littlest hook. I think they're fine. Guntown here, we're looking at that for you at about 1132, so basically over top of you now. I would be in my safer location, Kirksville, Guntown, Marietta, 1144 there, Sandy Springs, Moores Mill, and Fairview, all kind of a part of that. As we look back toward the west here, I want to check out again, we've had these storms kind of moving into and through Oxford for a little while. We've had multiple rounds of that. Checking the wind on these, I don't see anything overly impressive on this batch here. I think we're largely good. Again, this is a different storm, so we need to make sure we're querying this. Till 11:45 here, Lafayette, that part of Union, that part of Marshall County, with this kind of batch of thunderstorms, I'd say largely below severe limits, some gusty winds, some broad rotation. As we talked about earlier, you know, a lot of these warnings coming out because there's just a lot of questions as to what the atmosphere is still capable of. It's night. We don't have a great view. That's part of the reason for that. Looking south here toward Kosciuszko, again, we've been watching this thunderstorm moving toward you for a while. You can see still tons of lightning on it, which tells me that I'll bet if we get down here and look at it from Jackson, it still is a little more intense, but that also looks a lot less like a big wind producer. Notice how the thunderstorm here had a little bit more of kind of it was bowed back like that, more curvature back west, and now it is flattened out more. That's a sign that the winds are weakening on that storm as well. So I would say less and less likely to be producing damaging winds on that. We'll get you a track there again through Kosciuszko, and then we need to hit Lowndes County, which has been added to a severe thunderstorm warning. Give me a moment. That track is not a good one. Let me give you a better track. Let's bring it to the current time. Get that storm track on there. Advance that again toward, again, Noxapater, kind of in the path that Louisville. I know you're just getting through some storms there. But if we're talking back here for Atala County, we're looking for you until 11:45. About the next 12, 13 minutes or so, a Doppler radar indicated strong winds that could be 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is not 70, 80 like we had earlier. At 11:42, 10 minutes there into the Kosciuszko area. As we slide back up to the north and east, a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for locations there in Lowndes County. Already had a flash flood warning for some spots there in and around Lowndes County. And when we check out the wind mode on a Mama Justice Doppler radar in and around the Starkville area, a few little interesting things near, again, Bethedin there, Oktok, few little interesting things. We're not at the point where we have to super worry about that. But again, we do have some little areas of rotation on those little spots there on what are largely just awful looking storms. They don't look like anything, but that's also because we do have heavy, heavy rainfall right over the radar site. That's what's causing that. We have too much radar on the radar, too much rainfall over the radar site, so it's not going to look as intense. So a little bit of broad rotation on some of these thunderstorms here, east of 25. Again, moving generally kind of toward the Columbus area there as well. In Columbus, starting to see again some gusty winds picking up there for folks in Lowndes County. Again, we might put out a push alert for those folks there in Lowndes County. Target those if you could, Gabe. Actually, they would have already just got the warning a second ago, so that should take care of things there. As we're watching for you in Lowndes County, as winds will start picking up a little bit more. Still kind of ahead of the main potential where we could still possibly see some rotation there. We're going to go back in the northeast portion of the county where our camera is showing up in the Caledonia area. Caledonia, one of those spots again, they're under that severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15. Also includes Clay County, locations back there toward West Point under that as well. This camera there provided by North Mississippi Storm Chasers and our partnership with them. And then the reason everything's kind of flopping around, that's, of course, just the rainfall. Luckily, it's not nonstop lightning like some other thunderstorms there. That's part of the reason we're going to disengage from that. If the lightning were more prevalent, well, you can look right here and just see the lines. As we've said over and over again, follow the lightning to where the concerns need to be. And so up here near Guntown, one of those spots, in Aberdeen there, and Kosciuszko, the ones that look the most interesting to me. Got to go up here to Guntown, though, and then we'll look at Boonville and Jumpertown as well. Check the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. A couple spots there up near Boonville with this curled back around. Again, we're looking still about, exactly how high up are we? 2,200 feet, about half a mile above the surface, so we don't have good low-level lock up here. Baldwin, back toward Guntown, but some areas of rotation here in these thunderstorms. Right there where I'm putting that line, another one putting the line up there. Some spots that kind of instantly show up to me as well, where it's kind of trying to wrap back around. I'm wondering if I get the shot up here toward Jumpertown, if I A little more convinced on that. Now, still a little high on that. We'll try to catch the camera shot on that here in a minute. But again, checking how this is placing out. Hey, Gabe, I'm going to hand this to you for 2 seconds here behind the scenes. Go to Chroma if you can. I don't know if you're there. I want to double check this here. I'm going to hand this to you for 2 seconds. I want to go outside and take a look here for just a moment based on what I'm seeing here. So give me, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. You know what I was about to do? I was about to do the guy thing. I'm like, well, that looks like that could be the thing. I want to go look and see if there's something bad outside. And I'm about with the porch. I did the thing. I was about to do the thing I tell you not to do. So I'm going to resist that urge. I'm going to send it to Gabe anyway. But I promise you, I'm going to stand right here and check a different radar shot. Promise, Gabe. Promise.
Well, Matt, I want to go over to the BAM real quick, so I'm going to toss it over there because there is something that I want to go over when we're talking about some of that potential impact moving in later this evening. So we'll track these here in just a moment. Real quick, I just want to touch on that mesoscale discussion because these new storms developing out here towards Pine Bluff, Arkansas, moving there towards Cleveland and Greenville, still having the potential to be some large hail producers, and that's what we're watching. And yes, that time frame, valid until 1:30. Are we still live? Is it back?
Yeah, well, I think we're still live. I think we're still good. So you had a power flash there. I had a power flash here. Here's the question: are the top lights on there in the studio?
Yes.
Okay. So y'all are good. We had a power disruption here at the house as well. That's what I was kind of checking on there. So that means number of power outages probably increased as that kind of went through there. But hopefully that circuit reconnected. I'll double check here. Hey, would you check the front lights just to make sure real quick that we have power?
And I'll check Tom Bigby EPA to make sure their outages, because that should be coming in here shortly. But basically what I was trying to say is more storms are forming, and that threat does continue until 1:30 for the National Weather Service, and that's what they're monitoring. So it's going to be a late night.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Let's look up here toward Boonville. Appreciate that, Gabe, on the latest here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. You know, this north part here earlier had some more significant rotation on it. Kind of looking at it now, I don't have strong rotation. I do have something there a little west of Boonville. I want to check and see if that kind of matches. Okay, let's be clear about something. Like, I'm not going to have great locks on things, but I do have just about the right spot, something here that we need to watch up here closer to Boonville. I do have some shear with that as well. So if I'm in the Boonville area, I would say it's probably a smart decision to make my way to my tornado safe place or my safe place. And we've said that hopefully multiple times for a lot of folks up here. But right about there where I put my pointer, let's see if it's there on the same scan, just east of 45. I think that's right along College there. I have, again, I'm being too precise on exact locations there, but I do have a spot right there where we have some rotation that is kind of pixel to pixel, and we've had some spots up here that have kind of looked like that. That's in a location. I just want to make sure that we're doing extra due diligence, and in either case, because of these severe storms, we should still be in our safest possible location either way. But a little bit of rotation right there in Boonville, kind of moving through town as we speak. So just some extra precautions there, an extra couple walls, just in case of what I would send it around for my folks there. So, of course, right over top of you in Boonville at this instant, Lake City at about 11:41. We show Sunflower there at 11:41, Hills Chapel 11:48, altitude 11:49, New Hope up there in near the Alcorn and near the Prentice Tishmingo County line. We're looking at that for that New Hope, not the New Hope in Lowndes County, 11:52, 11:56 Burton, Tishmingo 12:04, and Carter Branch at 12:08. Let's clear that off. Let's go wide. Let's leave it on shear here, our rotation product, and let's go through the whole viewing area here for a moment and make sure we want to reset. And I instantly see Lowndes County looking more interesting than it did. So let's come down on our shear product and check out Lowndes County here. Stretching into Lamar County, right there on kind of the north side of the Columbus area. Multiple spots here where we do have some wind shear. Of course, that wind shear largely, again, the change in wind direction right on the front end of this. So do we need to be in your safe place here in Lowndes County? I don't know that I have a spot there where I would say that there's a tornado, though right here near Koala Springs, just kind of southwest of Caledonia, that is a little bit more organized. I have a little ripple going through this here. What we have is a little ripple kind of running through the green here. And I have a little interaction right there just to the east of 45 there in Lowndes County, just east of the Air Force Base. Probably no more than about 2,000 feet east of the Air Force Base where I have that at this point. We're going to watch this here in the next couple moments, see if that translates up. Let's get an angle on that there. But if you're in Caledonia, if you're down here in this northern part of Lowndes County, I would be in my safe place. I'd say it's heading more toward Woodlawn if it continues at that rate. Let's go ahead and get a track on this, and we're going to change our camera in Caledonia while we still have an angle on this. I'm going to translate that at 45 miles per hour. We'll say 47 miles per hour. And again, I'm going to see if I can turn on every possible thing on this track, whereas we've been turning it down from time to time. I think we've got most things that are going to show up on there turned on. Yes, we do. So severe thunderstorm warning for you. Right where I put my dot on radar here is where we're concerned with this in Lowndes County, east of US 45, approaching Aldridge Road there, Wright Road, east of Ridge Road, near Anderson Grove Road, an area of a little bit of circulation starting to show up there as well on a Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is the Monroe-Lowndes County line. This is Mississippi Highway. I think that's Highway 12, right? Yeah, Highway 12 there, approaching Woodlawn. That's where this is kind of moving in that direction there, generally closer to the Woodlawn and Steens area. So I would be in my safer location. No guarantees this fully spins up and does something, but this one spot here is just kind of in the last moment or two looking, this sort of jumped off the map in my mind, kind of looking at that spot there. There are a few other locations where there's, again, some rotation sort of interactions along that line, but the spot there, right there where I have that dot is the one I'm kind of the most concerned. We're going to flip our Caledonia camera around, make sure that we have that facing the right direction. I think it might already be facing the right direction there. I don't know if we have a lot of time before the rainfall hits up in Caledonia. We might be just getting into the rainfall, and that might kill our view somewhat on this. This is our Caledonia camera there, trying to get a shot into this. I think we might be too deep in the rainfall here. Not a ton of lightning to work off of. That's the problem at night. Waiting for those lightning bolts to be at just the right spot here. Unfortunately, not a lot of lightning. Caledonia, I would say, if obviously some of the strongest winds are moving through right now. Additional strong winds could be possible a little later on, but severe thunderstorm warning for you in Caledonia, Lowndes County until 12:15. Hopefully we're getting past the worst of it kind of as we speak down there in Caledonia. I clicked on the wrong thing there. That was looking at some of the rotation tracks, which, as you saw, pretty well accurate based on some of the latest data. Isn't it nice? The models actually finally decided to do something right. Okay, a little broader on our rotation. Back a couple of scans ago there, it was just east of 45 there. That was fairly tight. Has broadened a little bit. Still enough there that this could potentially try to spin something up by the time it gets down here closer to locations along Highway 12. How far away are we from that? That's a great question that let's answer here. So we're assuming this is moving about 50 miles per hour. So assuming that, and we're looking at this getting down to Highway 12 in right about 2 miles and 3 minutes there to cross Highway 12 and near the Nelson Road area. Clear that off for a moment. So that's kind of where this is headed down in Lowndes County. We will see if that takes that next step and attempts to spin that up. Let's put it back on that rotation track, that shear rate, and kind of widen things back out, see if there's something else that jumps off the map. That worked pretty well a second ago near the Lee-Itawamba County line where we've had kind of that area circulation we've multiple times before. That storm in Kosciuszko still looks to be kind of weakening a bit more. Let's come up here and check out these two storms up here in Lee and Prentiss counties, Centerville, Mantachie, east of Saltillo, one of the spots that we are looking there north of Mantachie. At the wind here, again, most of the wind still pretty broad, all things considered on here. and looking back how things have played out over the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Some of the rotation that looked a little stronger up there toward Guntown has unwound a bit more as it's moved eastward. Does look less impressive on this. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for Itawamba County. Locations there in Itawamba County in effect there until 12:15. Looking northward up here toward Boonville, locations north. That little area of rotation we're looking at a minute ago does not look as impressive as it did. Let's go back about 10, 15 minutes there. Show that little rotation we briefly had kind of on the west side of town. I don't show that anymore. That's kind of fallen apart there. So hopefully it was nothing to begin with. Probably some sporadic wind damage possibility there. The reason, I think that some of these are some issues is bring Gabe Maynor in. He's been watching some of the reports around the region of power outages. He's got the map from Tom Bigby up, and unfortunately, Gabe, there's quite a few folks with some issues there, right?
Yeah, poweroutage.us definitely underdoing those total outages. And as we look just in the Tom Bigby coverage area, which is mostly just Itawamba and Lee County, we can see 2 or 3 large outages up there just north of Saltillo with 1,223 outages. And then right here towards the northwest Itawamba County, 428. We go down towards the south, and right there in East Tupelo, where we are here in the downtown Tupelo area, that's where we were about to take a power hit. We were fortunate to keep our power going, but East Tupelo towards the Auburn area, about 124 outages, and down south, we keep going down Highway 45. This is going to be closer to Shannon, 1,385 outages, also where we're getting the vast number of reports of trees down. Now, what's also coming in is some of the reports. This is from, I have to make sure I have the name on this correct because I don't want to give the wrong credit. So James over there, James showing that he did have a tree down in his front yard, 2 actually large to be oak trees up there. And that was from the storms that moved through earlier today. Another example of that there on the side of the house. Just lucky that it never fell towards the house. That definitely could have been a much worse situation. So we never want to see damage, but fortunately the tree is not falling into homes. A lot of times when I do school visits, I say, when the wind damage does happen and knocks down trees, it's not really the wind necessarily that you have to worry about. It's really the trees too, as those could fall into your home. And fortunate for James and his family, they stayed safe. But wind, not the only thing tonight. Lightning. This was an insane picture captured there. I need to make sure I have the right name on this too. It's just been a minute since this was submitted. This from earlier today, about 10:28. I said been a minute. It was only an hour ago. And this was by Matthew. And you can see the ring camera just blown out there by the lightning strike. And definitely grateful that everyone is okay in the house. No one was close to that ring camera because you can see just what a fuse it started out there. So definitely grateful that everyone is okay. That's the most important thing with all of these reports, is that everyone is telling me that they are okay, still in one piece. And for those trees that fell on the homes down in Shannon, so far have not heard of injury or loss of life, which is again what you look for with this type of situation. And if you want a positive picture from tonight, Safe Place selfie. And it is two of the little ones out there. Let me make sure I have the name on this one correct too. But submitted to us. We'll always take a Safe Place selfie picture. And this was earlier on when that rotation started to happen up there towards northwest Mississippi. Mackenzie sending us that picture. So that's a heartwarming photo right there, Matt. And a lot of people need to follow these little guys there and get to their safe place whenever we tell them there's a tornado and drive into it.
Well, and y'all also need to do a good job of downloading the Mississippi Live Weather app. The folks watching us now absolutely have. Problem is, apparently at some point in the last little bit here, Facebook went down. What I think happened is there's kind of a limit on time, on the amount of time you can be live on Facebook. I think we probably hit, I think it's like an 8-hour limit. And so then it kind of cuts you off. And I think we probably hit the cutoff there. So for the folks on Facebook, the reason it cut you off is we hit our maximum time limit you could do a Facebook live stream for. And so I apologize for that. You might think I'm just like, well, why do you want us to download the app? That's why we say download the app, because Facebook does dumb things and we can stream on this thing as long as we want to. So God bless Mark Zuckerberg. Hey, at least we're able to reach you some of the time on there, but God bless him. Anyway.
I'm just shocked. Are you sure we've been live for 8 hours, Matt? I mean, what?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. It's been a long one for sure there. Okay, let's go again back out here to Mama Justice Doppler radar wide shot, kind of assess how things all are set up. And Okay, so couple things that instantly kind of drop off the map here. First off, those thunderstorms expanded, still continued back out here toward Oxford. We have more back out into Arkansas, and it remains a very real possibility we could have another round of severe weather moving here, Clarksdale, back out here towards Shelby and Cleveland, continuing overnight. We have other thunderstorms farther east that have, within the last 20, 30 minutes, still had some severe weather rotation sort of things with them, including down in Lowndes County. And that's where we're going to go back to here for a moment. Need to make sure we're looking at Lowndes, Lamar, Marion counties for the potential for these storms to try to produce some rotation from time to time here. Looking at the shear rate on these, continue to show at least kind of a long line there where we do have some rotation for these folks down here near Haitagi, south of Caledonia, in the Lowndes County there, and then again back at Fayette and Marion counties, all under those severe thunderstorm warnings with the tag in pretty much each case rotation possible. Looking specifically at that rotation, that wind, the strong wind here, looking a couple different ways at this and kind of poking and prodding this to see if something spins up. This looks primarily straight line at the moment. Bring it here, we'll make it a shorter loop, we'll make it a 15-minute loop here. Then we have that brief area where something did try to spin up just east of the Columbus Air Force Base. Watch this loop again there just for maybe the briefest moment. Now kind of looking at all along there, the only spot that even looks a little bit suspicious is near Haitagi. Haitogi. We both know I will learn to pronounce Haitogi my last day on the air. And I'll say this, there are different pronunciations of it. Anyway, it's the only city in the viewing area I fear every time I have to say, because everybody's got an opinion on it. Either way, strong wind, I don't see really any rotation along that line, looking at the latest scan here. So let's track this eastward. We're going to do about 50, we'll say 50 miles per hour. I think these are probably slowed down a little bit more. So we'll double check the speed here in just a moment. So I'm going to have the track up there for you. Now let's double check the speed to make sure that we've got that accurate, because we can make that adjustment. Yeah, these have slowed down. No way. Oh, it's 15 minutes. Got to take that times 4. Okay, that's 16. That's 32. Yeah, they're down to 32 miles per hour. So these have slowed down a bit more in the last little bit. So let's change the speed of that track down to 30. Let's go 35 miles per hour. And so that does, again, alter the speeds just a little bit there. Showing Haitogi right now, Steens, 1155. This is some gusty wind. This is not much in the way of rotation at this moment. Our shear rate kind of does a great job, again, showing that line of, the wind change as this moves in. And not impossible to see something spin up on this, but we look for it to have more of an S shape, like what we see there for Vernon when we're going to see it. But we expect that also to be on the leading edge if we're going to see this produce some rotation that could produce a tornado on one of these. And so that's not really the angle exactly. Saying that, I'm still going to look up here toward Vernon and just double check this here. We'll keep monitoring that. That's gotten a little bit more north-south. So again, I would say, again, Blooming Grove there, Mansfield, kind of all spots that need to kind of watch that as that moves eastward. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Lowndes, back into Lamar County with that batch of storms there. Let's come up here to Itawamba and southern Tishmingo County. Again, we've been kind of watching these storms as they move from Boonville into Tishmingo and Itawamba counties. Bring it back in and checking out the rotation here. Not seeing much of significance. Back on our shear track, again, the rotation tracks on that there. That's not looking terribly impressive either as well. So those are both improved significantly in the last 20 minutes or so. And just kind of checking out the threat here. Only threats that's kind of showing up on the peak threat there. Maybe some hail. I'll say that near Abney, I still see this little notch, and this is the one we've been watching for a while. But I see also part of the reason it has not produced to this point here. We'll check behind the scenes, make sure we're good with everything. see how you have this kind of green line here in advance right here? This is our outflow boundary, and our little area of circulation slightly behind it. That means we're not tapping in to the most unstable air. That means it's difficult in that scenario to produce a tornado. So while that little notch has been something that I've been watching, it's been keeping my eye on, that explains a little bit why it hasn't produced, is it is probably elevated above the boundary layer, and in a scenario where we're not ingesting the most unstable air. So that's a good sign there. And so a couple reasons. Again, we're in the heavy rainfall at the radar site, or at least were earlier on, and that's why these storms didn't look quite as impressive there back up to Tishomingo County. But I'd say the heaviest part kind of moving out of Tishomingo County, and most of what we show there on the winds is just kind of broad, sort of mid-level rotation, and really not even as much lightning as what we had earlier on. Really a flash flooding threat as well. I don't want to undersell that. It doesn't show up because I have the tornado watch on there, kind of the pop-up instead. But if I only had warnings on that, and we could tweak it to say that, we have in the purple counties here, flash flood warnings: Lee, Chickasaw, Monroe, Oktibbeha, Lowndes County, back up toward Benton, Marshall, and DeSoto counties under flash flood warnings, and then a lot of other folks as well. So we've had some, flash flooding potential, and unfortunately, we have more storms back out there into Arkansas, trying to organize and trying to move in for another round. So what Gabe is checking behind the scenes here is he's kind of looking on a couple different radar sources and some projections as to how strong we think those could end up becoming as well. But I want to check these storms that stretch back from Verona and Tupelo back toward Pontotoc. Again, kind of in the heart of what one of these looks like. We're looking out in the Tupelo area on our camera there. Again, we are under a tornado watch in the Lee County area. The far northeast portion of the county is still technically under that severe thunderstorm warning. But at this point, I think the severe weather has exited the Lee County area on that. And so it's just mainly just heavy rainfall showing up on our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera on the south side of town. Not great visibility on that because it's, again, in that heavy rainfall and a direction where we're not seeing the individual drops right there. Still kind of in heavy rainfall, but the part of the exiting portion there in Pontotoc, dew point still 66. So our winds have gone north and west with some of the rain-cooled air moving in, but we just haven't moved in quite enough yet to start eliminating those rain chances. We're looking at the wind portion here on Mama Justice Doppler. I don't see quite the interactions that we had earlier. I'm not concerned with this batch here on any sort of tornado threat from Pontotoc and Ecru back toward Oxford. Individual storms back into West Mississippi toward Clarksdale. And now let's look back a little farther west, south of Star City and near Gillette, Arkansas, and DeWitt. Do we really have to keep doing this? That's pretty much the only question I have from meteorologist Gabe Maynor here as he's kind of looking at stuff, and I'll keep tracking this at the same time. Well, do we really have to keep doing this? I mean, we're going to keep doing this, but I'm meaning the collective we. Is Mother Nature going to make us keep doing this? Are these going to make it?
They're going to make it. Unfortunately, I think that they mean? Well, I think they're going to sustain themselves into North Mississippi and kind of keep those warnings going. We're moving out of the Little Rock coverage area and into Memphis, so that's going to be their decision at that point. But I do think that they'll continue it due to some of those gusty winds.
Broad rotation. In either case, at least broad rotation there.
And with that comes some hail threat as well, and that's what the mesoscale discussion talked about, as we discussed a moment ago. And looking at some of the soundings here behind the scenes, there is still enough unstable air. The thing is, with this cold front, it never fully moves out that unstable air fully from North Mississippi. So we're going to continue that overnight. And as those storms are kind of forced into North Mississippi, they have a decent atmosphere to kind of soak up some of that fuel as well. Not saying like what it's been so far tonight. I think it'll be more chill in the grand scheme of things, but I do expect a few warnings trying to pop up through the night.
Hold on. I'm going to go back here to kind of our surface map on Mama Justice Doppler radar, where we kind of put it all in. So those are back on the cold front itself, where those are. So this is kind of the broader look at the overall picture here over the last, this would be 6 hours or so. I'm going to make it 12 hours. For a moment, we'll get that 12-hour loop going there. Now, remember yesterday we didn't have any storms? Okay, so this is kind of the second round, third round, sort of to speak, and is this round 4-ish, I think, looking at that. So, yeah, we're going to continue having some thunderstorms with kind of that next batch there as well. But you can see how the models have been fairly correct on trying to produce these individual kind of bow sort of echoes. And on the latest scan here, everything good? Got a hail alert from the app.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get it? Did
I
you
got
get
that
it there too?
over by our house.
All right. Oh, hail approaching my current location at 55 after there. I guess that would have been some of the hail that it was detecting on here. Went a little bit south of us there, so that's probably what that was. There we go. That's one of those kind of early warnings that sometimes happens. I think maybe a little overdone on that one there, but I count 1, 2, 3-ish, maybe arguably 4 bow echoes there showing up at this point. So, and then another batch of thunderstorms back into Arkansas. So there you go. So let's go ahead here for a moment. I'm gonna toss it back to you on the chroma wall here for a second to kind of track those storms from Arkansas and get kind of an easterly look at where those exactly are going. So I'll send that over to you here in just a second. So kind of resetting things here for a moment. It's midnight, and well, we got more storms out west. I know the question that I don't know, about 20,000 of you want to know is, can I go to sleep? And the answer is, I don't think we're talking high-end tornadoes. Let's just say that right here, right now. Strong tornadoes off the table. That's not what we're seeing tonight. So if that's what you're waiting up worrying about, I don't think that's happening. Now, a brief tornado, 70, 80 mile per hour winds where it knocks down some trees and then causes you some problems if you're on the outside of a house. Yeah, that could happen tonight, but it might not even take a tornado. Like, for example, if I come up here to Guntown, a report from when that storm came in just a couple minutes ago through the Guntown area there. I guess I only have this on a 15-minute loop. I need to go 45 minutes. When the storm was up there, moving through Guntown a little bit ago, according to Jason Nichols with Lee County E911, tree on a house there on County Road 417 in the Guntown area because of this storm. So clearly, and that was some rotation, and it's still probable that was straight line winds, but again, there was some rotation there, so brief tornadoes can happen below the resolution of our ability to really detect them on radar from time to time, and that could be one of those scenarios. It was rotating. We didn't see the pixel to pixel. We didn't see the damage report, but that remains a possibility. So could you have that tonight? Absolutely, that remains a possibility. But looking at these storms, Gabe, as I toss this over to you, our resident Alabama resident from the Department of Redundancy Department. Let's track these storms back out there to the east a little bit. That's interesting. Do you see how behind you that's still? Oh, I know what happened when you had the power hit. Hold on, give me a second here.
Or did it disconnect?
What happened is links got disconnected. Hold on, I'm gonna have to click refresh on that. We're lucky we didn't lose your mic on that. Give that a second, and that should come back here. There you are. Okay, that's how long it's been since we've had you on radar. Okay, take it, Mr. Maynard.
Well, yes. So as we track that out, it's moving through Lamar County, Alabama. As well. And this is again due to did you see that?
Yeah, that was really weird. Hold on. Let's try that one more time.
Do I become Matt? Magic. It's midnight magic. So as we track this out, it's going to be the winds that we're watching. So let's go ahead and pull those up, and still getting some of those stronger turns out there towards Millport, Alabama, Melbourne, Alabama, and up there towards Bobo as well, as that continues towards Fayette County. So what I want to do, I don't know why I clicked that off. What I want to do real quick is draw out that warning And Matt, if you want to chime in there behind the scenes, the speed that you've been tracking this, I've been working to collect damage reports, and I didn't hear your latest speed on this.
35.
35. Okay. So 35 miles an hour. There's a look at some of those in the track, and as you can see, Fayette, town that we mentioned just a moment ago, towards 12:08 a.m., or Jerusalem community closer to 12:15. Shaw 12:16. The Bankston area 12:24. Cleveland 12:25. My favorite location in Alabama, Kansas, Alabama 12:26. Carbon Hill 12:28. And then working our way towards Palmetto there by 12:30. And no, this is not Palmetto, Mississippi. This is moving more into the Alabama area. And I know that my folks are going to be up watching this, as I told them to. And that is going to end up affecting them as it continues to make its way out there towards the east. But still getting decent wind returns there. I mean, just looking at some of these aloft, we're 30 to 40 miles an hour. So still decent, and then probably mixing down to the surface at about 40, 50, potentially 60 miles an hour as well. So we're looking at that, and I see a lot of folks talking about power outages. You know, we talked about that Tom Bigby EPA, those outages. Let's see what those numbers are currently sitting at. And as you can see, we are seeing a lot of outages here in the North Mississippi area, even up there towards Memphis. Memphis coming in with about, let me make sure I can get a visual, 7,500 outages towards the Memphis area. And just looking at a few of our locations here, those brighter spots, 1,500 toward Chickasaw County, 2,000 Greenville. That was that storm that moved through earlier today. Let me move it over there so you can get a better visual. 2,000 out there towards Greenville. Even here in Tupelo, like we tracked a moment ago, 1,000. That's probably underdoing it too. Some of the local power cooperatives at least giving us a better estimate of that number. Either way, it's thousands tonight, and that's what winds can do. So that's why we're seeing those outages take place. And as more storms are moving through, those outages, unfortunately, will continue to climb as we continue through the rest of our evening. So one thing to note, let me put this on a loop over the last 45 minutes. So we had these storms out here towards Arkansas. Those have begun to move east, getting closer there to the state line. And as we've gotten in the last couple of scans, I want to see if these are just moving towards the south. So that one cell right there is what they're paying attention to over there towards Memphis. But, we were basically concealing those to about a 1 warning compared to the 4 that we saw just a moment ago. So fingers crossed that they don't take advantage of the atmosphere. Either way, we're going to be here monitoring it just to make sure, especially with the severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in place. And it does look like this one up there towards the Boonville and Iuka area will work to clear out by 12:15. Might expire that a little bit early because it does look like the storms have since moved a little bit more towards the south. But down there towards Smithville, let me just make sure that down on Okolona, we're not seeing anything. Okay, we are not. Sorry, whenever you see that appendage, something that we've been looking at, it just stands out. And so I wanted to make sure that wasn't anything to note. So let's go back to this storm there in Monroe County, southern Itawamba County, and you can track that out. It's going to be moving closer to the Carolina community in just a moment. And we're going to keep that going at about 35 miles an hour. And I'm going to go all the way up into these storms and continue south and east. And there's a good look there. This one kind of bowing out, so that's why we're taking it more with that southeast direction right there. So let's go ahead and look at those towns. We're the Turon community right there by 12:10, Shottsville 12:11, Smithville 12:12. That's here in the next 3 minutes or so. The Bexar community 12:15, Parham 12:25, Barnesville 12:25, Weston 12:26, Detroit 12:28, Hamilton, Hamilton, Alabama. Ooh. That's what we started with, actually, whenever we came in this afternoon, was the Hamilton, Alabama storm. So full circle moment there. 12:31, and then Splunge 12:33, Fulton Bridge by 12:34. So
You with.
I said it, and it's like, I'm going to say this afternoon because I know you guys were busy this morning.
I've been wearing the suit for a little while today. That's why my face was greasy, and I rubbed my. Hey, you need to go northern Fayette County.
Okay.
Northern Fayette there, South Brilliant. That's bowed out.
All right, let's go ahead and track that out. And I want to look first at winds. And yeah, you're exactly right. Kind of seeing that area jut out there towards Bazemore.
I did it without my glasses on. Go ahead.
You're young, Matt. So
No, I'm not.
So this area right here, I think is that a radar glitch? Yes. Yeah, there we go. There's that latest scan. But still, either way, we're starting to get that to bow out up top and right there towards the Fowler's Crossroads. But we're going to pay attention more towards Bazemore because you're getting those brighter returns, and even up there towards Texas, you're getting that kind of wrap around that little area that's jutting out. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on that as that continues to move off there towards the east. I mean, yeah, you're seeing that pretty defined there on reflectivity. So as that kind of makes that S shape, that's where we look for that north-south orientation and kind of wrapping around, and there's your inflow. So let's go ahead and put that storm track there, moving at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. We're seeing Texas right over the top right now, about 1213, Eldridge 1219, Howard 1222, Clark 1223, Spring Hill 1223 as well, Kansas 1225, the Flatwood area 1229, Holly Grove 1235, Townley 1235, and closer to Hilliard by 1240. Now that's that area of rotation that we're talking about. This is going to extend well close to Birmingham. Honestly, this is a road that my wife and I take to go see my family right along I-22 there towards Jasper. So very, very populated area. So hopefully this doesn't produce into anything more than that. But definitely at least getting some of those stronger wind returns within that notch of rotation right over the Bazemore area as we're moving through northern Fayette County, right along that severe thunderstorm warning that is still in place until 12:15. Very well could extend that into parts of Jasper and areas out in West Birmingham. So that's going to be up to the National Weather Service there in Birmingham as we've kind of handed that off to the next station there with a busy night all the way across the Twin States. So go ahead and screenshot those times. If you know anyone out there that is a little bit outside of our coverage area but still wanted to give a heads up to folks out there that potentially will see this storm, and let them know that they do have a stronger thunderstorm headed your direction. So as we zoom things out once again, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything back towards the west. And Smithville storm still looks a little bit more intense. Potential for some hail right there towards northwest Monroe County. Yeah, we've been getting those possible hail returns on these, not like what we saw earlier this evening down south, but nonetheless, they are still getting some of those returns, so potentially some small hailstones perhaps being reported as we head further into the night. Just looking around the region, and I'm not going to jinx it. All I'll say. But there is still a high amount of lightning, and it's entering in a favorable environment. I do want to check dew points here. Those have come down pretty significantly. And we were seeing mid to upper 60s yesterday. That wasn't enough to push these storms over the edge. The 70s today have been enough to push them over the edge to become severe and strong and perhaps tornadic. But yeah, these storms right here entering a less favorable environment. Those dew points out there into the Birmingham area, more in the low 60s. That's definitely going to see these storms hopefully come down, and they should come down. And here in North Mississippi, we're still seeing upper 60s, which is enough, but it's not as impressive as the low 70s like what we had earlier to really get these storms up and going. So we're going to keep watching it for sure, but that is a hopeful sign moving forward. So as we were just talking about West Birmingham towards the Jasper area, this getting extended. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to extend into the Jasper area, and that area still is an area to pay attention to, getting that S shape once again right along that Bazemore storm towards Texas. You're getting that stronger wind along that leading edge, and there you're getting kind of that, it's not necessarily an outflow, but you are starting to get that wrap around of that moisture, those winds jetting into it, and that inflow going directly into that Texas storm, or that Texas area. So what you're looking for right here is that north-south orientation. We got that with this storm. So it's not going to be that it's facing southeast like what we've seen with a lot of these that are beginning to bow out. So the fact we do have that set up and the inflows going in, and we're getting that notch there on the bottom to potentially produce one of those brief spin-ups, we're going to track this out. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless for this area, but as we track out that specific area of rotation, where Texas 1216, Eldridge 1220, Clark 1224, Kansas 1226, Howard 1227, Carbon Hill 1229, Flatwood 1232, Pocahontas 1234, Prospect by 1237, Holly Grove closer to about 1240, 1245. So that's continuing to push right along I-22. And I know this is a very busy roadway, and even this late at night, because it's a major interstate here between Alabama and Mississippi, all the way from Birmingham to Memphis. So a lot of folks traveling. You don't have to travel. I wouldn't. My parents were coming right now to go see if we were perhaps going into labor right now. I would tell them, go ahead and wait, let this pass over before you come see us. But that would be my opinion to them in a very significant moment. I would say that you need to recommend that to your folks as well. because that area of rotation is moving right through I-22 between that Hamilton area and Jasper. There's not a ton of rest stops here. There's a couple of gas stations, but if that does continue more to Jasper, that's where we are going to see a pretty populated area potentially dealing with a rough situation with if a tornado were to briefly be produced. A lot of folks are going to be affected out towards the east. So watching that specific area, we have a good bit of shear right along that leading edge from Millport in Lamar County, Alabama, all the way up there towards Fayette, Alabama, and towards the Lynn area that we just looked at a moment ago. Now, tornado watch still in effect out here in Alabama. They don't have a tornado watch, and the reason why, we just saw it, it's just not as favorable of an environment. But here in North Mississippi, it has been. We've seen perhaps a tornado touchdown. I'm sure they're going to do some surveys based off of the damage heading into tomorrow. So we'll have those updates coming up for you for Mississippi Live Weather on your Wednesday, hopefully. But we're still in the event right now as we head into the 12-16.
Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Meant to go on this one here.
I became mad again.
Now, I don't know if we've had tornado touchdowns. I want to be clear on that. Like up in Northwest Mississippi, we might have briefly had a spin up. I don't know that I'm willing to yet say tornado damage on Guntown. Was there rotation? Yes. Was there strong wind? Yes. Yeah, we will see on that. You know, it's just because you had rotation doesn't. I want to make sure we're clear that we're going to wait for the Weather Service to make that distinction on what we had. So anyway, I just want to be clear on that real quick for a second. Yeah, don't want to jump the gun.
No, and that's not what I was trying to do. I was just basically saying that we'll get those surveys out tomorrow and they'll be able to make that final call. But we've had rotating areas and definitely have had damage as well. So they'll be out there tomorrow and we'll have those answers hopefully heading into tomorrow evening's broadcast, if not as soon as they're available. Ooh, lost my voice there.
Absolutely. Yeah, do you need to get some water? Do I need to take over for a minute so you can get some water and then I'll trade you back?
I'll take a brief sip, and then I'll join back.
Okay, that sounds good. Current time is now 12:17 a.m. I know there's only one question that if I were to ask people at home that people are going to want to know. By the way, I see somebody trying to advertise their roofing company there. There's a way to do that. And I'm not trying to be rude here, but in the chat during severe weather coverage is not that way, Mackenzie there. So we're gonna kind of knock you out of that one for today. But if I'll let you get away with that one. If I see that name in there again, we're not doing that. If you'd like to support us, these are the people that are using their hard-earned money to advertise on Mississippi Live Weather to make sure that we can pay for all of this, which paying Gabe's salary costs money. Keeping the lights on here, paying for this to stream for 12 hours straight, all that costs a lot of money. So if you would like to advertise Mackenzie, just send us an email there to info@msliveweather.com. I look forward to seeing your email in there tomorrow. But in the near term, we do have folks that have chosen to step up and do that. And as we talk about hail, one of those that has done that are the folks at True Shield Roofing that have sponsored our hail graphic here that allows us to kind of track where hail is most likely at this point in time. We don't really have any spots there that we're really seeing much that's of major significance at this point. Most of what I'm seeing here, we see these ripples over and over again. That tends to end up be a situation where it's probably more very, very small hail or extremely heavy rainfall that we end up getting out of that there. So I would say more than hail, largely we're probably looking at as our peak threat. Again, the gusty winds, some rotation, a few areas where, again, that rotation is more significant than others. Let's look here on the wind mode. I'm looking right near the Alabama-Mississippi state line. We've had a couple of notches on this batch here. This one that we're looking at there south of Bexar doesn't look as impressive as it did a minute ago here. Look at north at Hatley. Let's check this. Let's make this lapse over the last 30 minutes. Kind of check out that. Nope. I don't think there's anything there to worry about. I think that's just something that looks a little worse than it is. Another one of those bark greater than bite situations. Our camera in Amory there looking from Central Grove and Bigby. We're actually looking from the south side of Amory, kind of back into some of those storms, bouncing around a little bit there. Amory kind of on the edge there of that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Monroe County until 12:45 p.m. Our camera not showing nearly the quantity of lightning strikes that some of them showed a little bit earlier on. And again, kind of past the peak of it back out here in Lee County, as the severe weather threat is primarily south of the Tupelo area. Again, appreciate Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam here. But head back again farther to north and west, we've had these thunderstorms continuing for hours back out toward the Oxford area. Still a lot of low-hanging clouds there on our Phoenix Building Solutions camera back that direction there. And if we kind of go back beyond that, unfortunately, more storms that we are looking at back out in the Mississippi Delta, all kind of around all different directions from the Clarksdale area. And again, appreciate our friends at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for kind of partnering with us on these cameras here across North Mississippi. I want to show you a couple of camera shots here from Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers in one of our strongest storms of the night, which was out there in Greenville. Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers sending in this shot. That is a power flash. Basically, when either power lines slap together and arc and produce that flash. That's an instance where you would see that. Sometimes it's also when wind is knocking down power poles, things like that. It's one of the shots we had there. See if I can. There we go. Here's a couple of shots where you can kind of see the edge of the wall cloud there. Imagine this is probably his drone up there getting that shot as that strong thunderstorm moved in the Greenville area. And then the real ragged bottom of that low-hanging stuff on that big wall of 70-plus mile-per-hour winds that moved through Washington County and caused the power outage situation that Gabe was kind of referencing a minute ago, where we had some significant power outages earlier on. Now, that storm was still ongoing down there south of Louisville. That's actually the same thunderstorm that we were tracking all the way back toward the Greenville area on Mama Justice Doppler radar there, continuing to show that thunderstorm stretching from around May Springs there south of Macon back toward Noxapater. That has gone through a substantial weakening phase, no longer a severe thunderstorm warning with it. Some spots of broad rotation, but nothing that's overly significant here that we can see at this point in time. Just the question is how many of these storms back into Arkansas, can they maintain strength? Latest scans, we don't show any of these as severe any longer. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. And man, hopefully that continues. Let's look at this. God, we're really worked over. And the fact that we even had those storms redevelop is somewhere between annoying and annoying. Because I love what we do, but I know that you and I are both ready for me to be quiet. You know, that one's probably going to produce some damaging wind from time to time. Not a whole lot of reports of that, but I think that still remains possible. Let's get the motion over the last hour on this. So about 40 miles per hour. Let's see how long it's going to take to do its thing. Oops, I want that 100 miles per hour. I want that, what do we say, about 40-ish miles per hour? Okay, and so let's do the far too long track on this, and we'll adjust it up just a little bit more. Okay, let's take that out 200 miles, because why not? There we go, and let's increase the size of the location just a little bit for maybe the kind of final hurrah time on some of these. So that would be almost 4 a.m. there for Brooksville by the time it made it there, if it continues about 40 miles per hour and doesn't pick up any more pace. So are folks outside of this in the clear? Not necessarily. But I would say that I become less and less and less confident with each passing moment that we're going to see tornadoes out of what we have tonight. I think the odds are very good that we do not see tornadoes going forward. But zero? Nope. And unfortunately, that's why this tornado watch remains in effect for so many locations. So there's some times kind of for a hopeful end on this final last batch before, by the way, tomorrow there's a limited chance that we could see some severe weather for the southern portion of the area. I'm going to leave that up for a second. We're going to go over to this graphic here, which looks at future rotation. Okay, we're going to go back and forth between where radar has some stuff right now. I'm going to move that track behind me over on that side. I'll step, oh, wrong way. I'll step like this so that track is still up when it needs to be here in a minute. Now I'm going to cover it. Oh, that's right, because I can just click it off. Man, still learning to use the system. There we go. Okay, so this is where storms are now. Now let's see how much we agree with or disagree with the model. And actually got to change that back to the radar out of Monroe County. Get a better look. Okay, so there's where all our storms are. Now let's see where the models have it. Meh, not that bad. I'm looking kind of this zone here, those storms, see if those are positioned right. Yeah, those are pretty good. Okay, I'll buy it. Granted, it should be pretty good initialization. So let's see here where we go from here. More storms in this zone. Yay. Heavy rainfall main factor. Some reef rotation possible. So again, that's why I can't drop you to 0 tornado chance on this. But largely that looks like a lot of multi-cluster stuff. And then one dumb one. Okay, what's this? Hold on, I'm gonna change this time where it's a shorter time scale so I can be a little more refined with this. Give me a moment. It's gonna change that a little bit. Hold on, did that change it to 18 hours? 1 hour to 18 hours, okay. Hold on, okay. 7 p.m. is actually 18 hours from now, okay. That's fun. Okay, so here the storm's kind of reforming overnight. Kind of same spots pretty much all night long. And then one that gets silly. Let's look at this. It's about the spot I would anticipate it would. Notice how it gets kind of off by itself, gets strong by itself. A lot of the thunderstorms die out. And then, oh, look, that's just enough to kick out a fairly strong rotation track there. So I think even tomorrow morning, we could still have at least a limited chance to see some rotation out of the storms. Maggie will be on at latest at 6:30 a.m. Dear God, hopefully we're off before that point. But we'll see. We're probably off before that point there, but Maggie will be on at the latest 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. She'll probably be on earlier than that. Gabe and I'll make that call, and we'll probably have her on helping us out a little earlier than that as we transition coverage overnight. But 6:37, 7:30 a.m. meteorologist Maggie McCauley again. Monday through Friday, you can find her here on Mississippi Live Weather. So, yeah, that still says that during that time, there should be a couple of stronger thunderstorms, and then everything is largely south. What I want to see is how much of this kind of redevelops for tomorrow afternoon. There we see some thunderstorms, most of those just a little bit to our south. I still think these Greenville storms could potentially kind of build and still catch folks south of Greenwood, Kosciuszko. I think most locations north, certainly north of US 82, are more likely to, miss out on everything tomorrow, and then maybe some better chances again later this week as well. So that's kind of the analysis update of sort of where things stand right now. So on the long term, seems very reasonable that, yeah, this could hold together a large chunk of the overnight hours here. And so this track is reasonable that you pour at 2:40 in the morning, Ackerman 3 a.m., West Point 3:30, Brooksville, Columbus area somewhere around 4 a.m. or so. Some lightning, some heavy rainfall. From time to time, some strong gusty winds and a non-zero tornado threat for some of those spots there. Speaking of severe weather threat, really only 2 storms here prompting severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. And one of the most interesting ones is not under a warning there in northern Lamar County. Still the rotation a bit broad on this one here in northern Lamar County. But no doubting that's an interesting look on that appendage. But I think we could be, again, somewhat elevated where it's harder to get that rotation down to the surface, but near the Hayes Ford area east of Detroit near Hinton Springs, that one's an interesting look for sure. Let's make this a 30-minute loop, just over the last 30 minutes, get an idea. See how that's kind of sticking out. Anytime we get that little hand kind of cupping out there in advance, we're watching closely for some of these folks. So Guin, kind of in the path of that. No guarantees that this ends up, wrapping up. I do want to go back here and look at this storm to the east in a minute. I want to see if what that did, because what it's happened sometimes dictates and it gives us an idea of what is capable. So let's say 35 miles per hour. So Guin, we're looking at that for you about 1245. Winfield about 1256. No guarantees that spikes up and does anything, but that is kind of what sometimes it looks like before something more significant happens. Let's see if that one ever end up, these out here exiting Fayette County. We'll get in there closer to, say, Walker County, Alabama, and of course, eastern Fayette County, if those ever took that next step. Let's look at the wind mode there. Well, we got really close if we didn't. Boy, near Eldridge, it got really close there near Blazemore and Eldridge to doing something nasty. Hopefully it did not cross that threshold and do it. But got real close there for just a moment. Let's watch that again. Yeah, we might have got away with that one. And if we got away with that one, the odds are pretty good that we're going to get away with the rest of them overnight. Because that one would be one I'd be much more concerned with. Gabe, let's come on back on. I'll have you talk for a minute. I'm looking at a few things behind the scenes here for a moment. Before we do, I'll reference the fact that the National Weather Service has canceled now the warning for Itawamba and Monroe counties. So again, a positive movement in the right direction there. And with that, I think we are out of severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi for the first time in somewhere around 9 or 10 hours. So don't tell me prayers don't work. Let's bring Gabe in here for a moment. Oop, I have you on the wrong one. Let's go back over here. So now it looks like Pickens County, Alabama is the only official severe thunderstorm warning we have. I'm look at Sugar Lock down here just a moment just to make sure. Yep, we have Northeast Pickens County. Gabe, turn it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, so what we're looking at there in Pickens County, the stronger winds that are beginning to kind of bow out there that we were tracking just a moment ago. So let's bring it over to our load. This will be north of Highway 82 towards the Lubbock area, Palmetto, like we tracked just a moment ago. And that will eventually move closer to Fairview. I think we see just east of the Gordo community. And I know I have a few viewers from able to do in the after this. I'm actually going to or specifically county right there. And I'm going to have to expand things out and then I'll bring it in. So there's a look at the track. And you can see how into that southeast direction, out just the Pickens County area, but Tuscaloosa County as well. Those times, Wiley, 12 Lakes, 1244, Brownville, 1246, 1249, Searcy Farms, 1250, North Riviera by 1254, North Haven by 1 o'clock, by 101. So this is that storm that should north of Gordo. So that's what we're looking for, staying basically just north of Highway 82 as well. So Matt, that's definitely a positive with this setup, and hopefully that continues to be the case, and hopefully it just continues to move on out, not come back.
Yeah. So here's what I need you to do. I'm gonna send you over to the other spot there. We're gonna look at some weather pictures. We're gonna I think draw on the map.
I'm about to head over there.
Yeah, go there. Go. You take it. We're gonna kind of look and let's start talking. Go to sleep for some folks out there here for a moment. So let's kind of bring it back into radar mode on Mama Justice Doppler. Let's start shutting this thing. So if I clear radar, we'll clear off all the radar stuff. You can just see primarily just warnings and then all the lightning. The lightning over the last even 30 minutes, you can see how that has come down for a lot of more sparse. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens and Fayette County, Alabama. You'll notice that we have seen the National Weather Service in Memphis up here north, Hernando, Senatobia, Union County, Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, Prentiss, Tishomingo counties, Tunica counties, all removed now from the tornado watch. I would start saying, again, all those folks, we are 100% go to sleep. So I'll draw that on here. We are completely, everything back here, everything north is Gabe Maynard telestrate time, as I'll change that monitor behind you so you can effectively do that there. It's going to write the go to sleep, but leave me a space at the side on it because I'm going to put the 100% on. And then put 100% next to it. There we go. Look at his handwriting. He does the curved percent symbol. Okay. Now let's put the radar data back on here for a moment. So now if we're looking at this, what about locations south of that? We'll do purple for this color here. So I'm going to say this area here. Just put GTS, so you don't have to write go to sleep again. Just put kind of GTS. %. That sound reasonable, Gabe? Okay. Okay, now the next section here. Let's do yellow. Maybe yellow is the wrong choice here. Okay, put GTS. I'm bringing Gabe in for this one. I'm going to make him actually give me an opinion on this one here. Okay, what percent will we put on this? Well, down there low on the graphic. What do you think, 90%?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get feeling back in my knees.
Sorry, 93%. Statistics made up on the spot. Okay. The only interesting thing we have with anything left here is the fact that, and I'm going to bring it back to me for a second, then we'll come back and then talk together. The only interesting thing I have left here on this is the fact that, we do have these storms out here that have produced quite a bit of lightning back towards Shelby and Clarksdale. And that's why I'm not 100% for you. Again, there's a non-zero chance that one of these tries to spin something up. But if those don't do it there, they're not going to probably do it down here. And so then if you're down here south toward Macon, I need about another 30 minutes before, hey, I definitely chance it. And locations out here, in Alabama, obviously, you still have warnings, and we still have a little longer for that. But for the, I don't know, between 10 and 15,000 of you guys still watching live right now, for most of us, we are go to sleep. All right? Y'all have a good night. Now listen, something weird could still happen. Probably not. I feel pretty good about where we sit here. I feel like we're pretty used up. But if you didn't hear it the two times, if you did hear it the two times, you know exactly why I pitch weather call over and over again. Because I'm pretty good. I'm pretty fast. And Digital Matt Lawpon beat me both times on warnings for my wife and my family at my house. So it's that fast. It's that accurate. And as I've talked about over and over again, so many alerts here that I'm just straight missing on my phone. Didn't miss those phone calls, did I? So a phone call's disruptive. A phone call will wake you up as long as you put it in do not disturb. If you put it into your favorites, you're good to go. So highly recommend Mississippi Live Weather Call. If you have that, you're in good shape. And I see we got all the whatabouts, still asking what about. So here's the quick answer on the whatabouts. Hopefully the graphic tells it for you. For most of us, we'll go to sleep. And I know there's some people out there that won't go to sleep until we get to 100. I've still got storms out there. You're not going to get me to 100. Gabe and I aren't going to sleep. We're going to keep monitoring things. We'll do more updates as necessary here. But we are probably past the worst for sure. And I think it would be a major uphill battle for one of these thunderstorms to produce tornadoes at this point here in any of the spots that we've kind of highlighted here. Maybe we're not quite that 93% up here out there in northern Lamar County, but I'd say we're probably 80% on that. So we probably were a little aggressive on that one spot there. Everything else, I think we're pretty in agreement on the go to sleep. And then everything, again, south of the yellow here, still going to be some time where we could potentially have some issues there for some of those spots as well. But what I'm looking around the graphic, and I'm not going to delete it here because I know that this is something that folks always ask about. And so I'm going to end up, I'm sure, having to show it again here in a minute. So just ignore all the pink lines. That's our telestration on there for a moment. Look at Memphis on this. Look at precipitation. These storms look a little bit stronger there on that. But even on that shot, when I look at wind and rotation, anything is pretty broad. I think we're largely in pretty good shape. So back to the wide shot here for a moment. I think the graphic holds true. I think that for most of us, again, we've reached go to sleep time, and appreciate every one of you for your support and for your willingness to support all the sponsors you see in the corner here, the advertisers, whether it's Traceway Retirement Community, a great place. I've got the opportunity to tour over the last a few times over the course of the last couple of months here since they've become a sponsor. True Shield Roofing. But again, if you have the largest hailstones, send in those pictures, and they give away a $100 gift card for the largest hail. We've had some larger than 1-inch hailstones today. So yeah, that's one of the things that they do to kind of sponsor us. Tupelo Smiles have been with us since the beginning, just like Absolute and many other sponsors that we have here. And Vibe, one of our newest, Vibe Aesthetics in the Tupelo area. So support those folks that have chosen to spend their money to support us here on Mississippi Live. And it's the only way we can kind of keep doing this. With your support and you're supporting them, we can keep the lights on. So we appreciate you guys for your willingness to do that there. So with that in mind, Gabe, let's bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynard back in. Let's take a look at some of those pictures that he was kind of working up there behind the scenes a little bit ago. And Gabe, I know you've kind of looked through some of what folks have sent in over the last little bit. What do you have as of 12:42? That's a safe place selfie. I like that one. That's a helmet.
That's golden.
Right?
And that was waking up the kids to go to their safe place when the tornado warning was moving through northwest Mississippi. And so I want to give shout out to the names, because for those that are following the rules, they definitely need a shout out. Laura up there in South Haven saw the warning, was watching us live, and she not only woke the kids up, but she got them ready for baseball practice in the process, and they looked great doing it, staying safe. That's what we always encourage, because not only are we talking about, staying safe for no reason, we're saying stay safe for a reason. As we look out there, this is towards Shannon, and this is actually picture evidence of the tree reports we were getting just a moment ago. Alan submitting these photos, and you can see the tree on the backside of the home. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it broke into the home too much, but I'm sure some of those branches penetrated the roof right there. And more shots out of Shannon just coming in more and more. You can see the roof damage right there, as well as what looks to be that utility line there on the back of the house knocked off. So saying a prayer for folks up there. And this is another one. That's a pretty large tree, because that looks like a 2-story house, and it's able to drape over the top. I mean, those are some towering trees up there. But those are the reports that we were getting out of Shannon. And so it looks like that it was those strong gusts that knocked over those trees down there. And there was reports of entrapment in some circumstances, but no injuries to confirm so far. And that's always a positive with this setup. So hopefully that trend continues to hold true. And so far it has. When we're talking about the largest hailstone, this is the highlight in the hail department tonight. That is easily 2.5, 3-inch hailstone. The only unfortunate thing is it's a hand. So I know that my hand and this viewer's hands, let me see whose hand that is. This would be Austin submitting this. Me and Austin probably don't have the same size hands. So me holding this hailstone, and I'm thinking, oh, that'll cover about there, maybe about 2.5, 3 inches. It might be different for Austin. So that's why we say add something to the picture. That's a universal item that we'd be able to know and kind of get a size for. But I can guarantee you that's easily 2.5, 3 inches just based off of looking at that report right there. That's a very large hailstone. So we've seen wind damage, we've seen large hailstones, we've seen safe place selfies. Matt, it's been all that and then some tonight here in North Mississippi. But after a calm yesterday, I guess that's just what happens. So yeah, and then we also got some pictures of lightning. I do want to show those off as well. I think these are from different viewers. So this was from Kenny, and this one was also from Kenny. So I think these are all from Kenny based off what I'm looking at. But look at the lightning just branching across the sky. We were getting a ton of strikes earlier on. I believe over 10,000 strikes at one point here across North Mississippi, and those just continue to branch there in the sky. A lot of this cloud-to-cloud strikes, but we for sure did get some cloud-to-ground strikes as we are currently sitting with, how many currently without power? Let me go back to right here to overall Mississippi. So currently 10,600, and I do still think that's underdone in regards to the amount of outages that we have here in North Mississippi. So adding up to quite a bit, and we actually did get some damage pictures out there in Blair. It's a sideways picture, so there's your propane tank, there's the fence, and there it does look like some of those smaller trees have fallen over. I do think that fence got, or no, that would be the walkway right there. Sorry, trying to get my orientation right. So there's your walkway. So it does look like that's the driveway. So these trees falling over. This was during on their patio area. So thank you for submitting that damage picture. But I do hope that everything is okay. That's Tammy over there in Blair, Mississippi. Did have some SLC, some scary looking clouds. This was from earlier on this evening towards Ingomar. One of those rotating storms, but those are just going to be some of those lowerings there in the sky, but definitely still a ways away from producing. So that was a positive with this pattern. And we also got, let me go ahead and get these uploaded and ready to go so we don't have to keep going back and forth as we go back and forth. This was a tree damage. This was in the front yard in East Tupelo, and you can see just the large, I believe those are oak trees. There's still lightning here. I believe these are oak trees that were fallen over. A lot of these, actually, let me tell you how I believe some of these broke. You have the strong winds, but you have a very wet ground as well. So when that softens up the soil, the roots are able to get uprooted, and that's where the trees get more uprooted rather than snapped. Now this one here looks like it may have been snapped at the base, but that could have been from the weight of the trunk. No, that stump still looks there in the ground. So a few of these uprooted, others snapped at the base. Either way, showing that strong wind, and of course that's one thing that we warn you guys about. And those trees, were fortunate that it didn't hit any of the houses. So Matt, that's a positive, but it did unfortunately hit the houses there in Shannon. But just glad that everyone did come out of that okay.
Let's do some, and again, I'm going to show Go to Sleep one more time for the folks that are kind of still sticking with us right now, just to kind of give the overview on that real quick. So give me a moment to kind of make that go full screen here for a second. Nope, I double clicked it, so it went to something else before it changed. So here's kind of the headline here. I put almost everybody in the Go to Sleep at this point here. So we're pretty much done with what we have. There are still going to be some thunderstorms. We have some there, Shelby back toward Water Valley. But I would say for most of us, certainly if you have weather call, we're at that point where you can go to sleep. Let's kind of clear it off there. So hopefully you saw it. Take your pictures if you need to. Here's our confidence level on Go to Sleep. Pretty high in a lot of locations there. Let's see if I can put that logo back on there. There we are. Again, appreciate Room to Room, one of our main sponsors here from basically the very beginning on Mississippi Live Weather. Appreciate them for stepping up and being with us. They have put some real time and money into what we've done here, and we're very thankful to be partnering with them on Mississippi Live. That's why we mention their name so often. We couldn't do it without them. So looking here at these storms, I don't see any significant severe threats at all out of them. So I would say, again, most of us, we are at true go to sleep time frame. Gabe's going to look at some power outages here in a moment. I'm going to show you kind of the wide shot here. I'll turn off all of our warnings to make it show up. But That's a lot of folks here across North Mississippi where we've had some power outages, and this tends to underdo things a little bit from Kosciuszko. About 14% of people there in Attala County without power at this time. I'm going to kind of try to click a slightly better spot so we can kind of highlight a few of those. Up to 16% in Chickasaw County without power at this time. And again, a lot of other decent, fairly high percentages for some spots there. Bringing totals about 2,500 there in Fayette County, Alabama. About 1,500 there in Marion County, about 1,000. Lee County, about 600 there in Toowoomba County. Sitting about 200 in down in Monroe County, about 1,000 in Washington County. So some of the amounts have been high in some locations. That brings our statewide total outages here. It's going to say the same number a billion times. But as you can see, about 900 power outages right now for folks here in Mississippi. 9,000, I should say. About 9,000 back in Arkansas, about 6,000 in Tennessee, and already about 10,000 in Alabama. And again, some of the local power cooperatives, when Gabe's kind of looking at those individual maps, they show some concentrations where we've seen more. It does not look like we've had a lot in some spots, but Gabe, what are we looking at in some of those power outages as of now 12:51?
Well, one of the big areas I need to mention is just the amount of sporadic outages out there in the West Mississippi area. This will be west of I-55. And just look at each of these red dots. Each of these red dots is a report. That is a ton of power outages. And this large contributor to those outages was actually the storm that had that destructive tag to it, those 70+ mile an hour winds. As that moved through Greenville, we saw those power outages just climb. And I'll use the general summary from poweroutage.us, but we're currently at 1,300 outages, but it just says 50+ there. And Entergy is going to be very busy heading through this evening, all things considered. So make sure to thank your local power cooperative. They're going to be working extra hard tonight, even harder than Matt and I this evening, getting out in the rain to restore power in your areas. So as we look out there towards Greenwood, even there towards Holmes County, we're getting even more of those outages, just this extending this swath of strong wind all the way through the parts of Highway 82 and eventually moving closer to the Louisville or the Winston and Noxubee County lines as well, all the way up I-55 as well, seeing those outages pop up. And this does extend more into Arkansas. So just a vast number of outages. But a big one as well tonight is Tom Bigby. Tom Bigby Electric having, make sure you can see that number there at the bottom. In a 2-county area, 3,590 current outages. That is a lot of folks that are currently in the dark tonight due to the strong gusts. And they were sending in videos of just the sheer number of lightning, the strong winds moving through the area. And that's enough to knock out 3,000 folks of power. Some specific areas that we're watching is north of Saltillo, 1,219. That does extend more. It looks like it's going to be towards Highway 348, moving closer to the Alpine area in northeastern Union County. And then as we look up there towards the Fulton area, that'd be closer to Mantachie. It might just be on the outskirts of Mantachie. That's 468 outages. Southern Itawamba County, that's going to be south of Fulton, moving closer to Smithville, right along Highway 25, 109 outages. And then as we look at those outages that extend even into Chickasaw County, for 1,379, and that's where the reports came in of the damage reports out of Shannon. So some strong winds moved through southern Lee County tonight. That's still something that we'll see once daylight comes in of just how many reports there are, but we've already seen several trees down, and unfortunately 1,400 folks there in just the Shannon and Okolona area that are currently sitting without power tonight. I do want to look at some other of our locations. I believe that's what I was trying to look up behind the scenes was Central Electric Power Association's chart right there. We also have a Northeast Mississippi EPA. Let me work to pull that up behind the scenes. And there we go. And we'll go outage map. So as we pull that up, one of the things, this was one of our stronger storms that moved through earlier on this evening that actually did have that tornado warning tagged to it. And you can see up there towards the Marshall County area still having about 174. Oh, let me make sure this is on target. You can see 344 members that are currently affected with power outages. As I bring it more focused on that Marshall County area, 174 currently without power in Malone. Some sporadic outages northeast of Malone. Same thing there towards Waterford. As we move closer to Bethlehem, right there between Bethlehem and Potts Camp, 91 outages as well. And those numbers hopefully are plateauing at this point, but I know crews are out there working no matter what cooperative that they are with. I'm sure we'll see the Tom Bigby trucks over by the Manor household tonight. So just praying for them. Hopefully they'll stay safe. Hopefully the lightning remains minimal and the rainfall remains minimal as well. But there was definitely some damage tonight. There's definitely a lot of folks picking up the pieces, and that includes some of our power crews as well. So Matt, a busy night for all of North Mississippi, whether you were up watching the weather or now dealing with the weather. And even at the Manor household, we have some of our, we're talking about the garbage can meter. Ours was down. Ours was full. Ours was down. So that was a very fun experience for my bride. So I got to get her a gift on the way home for all that hard work.
She did not pick that up for you.
Not for me. I didn't have a say in this. She told me I picked it up. I didn't know it was down. Ladies and gentlemen, she is 39 weeks pregnant. So she does not need to be doing that. And if I would have known about it, would not have let that happen.
It doesn't mean you're not in the doghouse from it.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But let me say this, there's no one like Miss Manor.
That is, here. Okay, Gabe, I think we're going to go ahead and kind of wrap things up here. The question that people ask over and over and over and over again is, can we go to sleep? I would say now is the time that I would say most of us probably should be heading that direction. Gabe and I are not. We're going to have to keep kind of watching things here for a while longer. For those of you that would like to pick up the Mississippi Live Weather app, the easiest way to do that, subscribe, follow, like, download all the things. You can do that by picking up our app there for Android and iOS devices. It is free. It is available. And make sure to download it, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, available for all of those different ways as well. As of now, we've reached just about 1 o'clock in the morning. I think we'll wrap things up right at 1 o'clock. Let's kind of give you an overview of where things stand, where things go, and then we'll send you all on your way and say goodnight. So again, back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we are showing the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings being clipped out for Pickens County, Alabama. I saw someone asking a minute ago in the chat, they're like, not again in Water Valley. Well, yes, again, we have more storms. This is not as impressive as the storms earlier were. We check our True Shield roofing hail swath on this, where we kind of look at the hail threat. Don't really show much of a hail threat on that from really either of the sites. So I think we're past any of that with the previous threats. That's where we've had our tracks earlier for some of the hail producing thunderstorms. Looking at the rainfall mode, again, that does show the heavy rainfall in some spots. Some lightning, definitely still going to be some loud thunderstorms. That will produce the power disruptions. But kind of looking at the overall threat here, just not impressed by what we're seeing. So I think it's time that we can be winding things down. But the thing to keep in mind is if you know how to layer those different alerts here, you're going to be in good shape. So Mississippi Live weather call, again, that is something that you heard multiple times today. It's the reason I don't worry when I'm not home about my family, whether they're here or my family up in Kansas, is I know they're going to get their weather call. And if they know, hey, when we get the weather call, we got to get to our safe place. You do that, you're in good shape. That's how weather call works. And thankfully for us, as you saw kind of in real time on multiple occasions today, just how fast that is. So it'll call you for severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. I talk about it a lot, and I talk about it a lot because I think it is worth talking about. So sign up for more information at msliveweather.com/weathercall, or honestly, the easiest way is just to use that QR code you see below me here to sign up for weather call and stay ahead of bad weather and go to sleep, honestly. Sleep calmly and safely through the night, and you should be in good shape. And the other thing we say to that is, build your armor. Be thinking about the multiple ways in which you can make sure to find out. So Weather Call is one of those. Mississippi Live Weather app, Code Red, and Weather Radio, all different ways in which you can do that. Our next live broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning if we don't have to come on sooner. And I would say that the odds of us coming on sooner continue to be low, but again, non-zero. But next live broadcast scheduled to be at 6:30 a.m. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley will be in. Any issues we've had overnight, she'll be tracking those as we continue to do that here in the room-to-room weather center. The expectation, though, is that while there are chances for maybe a few storms later on this week, this hopefully was the peak of that threat, and thankfully the damage was not worse related to that. But we'll be updating 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. from our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. Keep it here for the latest, and we will see you coming up tomorrow for Mississippi Live Weather. For our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and all the meteorologists here on Mississippi Live Weather, we hope you have a safe evening, a good night, and we will see you going forward tomorrow, and hopefully in the next few days. Please, if you can, try to check us out for all of our broadcasts so we can kind of keep you ahead of the storm when active weather happens, and hopefully when clear weather does as well. So see you all tomorrow on Mississippi Live Weather.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person